came back to this sleepy town for smugglers and blood. Instead, I found her, the woman I left in my bed 3 years ago, and the silver-eyed little girl with my pointed ears hiding behind her counter. Maris thinks I'm just passing through, that I'll disappear again like last time. She's wrong. I hunt monsters for a living. Now I'm the monster who will burn this entire town to ash if anyone touches what's mine. The half-elf daughter I never knew I had. The fierce baker who still makes my blood run hot with one look.
They want to brand my child a curse. I'll show them what a real curse looks like. I'm not leaving again. Not this time. Not ever.
She ran my heart through with a bread knife the moment she handed me my daughter. Now I'm staying, and I'm keeping both of them.
Stay tuned for secret baby reveals, possessive dark elf obsession, small town danger, and a bounty hunter who walks away from everything, except his woman and the pointed ear daughter who owns him.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Chapter 1. Maris. The dough fights back before dawn, always. I press my palms into it, folding and turning against the floured board while the hearth fire throws heat across my face. The kitchen is filled with the scent of warm yeast and the rosemary oil I brushed along the bread pans last night. Outside, Brindle Hollow is still dark and quiet. This hour belongs to me and the bread. Mama. Eileen drags her wooden stool closer to the work table without looking up. She has both mixing bowls in front of her, sifting flour back and forth between them with grave concentration. Half of it lands on the table. The other half lands on her dark curls. Don't eat it, I tell her. I'm not eating it. A pause. I'm measuring it. You're wearing it. She ignores this and keeps sifting. I work through 2 more rounds of kneading before I set the loaves to rise under their linen cloths. The pastry dough comes next, butter cut cold into flour, hands working fast so the heat doesn't ruin it. Eileen narrates her sifting quietly to herself, a running conversation between the flour and the bowl that I've stopped trying to follow. Her voice is soft and steady, filling the kitchen the way the fire fills the room. I don't need to look at her to know exactly where she is. By the time pale grey light starts bleeding through the window shutters, I have 2 dozen rolls, a tray of honey-glazed muffins, and 4 fat loaves ready for the brick oven. I load them in with the long-handled paddle, check the draft, and latch the iron door. Come here, Ellie. She slides off the stool and pads across the kitchen floor, arms out for balance, flour dusting her nose. I crouch to her height and pull the folded scarf from my apron pocket. It's soft wool, deep green, the kind that blends into her curly hair well enough that it reads as decoration rather than concealment. Hold still. I'm holding still. She is not holding still. I wrap the scarf carefully around her head, tucking it snug around each ear. Her small ears come to a gentle point, delicate as a folded leaf edge. The scarf covers them completely. I smooth a curl over the knot and study her face. Her eyes, silver pale and bright, blink back at me. Pretty? She asks. Very pretty. I stand and untie my apron strings, retying them tighter. Now stay behind the counter when customers come. I know, she says, already climbing back onto her stool. I unbolt the front door at dawn. The first customers are regulars, Dora the weaver and her eldest boy, who buys 2 loaves every morning without fail. Then comes a cluster of market women with baskets over their arms, talking over each other before they're even through the door. 4 of the honey muffins. The taller one, Pella, drops her coins on the counter. And 1 of those seeded rolls if you have them. I do. I wrap them in paper while she leans toward her companion. Gert's husband found 2 more this morning, Pella says, voice dropping just enough to signal gossip rather than ordinary conversation. Both sheep, just inside the tree line. Same as the others? The companion pulls her shawl tighter. Same as the others. No blood, no marks. Just gone, inside, like something pulled the life right out. I set the wrapped package on the counter. Pella takes it without breaking stride. They're saying it's ritual work, the companion adds. Someone drawing power from the animals. Nonsense. The third woman, older, adjusts her basket strap. It's a sickness in the grass. Happens every few years near the marshes. Then why only at the forest edge? Why not the southern pastures? I slide their change across the counter and move to the next customer. 3 years of running this bakery have taught me that the gossip cycles, illness, weather, bad harvests, strange omens. It rises and settles like bread. Whatever is killing livestock near the forest, it will find an explanation by end of week, or be replaced by something newer and more alarming. Aylin. I nod toward the small paper bags folded on the lower shelf. Can you bag the seed rolls for me? She straightens on her stool with the focused expression she reserves for important tasks. Her small hands pull a bag open, and she places the rolls inside with careful deliberateness, one at a time, counting under her breath. The market women move toward the door, still talking. I heard there was an elf hunter seen on the eastern road, Pella says, quieter now. Tracking somebody. Through here. The companion glances back over her shoulder, as if the road might be visible through the bakery wall. That's what Fenwick's boy said. Pella steps out into the morning light. Said he had a bounty seal. The door swings shut behind them. The next customer steps forward with a smile and a request for 2 of everything sweet, and I give her my full attention. Whatever rumours are circling the eastern road, they belong to someone else's morning. Mama. Aylin holds up a neatly filled bag, beaming. I did 4. Good girl. I take the bags and set them on the counter. Now do 4 more. She turns back to the shelf with great purpose, and I turn back to the bread. The caravan rolls through just after midday. I hear it before I see it. The groan of wagon wheels and the clop of heavy draft horses pulling loads over the cobblestones outside. I lean past the doorframe long enough to count the wagons. 6, maybe 7, loaded high with covered crates and bundled goods. Strangers ride the benches. More walk alongside, calling instructions to each other in voices too loud for the narrow market lane. Within the hour, they've claimed the open stretch of square at the fountain and started unfolding tables, hammering stakes, and draping cloth over their displays. The marketplace fills with the noise of it, hammers and greetings and the sharp smell of dyed fabric unfurling in the afternoon sun. My foot traffic picks up immediately. Travellers are always hungry after a long road, and caravan workers eat faster than they browse. I sell off the remaining muffins, most of the afternoon rolls, and the last of the seeded loaves before the shadows have shifted more than an inch. Ellen bags items behind the counter with focused efficiency, handing parcels across to customers who lean down to accept them from her with mild surprise. She's a good little helper, one woman says. She is, I agree, and move the next customer forward. Between waves of customers, I catch pieces of conversation drifting in from the square. The caravan brings news the way caravans always do, in fragments, passed from mouth to mouth until the original detail barely resembles itself. 3 farms now, they're saying, came through Aldwick and Pell's Crossing before here. Not just livestock. Someone found a dog too. Nothing wrong with it that anyone could see. Then later, 2 men loitering near my open window. Fenwick spotted him on the Ridge Road this morning. Said he was watching the valley. A dark elf? Out here? Bounty hunter. Full seal. Proper commission. Whatever he's tracking, it led him this way. I keep my hands busy wrapping a paper parcel. The crinkle of the paper is loud in my ears. They don't come this far into human territory without cause, the second man says. Something serious must have drawn him. Their voices drift away with the crowd. I set the parcel on the counter and let my eyes find Aylin without appearing to look for her. She is sitting on her stool, turning a small bread roll over and over in her hands, studying it. The afternoon light falls across her face and arms. Her skin, always warm brown like mine when she was born, has been shifting for months now. It sits cooler these days, the undertone pulling toward grey at her temples and along her forearms. She doesn't notice it. She's 3. She notices the bread roll. Mama, this one has a crack. It still tastes the same. She considers this, then takes a bite. I turn to the next customer and take their coins and say the right things. But the back of my neck stays tight, and I keep my movements deliberate and calm. A bounty hunter, dark elf, moving toward Brindle Hollow. It means nothing. Bounty hunters travel everywhere. They follow criminals, not bakers with small daughters. There is no reason for my stomach to sit the way it's sitting. The afternoon crowd thins. I start wiping down the counter, stacking the empty trays for washing. Aylin hops off her stool and wanders to the front of the shop, pressing her face against the lower window glass to watch the caravan activity in the square. Her breath fogs the pain. Then the green scarf drops to the floor. I'm across the counter before I've thought it through, crouching beside her and scooping the scarf up. She turns at the sound of my movement. It's itchy, she announces, like this is a decision she's made and stands behind. You need to wear it. I wrap it around her head again, fingers quick and certain. She squirms, but holds still enough for me to tuck it snug. The tips of her ears disappear. I smooth the fabric down and hold her face in both hands, waiting for her to look at me. We've talked about this, about your ears, I say quietly. Her brow furrows. They're just ears. What do we do with them? Keep them covered. She says it in the flat tone of something repeated many times. That's right. I glance toward the window, then the open doorway. The square is full and loud, and no one is watching us. When do we keep them covered? When people are around. Good girl. I press a kiss to her forehead and stand, the scarf fully in place. She turns to the window again immediately, breath fogging the glass again, already interested in something else entirely. I go back behind the counter and keep wiping down the surfaces. The cloth moves in steady circles. The square outside bustles with caravan noise and the ordinary late afternoon business of Brindle Hollow, a dark elf bounty hunter on the Ridge Road. I wring out the cloth and hang it on the hook beside the wash basin, and I don't let myself think about it again.
Chapter 2. Kadrin. The tracks are 3 days old by the time I pick them up outside Audiobook. 2 horses, heavily loaded, cutting off the main trade road onto the older forest path that runs parallel before rejoining near Brindle Hollow. Smugglers favor old paths. Less traffic, fewer eyes, and the tree cover makes it harder to spot weighted wagon beds from a distance. I follow the line of broken brush and pressed earth at an easy pace, letting my horse set her own speed through the uneven terrain. The commission is straightforward enough on paper. 2 men, names unknown, connected to a network moving illegal magical artifacts through the borderland trade routes. The courts want the men and the contraband both. I've been on worse assignments for less clear direction. The forest path spills back onto the main road 2 miles before the valley opens. I smell the caravan fires before I see them. Wood smoke and boiling grain. The grease and leather scent of working horses standing in harness too long. 4 wagons pulled off the road's edge, drivers and hands eating their midday meal around a low fire while their animals rest. I slow my horse to a walk as I approach. Several heads turn. A few hands drift toward belt knives before their owners get a proper look and think better of it. Passing through? The man nearest the fire is broad through the shoulders, gray-stubbled, with the squint of someone who spends most of his life looking into weather. Looking for information. I dismount and keep my horse between myself and the group out of habit. Have you seen an unusual merchant? Moves through the borderlands regularly with wares that don't match his listed trade. The broad man turns a skewer over the fire. 2 others exchange a glance. What kind of unusual? One of them asks. The kind people don't ask too many questions about. The fire pops. Someone pours a cup of something and doesn't offer me any. Fenwood, the broad man says finally. Torben Fenwood. Runs a mid-sized caravan. Calls himself a general goods trader. He pulls the skewer back and examines what's on it. Passes through this stretch 4 or 5 times a year. Always has a few crates nobody's allowed near. Always has coin to make sure nobody gets near them either, the man across the fire adds. Paid Oster's crew double to load and unload without looking. That's not normal rates. Cagey about his sources, the first man says. Never names his suppliers. Claims he buys from private estates, old collections. But the pieces he moves, he shrugs. Not the kind of thing you find at estate sales. Where does he usually stop? Brindle Hollow's a regular point. Good crossroads. Enough caravan traffic that 1 more wagon doesn't draw attention. I ask 2 more questions, get 2 more useful answers, and remount without ceremony. The broad man watches me go without expression. The valley road opens up past the next ridge, and Brindle Hollow appears below it as the afternoon light starts its long slant westward. A proper small town, mill, market square, a river bend keeping one side of it honest, smoke from a dozen chimneys, the kind of place that keeps its head down and its doors locked after dark. I've been here before, once, 3 years ago, chasing a different set of tracks through a different season. An autumn storm had dropped out of the northern hills, faster than any reasonable weather had a right to, and I'd made it to the edge of Brindle Hollow soaking wet and without a dry place to sleep. Most doors I'd knocked on had gone quiet at the sight of me. One hadn't. A small bakery near the market square. A woman with flour on her hands, and no apparent fear of dark elves standing dripping on her doorstep. She'd fed me and given me a place to dry out, and when the storm showed no sign of stopping by nightfall, she'd offered more than that without either of us making it into more than it was. Or so I told myself riding out the next morning, recalled orders already waiting at the inn's message post, Maris. Her name surfaces easily after 3 years. Warm hazel eyes and a sharp, dry humor she deployed without warning. I'd thought about her more than once on the road back through the territories, then put it away the way you put things away when duty doesn't leave room for them. I wonder, riding down into the valley now, whether she's still running the bakery, whether she's still in Brindle Hollow at all. 3 years is long enough for a person's life to move in any direction. My horse's hooves find the cobblestones at the town's edge. The market square is louder than I expect. A caravan is set up along the fountain, and traders are still arranging their displays in the slanted afternoon light. I file Fenwood's name alongside what the caravan drivers told me, and start watching the wagons. Maris can wait. She's probably long gone, or married, or both. I have work to do first.
Chapter 3. Maris. The afternoon lull arrives around the 3rd hour past midday. I pull out the spare mixing bowls and set Elin up at the low end of the counter with a cup of water, a small scoop of flour, and a pinch of dried herbs that won't hurt anything. She immediately begins combining them with the intensity of someone conducting important research. "Soup," she announces. "It's beautiful soup," I agree, and go back to wiping down the display shelf. I keep her behind the counter with me, partly because the square is still busy with caravan traffic, and I don't want strangers peering in and getting a long look at her. Partly because she pulled the scarf off twice before noon, and I've lost patience for chasing it across the floor. Here I can see her. Here I can intercept. She stirs her flour water mixture and hums to herself. I restack the empty bread baskets and check the oven temperature and watch the door between tasks. 2 customers come and go. A woman wanting rolls for her husband's supper. A young man buying whatever was cheapest, which turned out to be the heel loaves I'd marked down. Elin offers both of them a detailed description of her soup, and both of them smile at her with the cautious warmth people reserve for small children they don't intend to engage with further. The square outside quiets by degree. Merchants start covering their stalls. The caravan workers drift toward the alehouse. I start thinking about what I'll feed Elin for supper and whether I have enough eggs. The door opens. I turn with a greeting already forming, and it dies before it reaches my mouth. He fills the doorframe, tall, dark-haired, pale grey skin and angular features, silver eyes that move across a room, taking everything in. He's wearing a travelling cloak marked with road dust, and there's a hunter's seal on the strap across his chest that wasn't there 3 years ago. Everything else is the same, the controlled stillness, the way he holds himself like he's prepared for the room to become a problem. Cadrin. 3 years collapse into nothing, and I'm standing in my kitchen on a stormy autumn night, watching a soaking, wet, dark elf try to decide if he should apologise for dripping on my floor. He'd looked so carefully composed even then. I'd given him a dry shirt and a bowl of soup because it seemed cruel not to, and he'd thanked me with the stiff formality of someone unaccustomed to receiving help. By the time the fire burned low and the storm showed no sign of breaking, the careful formality had thawed into something quieter, something honest. I'd woken to an empty bed and not even a note. A few months later, I'd woken to a different surprise altogether. I have not moved. My hand is still on the breadbasket. He scanned the room and found me, and for one unguarded moment something crosses his face that I can't read before it's gone. "Maris," he says. I set the basket down. I keep my voice level. "What are you doing here?" I mean to follow it with something practical, something that takes control of the situation before it becomes a situation. But movement at the edge of my vision stops me. Elin has climbed down from her stool. She moves out from behind the counter with her bowl still in her hands, completely unconcerned. He's a new face, a new potential friend. She stops 2 feet in front of Cadrin, tips her head back, and stares straight up at him. He is very tall. She's very small. She examines him with the same focused attention she gives the flour water soup. "You're grey," she says. He looks down at her. His expression doesn't change, but he goes stiller than a tree in the woods. His eyes move across her face slowly. They stop at her eyes. Her silver eyes. His silver eyes. My heart drops straight through the floor. I should move. I should cross the counter and scoop her up and put her behind me, but my feet have made their own decision, and that decision is to stay exactly where I am while my pulse hammers at the base of my throat. Elin is still staring up at him with her flour-dusted hands wrapped around her bowl. The headscarf is slightly askew, one dark curl falling loose across her ear. Not enough to show anything. Not yet. Cadrin's gaze lifts from her face and finds mine across the counter. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. The question is already there, fully formed, in the way he looks at me, and then back at her, and then at me again. The math is written plainly on his face. The remaining customers in the bakery are the problem. 3 of them spread across the small shop, a woman pricing the last afternoon rolls, 2 men near the window who came in together, and have been talking over a shared loaf for the past half hour. None of them are looking at Cadrin directly, which means all of them are watching him sideways. Elin has stopped a few feet from him, bowl still in hand, staring straight up with no awareness whatsoever that she should stop. Cadrin stands just inside the doorway, a deep crease in his brow as he stares at Elin. His head tilts slightly to the left. He hasn't looked at me yet. He's looking at her. I watch his face. I watch the frown deepen, not with displeasure. He's working something out. His unusual eyes move across Aylin's features slowly, Her curls, her small jaw, the grey at her temples. He doesn't move. He barely seems to breathe. I come around the counter. It's rude to stare, sweetheart. I take Eileen's free hand gently and turn her toward the back stairs. Go up and get your dolls. Bring the small one down for me. Her little face narrows in a silent protest, then decides the dolls are worth it. She hands me the bowl and disappears through the back doorway, her footsteps thumping up the wooden stairs. I set the bowl down and turn to face him. I need you to leave, I say in a soft, steady voice. Right now, before this becomes something I can't fix. He finally looks at me. He opens his mouth. I mean it. I don't let him get there. I don't know what brought you back to Brindle Hollow, and I don't need to. Take whatever business you have and conduct it somewhere that isn't my shop. He closes his mouth. His arms cross over his chest, slow and deliberate, and his gaze drifts back toward the staircase where Eileen disappeared. He looks at the empty doorway for a moment longer than necessary. Then his eyes find me. It's good to see you, Maris, he says, dry as salt. I'm sure it is. I hold his gaze. Doors behind you. One of the men by the window has gone quiet. The woman pricing rolls is taking a very long time to make her selection. I can feel the shift in the room, the way attention consolidates when people sense something worth listening to. You haven't changed, Kadrin says. You've had 3 years to notice that. You chose not to. I step slightly to the side, putting myself more squarely between him and the staircase. I'm asking you nicely. Leave. His lips twitch, a thin, uncompromising line. His eyes drop briefly to the staircase again, then return to my face. He holds my gaze for 3 full seconds, which is long enough to make a point, and short enough to avoid a scene. Then he shrugs, one shoulder, unhurried. He turns and walks out. The door swings shut behind him. The woman at the roll display clears her throat and sets 2 rolls on the counter. I'll take these. Of course. I wrap them without looking up. My hands are steady. I take her coins and thank her and watch her leave, and then I watch the 2 men by the window finish their conversation and go, and then the bakery is empty. I stand behind the counter in the quiet and look at the door. Upstairs I can hear Eileen's footsteps crossing the floor, the soft thump of her pulling something from the toy chest. She'll be down in a minute with the small cloth doll she takes everywhere, and an update on whatever the doll has been doing since morning. I turn and start washing out Eileen's mixing bowl. He looked at the stairs. He looked at them twice. I scrub the bowl harder than it needs and stack it on the drying rack and move on to the next task, because that is what there is to do.
Chapter 4. Kadrin. The market noise washes over me, and I don't hear any of it. I walk without direction, moving along the edge of the square while my mind works the problem the way it works every problem. Quietly, methodically, until the pieces stop resisting and settle into an answer. The child's eyes are silver. Not gray-blue the way some human children present. Not pale from illness or an unusual lineage 2 generations back. Silver, flat and bright. The same shade I see in my own reflection. A color that doesn't occur in humans. Her skin is shifting. I know that progression. Half-blooded dark elf children born to human mothers often read as fully human at birth, warm-toned and unremarkable. Then, somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd year, the paternal traits begin asserting themselves. The gray comes in at the temples first, then spreads. The ears follow. By her age, the signs are clear to anyone who knows what they're looking at. She is 3 years old, approximately. Small for her age or average. I don't have enough reference for human children to be precise. But almost 4 years ago, I was in Brindle Hollow. I was in Maris's home. I was in her bed. I stop walking. I'm standing by the fountain. Someone brushes past me with a loaded basket and mutters an apology I don't respond to. The square continues its business around me, indifferent. Maris didn't strike me when we met as someone who kept casual company. She was careful and self-contained, slow to trust. The way she'd opened her door to me had felt like an exception she was making, not a habit. And dark elves passing through this part of the borderlands were rare enough to be memorable. If there had been another, she would have mentioned it. Or he would have left other evidence I would have noticed. The child has my eyes. The child is mine. The thought arrives without the weight I expect. It doesn't land like a revelation. It lands like the last piece of a lock turning over. Quiet. Inevitable. And then immediately followed by a long, cold list of implications I need time I don't currently have to work through properly. I pull my attention back to the square and make myself use it. Fenwood's caravan is easy to spot once I know the wagon markings from my earlier survey. 3 wagons, slightly apart from the main caravan cluster, positioned near the eastern lane where the road back out of town begins. Practical positioning for someone who might need to move quickly. I find a spot at the corner of a grain merchant's stall, with a clean sightline, and watch. Torben Fenwood is exactly as described. Merchant finery, lean build, the kind of face that defaults to a pleasant expression as a professional tool. He moves between his workers with quick, precise gestures, directing the arrangement of crates and the placement of display goods. From this distance, I can't hear what he says, but I can read the responses. Workers moving faster than they need to. Shoulders pulling in when he passes. One young man fumbles a crate handle and Fenwood turns on him with a few sharp words that make the man's face go red. That's not how a legitimate merchant treats caravan hands who've survived a long road without incident. You reserve that edge for people who've made expensive mistakes, or for days when something is already wrong. Fenwood checks the eastern lane twice in the space of 5 minutes. Not the casual glance of someone watching for more customers, the precise, measuring look of someone monitoring a route. He has something here. Either it's already in those wagons, or it's moving through tonight, or he's expecting a problem and preparing for it. Any of those three keeps him on my list. A worker carries a medium crate from the rear wagon and sets it at Fenwood's direction behind a layered display of ordinary trade cloth. Hidden by it, but accessible. The worker doesn't question the placement. Fenwood watches until the cloth is adjusted, then moves away without looking at the crate again. There it is. I don't move from my position. I note the crate's size, the way it was carried. Held away from the body slightly, arms taut with controlled effort. Not heavy. Handled with deliberate care. That combination narrows the contents considerably. Fenwood smooths his coat, arranges his expression back into the pleasant default, and turns to greet a customer browsing his display. I watch him smile and make conversation, and gesture at his wares, and I think about a small child with silver eyes sitting on a bakery stool, offering me a detailed observation about my complexion. One of Fenwood's men breaks away from the caravan as the afternoon light starts thinning. He's not a worker. The way he moves is different. Unhurried, scanning the street ahead without appearing to. He's wearing a plain traveling coat that doesn't match the caravan's livery, and he's carrying nothing. People carrying nothing who separate from a merchant's operation without being sent on an errand are either done for the day or doing something they'd rather not explain. I give him a count of 20 and follow. He moves away from the market into the narrower streets behind the cooperage, where foot traffic drops off and the buildings sit closer together. This part of town is older. Some of the structures look long unused, their shutters warped and their doorsteps overgrown at the edges. The man doesn't look back. He's done this route before. He stops at a building 2 streets off the main lane. Low roof, no signage. The door secured with a padlock that he opens with a key from his coat pocket. He's inside for less than 4 minutes. When he comes out, he has a wool blanket folded over his arms, something bundled inside it. The shape is irregular. Not a single object, but several, packed close. He relocks the door and walks back the way he came without hurrying. I wait until he rounds the corner. The padlock takes me less time than it took him. Inside, the building is dim and smells of old timber and something else underneath it. A dry, faintly metallic tang that doesn't belong to any natural material. I've encountered it before, in confiscated shipments, and in the storage holds of black market dealers who specialized in moving enchanted goods. It clings to surfaces long after the objects themselves are gone. My eyes adjust to the low light. The floor shows it clearly once I know to look. Rectangular impressions in the dust where crates sat recently, scuff marks from repeated handling, and along the base of the far wall, a faint discoloration on the floorboards. The residue of artifact work. Something with a drain function most likely, based on the pattern. Objects designed to pull energy from their surroundings left that particular stain on wood and stone. The same drain function that would hollow out livestock found dead near the forest. I crouch and examine the floor without touching it. The impressions suggest 4 crates, mid-sized. At least some of them moved within the last day, given how little the disturbed dust has resettled. Fenwood's man just cleared another load. I have what I need for now. I straighten and leave the building as I found it, the lock resecured. The market is wrapping up when I make it back to the main square. Merchants folding cloth, caravan workers loading unsold stock, the fountain square emptying as the last customers head home for supper. Fenwood's wagons are still set up, but the activity around them has quieted. His sharp-eyed man is back among the workers, giving nothing away. I note the building's location in relation to Fenwood's wagons and the eastern road. Then I cross the square to the bakery. The front door is locked. Through the window, the display shelves are empty and the chairs are up. Maris is moving through the interior with a cleaning cloth, wiping down the counter in long strokes, her braid coming loose at the end of a long day. A single lamp burns on the back shelf. She hasn't lit the others. I knock. She looks up. Our eyes meet through the glass. I gesture toward the door latch. She holds my gaze for a full 3 seconds. Then she turns her back and keeps wiping down the counter. I knock again, 2 sharp raps, and wait. She doesn't look up this time. The cloth moves in the same steady circles. Her shoulders are set, and her jaw is forward, and every line of her says she is absolutely aware I'm standing at her door and has made a considered decision about it. I put my palm flat against the glass. She stops wiping. She stands with her back to me for a moment, cloth in hand. Then she turns slowly and crosses to the door, and I hear the bolt slide back. She pulls it open 2 inches and looks at me through the gap. "The bakery is closed," she says. "I'm not here for bread." "Then you're definitely in the wrong place." She starts to push the door shut. I put 2 fingers against the edge, holding it open. "Maris, we need to talk." "We don't." "The child." "We really don't need to talk about her." Her voice drops to almost nothing. "Do not stand at my door and say that where anyone can hear you." The street behind me is empty. She knows that. She's using it as a reason to delay, which means part of her knows the conversation is coming regardless. I wait. She pulls the door open and steps back, and I follow her inside.
Chapter 5. Maris. I don't give him time to get comfortable. "Almost 4 years," I say, before he's fully through the door. "Not a word, not a letter. You were gone before I even woke up, and now you walk into my bakery like you're just passing through on a regular afternoon." He opens his mouth. I'm not finished. I set my cleaning cloth on the counter, turning to face him fully. "Whatever you think you saw today isn't what you think, and nothing you think gives you the right to show up here after 3 years of complete silence, but whatever it is, you can let it go. I built something here. I have a life here. I have a routine that works, and I have a daughter who's happy, and I don't need anyone walking in and turning that sideways." He stands near the door with his arms at his sides, watching me with that infuriating stillness. "I kept waiting for some kind of message," I continue. "Some explanation. You had to know I'd wonder. You had to know that just disappearing like that." I press my hands flat on the counter. "Did it not occur to you to leave a note? Anything?" He waits. He's been waiting this whole time, patient as stone, letting me run until I stop. I stop. I throw my hands up. "Well?" He takes a breath. "I was recalled." Recalled. To the Dark Elf territories. There was a campaign, a border conflict that escalated overnight. The order came through while you were sleeping, and I had maybe half a day to make the rally point. He holds my gaze steadily. I didn't have time for a proper farewell. I'm not offering that as an excuse. I'm telling you what happened. I study his face. He doesn't look away, his bright eyes steady, no expression to give away his thoughts. "You couldn't send word afterward?" I ask. "In over 3 years?" "I could have." He doesn't dress it up. "I didn't know how. I didn't know if you'd want it. One night is not a standing invitation, Maris, and I had no way of knowing whether you wanted to hear from me or preferred to forget I existed. The honesty of that sits badly because it's not entirely wrong. I pull my cloth off the counter and fold it just to have something to do with my hands. "And the child?" His voice stays level. "I didn't know. If I had..." He stops, then starts again more carefully. "I would have come back." "How was I supposed to tell you?" "I know, but she's mine." It's not a question. I keep my eyes on him for a long moment, measuring how much I want to argue a point that neither of us actually disputes. His metallic eyes are steady and certain, and they are the same eyes currently asleep upstairs above my head. "Yes," I say. "She's yours." I hold up one finger before he can respond. "And before you say another word, understand that changes very little about the current situation. You have business in this town. Go conduct it. Whatever you came here for, it has nothing to do with us. It may not be that simple. I'm asking you to make it that simple." He looks toward the ceiling briefly, toward the floor above us, where Eileen's room sits. "She doesn't know." "She's 3, I say flatly. "She knows she has a mother who loves her and a bakery full of bread. That's the appropriate amount of information for a child. And when she's older?" "That is a question for a future I'll handle when I get there." I pick up the lamp from the back shelf and move toward the rear of the bakery, signalling the conversation toward its end. "You've said what you came to say. I've confirmed what you already knew. Now you can go." He stays where he is standing in the middle of my empty bakery, taking up more space than anyone his size should be able to take up, and watches me with an expression I can't fully read. "Maris." "Good night, Cadron." A long pause. The lamp flame bends slightly in the draught from the door cracks. "I'll be in town for a few days," he says. "Longer, depending on the investigation." "Wonderful." I set the lamp on the work table and pick up my cloth again. The inn on the North Lane has decent rooms, or so I'm told. I wouldn't know personally. His eyes linger for another moment. The quiet kitchen surrounds me for a moment, and then I return to cleaning as if he isn't there anymore. Upstairs, Elin makes a small sound in her sleep, the way she does when she's about to wake but decides against it. I listen until the sound settles back into silence. Then I grab the lamp and go back to cleaning. The door hasn't been closed 2 minutes when I hear the stairs. Small feet, unhurried, the rhythm of a child who has decided she's done sleeping and considers this a reasonable development, regardless of the hour. I turn from the work table as Elin appears in the kitchen doorway, her doll tucked under one arm and her corkscrew curls loose around her face. The scarf is gone. I left it on her nightstand when I put her to bed, and she's clearly made her own assessment of its necessity. Then she sees Kadrin and stops. He hasn't left. He's still standing near the bakery, and he turns at the sound of her footsteps with an expression that doesn't have time to go neutral before she's already looking at him. Elin studies him for a moment. "You're still here?" "I am," he says. She comes the rest of the way down the stairs and crosses the kitchen floor toward him with the unhesitating confidence a toddler has when they have not yet learned to be wary of strangers. She stops a few feet away and looks up at him, then points. "Your ears are pointy." "They are." She sets her doll on the floor, reaches up, and pulls her curls back from her ears, holding the hair away from her face so he can see. The tips of her ears catch the lamplight, small and distinctly pointed. She looks at him with the expression of someone presenting important evidence. "Mine too," she says. A soft smile touches his lips. He goes very still for a moment, and then he does something I did not expect. He kneels, one knee on my kitchen floor, bringing himself down to her level, and he turns his head to the side so she can see his ear clearly. The long black hair falls back from it. Aileen leans forward to inspect him. She reaches out and touches the tip of his ear with one careful finger. "They're the same," she announces. "Yes," he agrees. She drops her hand and looks at him with fresh interest, apparently satisfied. He stays where he is, at her eye level, and I watch his face while he looks at her. There is nothing practiced about his expression. It's unguarded, which is unusual for him if I recall. I put my hand on Eileen's shoulder and draw her back gently against my legs. "It's past your bedtime, sweetheart." I woke up. She doesn't resist being pulled back, but she keeps her eyes on Kadrin. "I know you did." I keep my hand on her shoulder. "You can go back up. I'll come check on you in a minute." She picks her doll up off the floor, considering this. Then she looks at Kadrin again. "Will you be here tomorrow?" He glances up at me. I don't give him anything to read. "I'll be in town for a while," he says carefully. She accepts this with a nod, as though he's confirmed something she already suspected, and turns and pads back toward the stairs. Her footsteps climb and cross the floor above us, and then the room settles. Kadrin stands slowly. His eyes find the empty staircase for a moment before he shifts his eyes to me. My face is a mystery, even to me. I know what I'm thinking, that Elin lit up in a way I rarely see, that she showed him her ears without hesitation, without shame, and that watching her do it without fear was something I didn't know I needed to see. I also know that none of that changes what happened. None of it accounts for his years of silence. "She's never seen anyone else like her," I say. My voice is steady. She doesn't understand why she looks different from me, or why I keep the scarf on her. She just knows that she does. He remains silent. "You want me to believe you would have come back?" I set my hands on my hips. "Maybe you would have. But you didn't come back, Kadrin. Years passed. You had time. You had the ability to find this town again. You'd been here before. And in all that time, you never wondered once what happened to the woman who fed you and gave you dry clothes and let you sleep in her bed." I cross my arms. "You never thought to check?" He licks his lips, his brow creasing. "I wondered. Of course I wondered." He throws an arm out to the side. My responsibilities kept me away, kept me occupied. I wait for more. He doesn't offer it, and somehow that's worse than an excuse would have been. "Go back to your inn," I say. "Let me put my daughter to bed." He picks up his cloak from the counter and moves toward the door. He stops with his hand on the latch. "She's not afraid of what she is," he says, without turning around. "That's because of you." He lets himself out before I can decide what to do with that. I stay alone in the quiet kitchen for a moment, then I take the lamp and go upstairs to check on Elin.
Chapter 6. Kadrin. The night air outside the bakery is cool and I can smell a river nearby. I walk without direction for a while, letting the town settle around me. Brindle Hollow goes quiet fast after dark. Shutters drawn, lamps dimming one by one, the market square empty except for a cat picking its way along the fountain edge. A town that minds itself, that trusts its walls. Ellen's face surfaces without invitation. The way she held her hair back from her ears to show me, utterly without self-consciousness. The careful touch of one small finger against the tip of my ear. I know what I am to this town already. An outsider. A dark elf in a community that has likely never seen more than one or two in passing. Whatever wariness they've shown me today will compound the moment any connection between myself and Maris becomes visible. And a connection between myself and her daughter, a child who is visibly half dark elf, would give the more suspicious residents exactly the kind of story they'd want. Maris has built something careful. A routine, a reputation, a life that functions precisely because she keeps her head down and manages what people see. I watched her do it today without even trying. The easy manner with customers. The practiced normalcy of a woman who has learned to take up the right amount of space. Whatever I feel about Elin, about the fact of her existence, about the 3 years I didn't know, none of that gives me the right to destabilize what Maris has worked to protect. I'm in no position to offer them anything better. I have a commission, a horse, and a travel kit. I go where the courts send me. That is not a life I can ask a woman and a small child to fold themselves into, and it's not one I can abandon on a week's notice because I've discovered I have a daughter. I turn these thoughts over until they stop producing new angles. Then I find the edge of town and make myself useful. Fenwood's caravan is dark and still at the outskirts. 3 wagons pulled off the road into the flat ground beside an old grain barn. The horses unhitched and moved to a temporary line nearby. No fire, no voices. 2 lanterns hanging from the lead wagon's frame, burning low, casting just enough light to see by. I take a position in the shadow of the barn and watch. For a long while, nothing moves. The horses shift and breathe. Somewhere beyond the tree line, something small moves through dry leaves. I've done enough night work to be comfortable in the waiting. The body learns to go still, to separate necessary attention from the noise that fills every dark hour. Then I see the crates. They're pushed back behind the rearmost wagon, half tucked into the gap between the wagon bed and the barn wall, covered loosely with a length of canvas that doesn't quite reach the ground. The placement isn't accidental. They're not stored there for convenience. They're stored there to avoid being stored with the rest. I move closer along the barn wall, staying low. The canvas is unlashed, held in place only by its own weight and the angle of the wagon. I crouch beside the nearest crate and go still, listening. The caravan camp stays quiet. The same dry metallic quality I found in the abandoned building reaches me before I touch anything. Faint but present, clinging to the wood of the crate itself. I draw the short knife from my belt and work the lid. The nails are loose. This crate has been opened recently, multiple times. The lid comes free without resistance. Inside, wrapped in dark cloth and packed in layers of dried moss, are 3 objects. A disc of dark stone marked with etchings I recognize from confiscated materials in previous commissions. 2 smaller pieces, rod-shaped, the same stone, the same etchings. Drain artifacts, designed to pull ambient life energy from a surrounding area over time. Slow, undetectable if you didn't know what to look for. Absolutely illegal under the court's contraband classification. I found what I came for. I'm reaching to resecure the lid when the footsteps come around the corner of the wagon. The man stops. He's carrying a water skin, walking casually, whistling under his breath, not expecting to find anything. For one flat second, we stare at each other across the dark. Then he opens his mouth, and I'm already moving. He shouts before I can close the distance. Sound cuts through the quiet, and I abandon any pretense of stealth, sprinting after him as he bolts around the far side of the wagon. He's fast. Panicked men often are, and he has a head start on the open ground between the caravan and the first buildings of the town proper. I follow him into the streets. Brindle Hollow at this hour is dark and empty, which works against him more than me. He's running blind, taking turns that feel like escape routes, but aren't. I track the sound of his boots on cobblestone and cut through a narrow gap between 2 buildings, gaining ground. He runs toward the eastern edge of town where the road thins and the buildings spread apart and the tree line begins. Not a smart choice, but fear doesn't consult a map. By the time he realizes he's running out of town and into forest, I'm close enough to hear him breathing. I take him down just inside the tree line. We go into the leaf litter hard, and I have him face down with his arm torqued behind him before he gets his next breath. He struggles for a few seconds, then stops when it becomes clear struggling costs him more than it costs me. Don't, I say. It's not worth it. He goes still. His breathing is ragged and loud in the quiet woods. I pull him up enough to get a look at his face. He's young, younger than I expected, somewhere in his mid-20s, with the kind of lean, rough-edged look that comes from years of moving between places and not staying long anywhere. I didn't see him near Fenwood's wagons today. Either he arrived after dark or he keeps himself off the caravan's visible operation intentionally. Who else is working this route? I ask. Don't know what you're talking about. His voice is steady enough, but his pulse is hammering at his throat. You were checking artifacts behind a wagon in the middle of the night. Try again. He says nothing. I adjust his arm. He lets out a grunt and his face contorts. Fenwood, he says. I know Fenwood. Who else? Fenwood runs it. I move things when I'm told to. Move things to where? Wherever the next drop point is. They don't tell me more than I need to know for the next leg. He's not lying. His eyes have the flat, careful look of someone who knows exactly how much ignorance is worth cultivating. I get a location, a description. I move the cargo. That's all. How many people are running cargo between drop points? A pause. More than you think. Give me a number. I don't have one. He shifts under my grip and I hold him steady. I told you. I only know my leg. But I've handed off to 3 different people in the last 2 months. They don't double up. So the network is deeper than 2 men. The original commission was built on bad intelligence or deliberately narrow parameters. Either the courts didn't know the full scope, or they knew and chose not to say. Neither possibility improves my situation. Who receives the artifacts once they leave Brindle Hollow? I don't know that either. You have a guess? It's not my job to think about those things, he says. And guessing gets people killed in this line of work. I'm considering my next question when a branch snaps somewhere behind me and to the left. Not an animal. The rhythm is wrong. Too deliberate. Too placed. I turn my head without releasing the man's arm. Another snap. Closer. Someone is in these woods. Someone who knows where we are. The man takes advantage of my shift. He drops his weight suddenly and twists in a direction I'm not fully set against, and the angle works for him. He wrenches free, scrambles to his feet, and runs deeper into the dark before I can re-establish my hold. I take 2 steps after him and stop. The second set of footsteps is moving away now too, parallel to his, converging. They were waiting. Someone was positioned out here. Were they watching or were they waiting? Either the caravan runs more security than I accounted for, or someone knew I was watching tonight. I stand on the outskirts of the forest and listen until both sets of footsteps fade. 3 different handoff contacts in 2 months. A lookout positioned in the woods during a routine cargo check. Fenwood at the center, but not the whole of it. The original bounty named 2 men and a shipment. What's sitting behind that wagon represents a network with moving parts I haven't counted yet, and at least 1 layer of organization I haven't identified. I turn and walk back toward the town lights. The commission just got considerably more complicated.
Chapter 7. Maris. Friday deliveries start before the morning rush. I pull the order list from the hook beside the door and work through it methodically. 2 loaves for old Purdick on the Mill Road, a dozen rolls for the Hatch family, the usual seeded loaf for Sister Calla at the Northern Chapel, 6 honeycakes for the Wren household whose youngest just had a birthday. I bag each order in brown paper and tie them with twine, stacking them in the flat-bottomed delivery basket by the door. Elin watches from her stool, with the alert attention of someone waiting for an opportunity. You can play on the stoop, I tell her before she asks. The scarf stays on. She slides off the stool immediately. The scarf is already on, tied snug, the green wool sitting bright against her dark curls. She pushes through the front door and settles on the top step with her cloth doll, apparently satisfied with this arrangement. I keep the window to my left while I work. Through the glass I can see the top of her head, the scarf, the doll she's currently introducing to a beetle on the step beside her. The morning is breezy but warm, the market square starting to fill with the usual Friday traffic. I tie off the last delivery bag and start loading the basket. Purdick first, then cut back through the square toward the chapel. I'm calculating the route when the wind shifts. It comes up fast and hard from the east, the kind of gust that sweeps through the valley in early season when the temperatures haven't settled. The shop door rattles on its latch. Papers lift from the counter. Elin yelps. I'm at the window in a heartbeat. She's on the stoop with both hands pushing her skirt down, struggling against the gust, her face screwed up in indignant protest. The doll has blown off the step entirely, and the scarf is already off her head. It lifts and tumbles, caught by the wind, skipping across the cobblestones in a bright rolling arc until it catches on the wheel of a cart parked at the square's edge. Elin's ears are uncovered, both of them, small and distinctly pointed, visible to anyone standing at street level. I grab the door handle. Mistress Porwick is standing on the stoop. She's one of my oldest customers. 60s, stout, makes the walk from the South Lane every Friday for her loaf of dark bread without fail. She's been coming to this bakery for years. She is standing 3 feet from Elin with her market basket on her arm and her mouth open, and she is not moving. Elin looks up at her. The wind settles. The street goes briefly, ordinarily quiet. Mistress Porwick presses her free hand flat to her chest. Her eyes are fixed on Elin's ears. She takes one step back, then another, her face shifting between an open mouth and thin, firm line of her lips. Her basket handle creaks in her grip. "Mistress Porwick!" I push through the door. She turns and walks away. Not running, but close. The fast, stiff-legged walk of someone who wants to be somewhere else immediately. She doesn't look back. She rounds the corner toward the south lane and disappears without a word. I stand on the stoop with my hands still on the door frame. Elin twists around to look at me. She forgot her bread. She did. My voice comes out flat. I step down, scoop Elin up, and carry her inside before I go back for the scarf. It takes me a moment to cross the square and unhook it from the cartwheel. The wool is damp from the cobblestones. Back inside, I tie it around Elin's head again. My hands are moving too fast and I make myself slow down. "There," I say. Elin studies my face. "Mama, you look funny." "I'm fine." I set her on her stool and go back to the delivery basket. The orders are lined up and waiting. Perdix bread, the hatch rolls, the honey cakes. I take the basket and set it down again. Through the window, Mistress Porwick's empty corner of the square looks back at me. She knows half the town by name and the other half by reputation, and she visits with everyone between here and the South Lane on her Friday walk. By the time she gets home, she'll have passed at least 4 households, and Mistress Porwick has never been one to keep an interesting thing to herself. I stand at the window and watch the square for a moment. Just ordinary Friday morning traffic. Merchants setting up, children running errands, a dog nosing along the fountain base. Then I grab the delivery basket and get to work, because there is nothing else to do. The delivery basket can wait. I set it down and go back outside, moving fast across the stoop. Elin looks up from the step where she's resettled herself, doll retrieved, already absorbed in whatever conversation she was having with the beetle before the wind interrupted. Inside, I take her hand and pull her up. "Now please." "But I just sat back down." "Inside, Ellie." She comes without further argument, reading something in my voice that she knows not to push against. I bring her through the door and bolt it behind us. The afternoon light through the front window falls across the empty square in long stripes. No one lingers outside. No one seems to be watching. I crouch to her level. "I need you to go upstairs to your room for a little while." Her brow pulls together. "Is it because the scarf came off?" "It is." There's no point softening it. She's 3, not oblivious. "Someone saw your ears, and I'm worried they'll get the wrong idea about who you are." She turns this over carefully. "What wrong idea?" "That you're something to be afraid of." The words come out steadier than I feel. "Which you're not. But some people get frightened by things that are different from what they know, and I'd rather keep you safe while I sort it out." Her eyes stay on me for a moment, serious and considering. Then she picks up her doll and starts toward the stairs without being told again. She stops on the second step. "Mama." "Yes?" My ears are just ears. "They are," I say. "I know." She goes upstairs. I listen to her footsteps cross the floor above me and stop in her room, and then I return to the delivery basket. I finish bagging the remaining orders in a quarter of the time it usually takes me. The knots are tighter than they need to be. I sling the basket over my arm and go out the back door, leaving Elin with the latch string within her reach and the instruction to not open the door for anyone but me. The deliveries go quickly. Perdix answers his door before I've finished knocking and takes his bread with a nod, and nothing more. The Hatch household is noisier, 3 children and a dog, and they barely register my visit beyond the transaction. Sister Calla at the chapel accepts her loaf with a gentle smile and a comment about the weather. I do not stop to chat at any of them, which earns me 1 or 2 surprised looks from people accustomed to at least a brief exchange. The Wren household is the furthest out, a 10-minute walk that takes me along the main road before cutting south. I drop their honey cakes at the gate and turn back toward the market square before anyone comes to the door. The evening has started its slow slide when I reach the main lane. Families are out walking in the cooler air, children running ahead of their parents, a few older residents moving in pairs along the fountain path. Normal enough. I keep my head down and my pace steady. Pulled her scarf right off, I'm told, and there they were, plain as anything. I don't slow down. I don't look toward the 2 women standing by the cloth merchant's shuttered stall. Porwick said she nearly lost her footing. The eyes too, she said. Silver, not natural at all. Maris Alderwin's girl. Who else? That child has never looked quite right. I thought it was just the colouring, but... Their voices drop as I pass. I don't turn around. I keep walking, my free hand loose at my side, my face forward, counting the steps to the bakery door. The square is still busy enough that hurrying would draw more attention than walking normally. I manage it. I reach the back lane, turn down it, and cover the last stretch to my own door at a pace that is just short of running. I knock 3 times, our pattern. The latch string moves and the door opens. Aileen stands in the kitchen with her doll tucked under her arm, looking up at me with an expression that says her patience is running thin. "You came back fast," she says. "I said I would." I step inside and pull the door shut and latch it. The smell of fresh bread lingers in the kitchen, still faint in the warm air. I put the empty basket on the table and crouch down to her level. She looks fine. She is fine. The scarf is back in place, and the kitchen is warm, and nothing has come through the door. "Are you hungry?" I ask. She shrugs and plays with her doll's string hair. "Yes." "Good." I stand and move toward the hearth. "Let's make something for supper."
Chapter 8. Kadrin. The rumor reaches me before noon. I'm questioning a grain merchant about unusual cargo traffic when the man 2 stalls over says it loudly enough that the whole row can hear. Something about the Alderwyn girl, something about pointed ears, and the livestock. And wasn't it strange how these things started happening right around the time the child started showing her true nature? I keep my eyes on the grain merchant and finish my question. He answers it. I thank him and move on. The next stall is a traveling rope maker with a cart of coiled inventory and the easy manner of someone who's spent years making conversation with strangers. He volunteers the rumor without prompting. "Heard the baker's girl is one of the Fey-touched," he says, winding a short length of cord between his hands. "Pointed ears on her. Porwick's wife saw them playing yesterday, and the animals they've been finding dead at the forest edge." He raises his eyebrows meaningfully. "Animals have been dying near forests since before recorded history," I say. He shrugs. "Maybe. But the timing is what it is." I move on. The third merchant I speak to brings up the child unprompted as well, and by the fourth I understand that the rumor has legs and is moving fast through the square. What started as one woman's alarmed account has become a working theory with a subject and a cause, and the momentum that small communities generate when fear finds a focus. The pointed ears belong to Elin. I don't need anyone to describe the child to me. I know what dark elf traits look like in a half-blooded child. I also know exactly what is sitting behind Fenwood's wagons in poorly covered crates. And I know what those artifacts do to living creatures within their active radius. The livestock deaths have a source, and it has nothing to do with this little girl. But the connection the town is drawing is almost too convenient. Fear about strange deaths near the forest, a child who visibly doesn't look human, and rumors circulating fast enough to suggest they're being encouraged rather than spreading organically. Frightened people looking at a visible local target don't look at unmarked wagons on outside of town. They don't ask questions about traveling merchants with too many locked crates and too little patience for their own workers. Fenwood's people were in the woods last night. Someone positioned out there knew I was watching. A network that organized doesn't leave its deflection strategy to chance. I work my way along the remaining market stalls methodically, keeping my questions neutral and my tone unremarkable. I'm looking for anything that contradicts the rumor's direction. Someone who noticed the caravan workers near the forest. Someone who saw the artifacts moved. Someone whose suspicion landed on Fenwood rather than on Maris's daughter. So far, nothing. What I get instead is the shape of the town's fear. 2 older men near the cartwright's shop are certain dark magic is involved, and say so with the settled confidence of people who haven't revised an opinion in 20 years. A younger woman buying cloth hedges carefully. She's known Maris for years, she says, and she can't quite believe it. But the ears. A caravan driver from one of the independent wagons leans on his wheel and says he's seen odder things, and he's staying out of it. That last one I mark as potentially useful. "You've traveled through the region regularly?" I ask him. 3, 4 times a year. Same route. Fenwood's caravan. You know it? His expression doesn't shift exactly, but his hand stopped moving on the wheel spoke. "Passes through the same roads I do sometimes." "Ever notice what he moves?" "I notice plenty." He straightens up. "I mind my business plenty too." He turns back to his wagon. I let him go. I reach the far end of the square and stop by the fountain. The market moves around me. Ordinary commerce, ordinary conversation, and underneath it, the low, persistent current of a story that is hardening into fact the more it gets told. By tomorrow, it will have details no one witnessed. By the end of the week, it will have a shape that's very hard to argue against. Fenwood is smart. I'll give him that. I bought myself one night of evidence before his man spotted me. Now the town has a much more interesting thing to look at than a merchant's locked crates, and I am the only person in Brindle Hollow who knows the 2 things are connected. Fenwood is at his usual position near the front of his display when I cross the square toward him. I tuck my bounty seal inside my traveling cloak before I get within 20 feet. Without it, I read as a dark elf traveler, which in this market earns me wary looks, but not immediate alarm. I approach his stall from the side, as a browser would, and pick up a small carved box from the nearest display table. The woodwork is decent, not exceptional. Interesting piece, I say. Fenwood turns from the customer he's finishing with and takes me in without visible surprise. He has the merchant's instinct for sorting people by what they might spend. Whatever category he puts me in, he moves toward me with an open, easy expression. Picked that one up near the Eastern Territories, he says. Craftsmanship is traditional to the region. Older style, not often seen anymore. I've seen older. I set it down and move to the next item, a flat disc of pale stone, decorative etchings around the edge. Nothing like the artifact stones, but the same general aesthetic. I pick it up and turn it over. Fenwood watches me handle it. You have a good eye. Most people walk past that one. I've traveled enough to recognize quality. I set it down. You're a long way from the Eastern Territories for a general goods trader. Trade follows trade. He spreads his hands in the universal gesture of a merchant explaining the obvious. You go where the caravans go, and the caravans go where the roads are open. His eyes move over me with practiced casualness. You're a fair distance from home yourself. Don't see many of your kind in towns like this. I'm passing through. I pick up another piece, a small figurine, and examine the base. The market caught my eye. A discerning traveler. He says it lightly, but he's watching my hands on the figurine. I do come across some rarer items from time to time. Not everything I carry makes it to the display table. Certain pieces require a buyer who knows what they're looking at. What kind of pieces? Depends on the season. He leans slightly on the table edge. Artifacts occasionally. Older work. The kind of thing that moves through private hands rather than open markets. Carefully, I'd imagine. I set the figurine down and meet his eyes. Given the current mood in town, something behind his expression recalibrates, fast and subtle. The current mood? There's talk of curses, dead livestock, dark magic. I glance across the square toward nothing in particular. That kind of climate tends to make people nervous about anything unusual changing hands. Terrible business, Fenwood says. He shakes his head with the practiced gravity of a man performing concern. This sort of thing, superstition spreading through a small town, it's very hard to stop once it starts. People see an unusual child and they look for an explanation that matches their fears. He picks up the carved box and straightens it unnecessarily. I understand the girl's own mother can't account for what she is. That alone sets people on edge. He delivers it smoothly. Not a flicker of investment in the words. It lands as casual observation, the kind of thing anyone in town might say, and that is exactly what makes it deliberate. I let a moment pass. Does it? I ask. Fear is bad for trade, he adds, setting the box down. I'd rather the town settled and got back to its business. He smiles pleasantly, as I'm sure you would too. I pick up one more piece, look at it without seeing it, and set it down. Fine selection, I say. I'll think on it. He nods warmly. I move away from the stall at an unhurried pace, and I don't look back. By late afternoon, the market is thinned to its last few transactions. I watch from the far end of the square as Fenwood oversees the covering of his displays, calm and efficient, speaking briefly to the man who helped move the crate last night. The man nods once and moves toward the wagons. Whatever Fenwood gains from the rumor, he's feeding it deliberately. The comment about Maris not being able to account for the child was too specific, too placed. He's not starting fires out of boredom. He's managing the town's attention, keeping it pointed in a direction that serves him. When the market closes, I collect my horse from the inn stable and walk her slowly around to the lane behind the bakery. There's a gap between two buildings across the way, with a clear sight line to the bakery's rear door and the front window. I find a position there, settle my back against the wall, and watch. The lamp inside goes on around supper time. A small shadow crosses the window. Elin, moving with the quick, purposeful energy of a child conducting important business. A moment later, Maris's silhouette passes the same pane, taller, moving more slowly. I don't move from my spot. Fenwood knows something spooked his caravan last night. He's clever enough to connect that to my presence in town. Whatever his next move is, the bakery sits between him and whatever calm he's trying to maintain, and that makes it a point worth watching. My horse drops her head and breathes quietly beside me. The lamp in the bakery window burns steady. I don't go anywhere.
Chapter 9. Maris. By mid-morning, I know something is wrong. The first sign is Dora the Weaver. She comes as far as the bakery window, looks in, and then turns and walks away without slowing down. She has bought bread here every morning for 2 years, without missing a day, unless she was ill or travelling. I watch her go and tell myself it means nothing. The second sign is the hatch boy, who comes for his family's weekly order and won't meet my eyes when I hand it over. He takes the parcel, puts his coins on the counter instead of passing them to my hand, and leaves without the usual comment about whether I have any of the cinnamon rolls his mother likes. By the lunch hour, I've had 4 customers instead of the usual 12. 2 of those 4 stood in the doorway long enough to reconsider, then came in anyway, bought quickly, and left. I keep the counter clean and the remaining loaves arranged and my face neutral, and I watch the square through the front window. People pass. Several slow as they approach, glance toward the bakery and find reasons to cross to the other side of the lane. A woman I've sold bread to for 3 years pulls her child close as she passes, as if the building itself is something to steer around. Ellen is upstairs, where I've kept her all morning. She hasn't complained. She's been quieter than usual, which is its own small worry. Brennell Clay comes in just before the noon hour, which is later than his usual stop. He fills the doorframe, broad and flower-dusted, his grey-streaked beard grown longer since winter. He sets his basket on the counter and looks at the selection without speaking, which isn't unusual. Brenner communicates mostly through silence and occasional grunts of approval. I wrap his standing order, 2 loaves of dark bread, a half-dozen sweet rolls that his wife likes, and set them in his basket before he's asked. Brenner. I busy my hands with the paper and twine. What are people saying? He looks up from the basket. You were here yesterday, I say. And the day before? You hear things I don't. He's quiet for a moment. His big hands settle on the counter edge. The livestock, he says finally. More found this morning. Farmer Geld, on the north pasture. 4 sheep. They've been finding them for a while. They have. He picks up one of the sweet rolls and examines it as if checking for flaws. But this morning someone started saying they know what's causing it. I wait. Dark magic. He sets the roll down. That's what they're saying. Something drawing life out of the animals. Ritual work, maybe, or a cursed object. Or... He stops. Or what? He meets my eyes. Brenner is not a man who softens things, which is one of the reasons I've always trusted him. He doesn't do it now. Or a cursed creature living close by. Something that draws that kind of energy naturally without meaning to. The bakery is very quiet. Outside, the square goes about its business. That's what they're saying, I repeat. Some of them. He picks up the basket. Not everyone. Plenty of sensible people in this town, Maris. But the ones who aren't sensible are talking loudly, and the sensible ones aren't talking much at all, which amounts to the same problem. Who started it? He considers the question. Hard to say. It's the kind of thing that seems to come from everywhere at once it gets going. He adjusts the basket on his arm. Porwick's wife was telling it yesterday evening. Don't know who she heard it from. I count out his change and set it on the counter. He takes it without counting it, which means he's more unsettled than he's letting on. Brennor. I hold his gaze. Do you believe it? He's quiet for long enough that I get my answer before he speaks. I believe there are things I don't understand, he says. And I believe you run an honest bakery and have done for years, and that counts for something. Brennor. I catch him before grabs his basket, already wearing the look of a man who knows what's coming. Does any of it involve Elin? Maris. Does it? The basket handle creaks in his grasp. His eyes cast to the floor, looks at the wall. His beard is getting more grey than brown, I notice, and his eyes carry the discomfort of someone who cares about a person and is about to tell them something they don't want to hear. Brennor. I grab his basket off the counter and from his grasp and hold it at my side. He exhales through his nose. There's talk, he says, that the child is the source, that her nature, what she is, draws dark energy, corrupts things nearby. He holds out his hand for the bags without looking at me. That's what some are saying. I put the bags in his hand. Thank you for telling me. He nods once, tight and uncomfortable, and goes out. I stay close to the counter and listen to the door settle. The square outside is early evening quiet, the market mostly packed down, a few people crossing toward home. Ordinary, peaceful, completely unaware of how much has changed in 3 days. Soft footsteps on the stairs bring me back. Aylin comes around the corner with her blanket trailing behind her and her cloth doll tucked under her chin. Her curls have come loose from where I braided them this morning, and her scarf is askew. She stops in the middle of the kitchen and looks at me with the attention she usually reserves for things that are broken or wrong. Is everything okay? She asks. I cross to her and crouch down, smoothing her curls gently over her ears, tucking the scarf back into place. She holds still and lets me do it. We'll be okay, I tell her. She studies my face for another moment, decides to accept this, and wanders toward her stool with the blanket dragging behind her. I watch her climb up and arrange the blanket around herself and the doll, and I let myself think the thing I've been pushing aside since Brennell walked out. We could leave. It wouldn't be simple. The bakery, the equipment, 3 years of regulars and routine, and a building I inherited from my grandmother. Starting over somewhere larger, somewhere with enough diversity that Elin's appearance wouldn't draw this kind of attention. It would cost everything I've built. But I would do it. I would do it today if I had to. What bothers me most isn't the leaving, it's the speed. 3 days from a neighbour's startled look to a full-town narrative about curses and dark magic. Rumours don't move that fast on their own. Fear can spread quickly, but this has direction. Someone is pointing it. Someone who benefits from the town looking at Elin instead of looking at something else. The front door opens. Cadrin steps inside and closes it behind him. He takes in the mostly empty room, the turned sign, my position at the counter with the cloth moving in circles over a surface I've already wiped twice. "Bakery's closed," I say. "I'm not here for bread." He stays near the door, which I'll give him credit for. "So I've heard before." I move down the counter to the next section and keep wiping. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The cloth moves in a tight circle. "I'm not comfortable around you. That's all." "That's not all." He says it without heat or challenge, just a statement of fact from a man who watches people for a living. "And you're entitled to your privacy." I set the cloth down and look at him. "But," he continues, "if something is happening in this town that concerns you or Elin, I can offer protection. For you both. And the bakery." Elin looks up from her stool at the sound of her name. She registers Cadrin and straightens slightly, suddenly more interested in the room. I look at Cadrin's face. He's heard it then. The rumours, the cursed child, all of it. He wouldn't be here otherwise, not at closing time, not with that careful steadiness in his expression. I take up the cloth again, put it down again. "The bakery," I say finally. "Not us. We're fine. The bakery, then." He waits. I look at the window, at the empty square outside, at the counter I've cleaned into submission. "Fine," I say, "but you stay outside." Something that might almost be agreement crosses his face. He nods once, turns, and lets himself out. I stand near the counter, looking at the closed door for a moment. Then I look at Elin, who is watching me with wide eyes. "Was that the grey man?" she asks. "Yes." She considers this. "Good," she says, and goes back to her doll.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prathika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Prathika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 10. Cadrin. I'm at the message center when the keeper unlocks the door, which earns me a look but no comment. The response from the authority is already waiting, faster than I expected, which means my preliminary report landed with enough weight to move things quickly up the chain. The authorization is full and clean. Investigate Fenwood and all associated merchants and caravan personnel. Detain as evidence allows. Use of bounty seal is sanctioned within the Brindle Hollow jurisdiction. One line at the bottom, added in a different hand. Cross-reference with the Aldwick incident. Artifacts match the Eastern Network incident. So the courts already knew the network was larger. They sent me after 2 men, and didn't tell me what they suspected was behind it, or that the shipment was more than a few banned artifacts. I fold the message, and put it inside my cloak and walk back out into the morning without deciding how I feel about that yet. Fenwood's caravan opens for business at mid-morning. I take a position across the square and watch the operation run. It is, on its surface, impressively ordinary. 2 men manage the display tables with the ease of people who've done it in 100 markets. Fenwood himself circulates, greeting customers, answering questions, lifting items for inspection with a patient manner. Coins change hands. Parcels get wrapped. A woman haggles over a decorative bowl for 10 minutes and walks away satisfied. A farmer's son buys a small tool with a look of great deliberation. Nothing moves that shouldn't. No crates come out. No hand signals between workers that I can read as anything beyond ordinary procedure. I watch until midday and learn nothing except that Fenwood's daytime operation is clean enough to pass any casual inspection. Whatever he's moving, it doesn't move in daylight through the front of his business. I eat at the alehouse and go back to watching. The afternoon delivers more of the same. By the time the market winds down and the displays get covered, I've spent 8 hours confirming that Torben Fenwood is, as far as anyone watching can tell, a legitimate traveling merchant with a well-run caravan and a decent range of goods. The night is more instructive. I give the caravan camp an hour after the last lamp goes out before I move closer. The wagons are settled in the same position near the grain barn, horses on the line, everything quiet. I take the long way around through the back lane and find a position near the tree line with sight lines to both the camp and the path into the forest. The first man leaves the camp at around the second hour past midnight. He goes on foot, carrying nothing visible, moving into the trees at the forest's eastern edge. I let him get a count of 50, then follow. He's not alone out there. 2 others are already waiting at a point maybe a quarter mile in. A small clearing where a dry creek bed makes the ground firm enough to work quietly. Between them, they're shifting cargo in cloth-wrapped bundles, passing them hand to hand and stacking them against a fallen trunk. Small amounts, 3 or 4 bundles each trip. The kind of volume that wouldn't register as a significant operation to anyone watching casually. That's the design. Split the movement into pieces small enough to look like nothing and spread them across multiple nights. No single trip is worth noticing. No single person carries enough to be worth stopping. But totaled across a week of nightly runs, the volume adds up to something substantial. I count 3 separate handoffs over the next 2 hours. Different men each time, cycling through in pairs and singles, keeping their faces apart so no one observer could connect them all. Whoever organized this understood surveillance well enough to build around it. I stay in the tree line and watch without moving in. I have authorization to detain, but not enough bodies to hold multiple people at once, and moving on one while the others scatter means losing the thread. What I need is the full picture. How many people, how many drop points, and where the cargo goes once it leaves this forest. The last man leaves the clearing before the 3rd hour and walks back toward the camp. The clearing goes quiet. The bundles are gone. I stay until the forest settles fully, and then I work my way back to the town's edge, staying off the main path. The bounty on the original commission named 2 men. I've now tracked at least 6 distinct individuals moving cargo through this forest, with Fenwood at the center, and an Eastern network connection the courts knew about and didn't share. A couple of men, and a bad shipment. I think about that description on the walk back and decide it was never accurate. It was a starting point, a door they expected me to open wider once I got through it. I go back to the inn before dawn and write a second report by lamplight, detailing every movement I've tracked and every face I can describe. I send it with the morning's first messenger, and then I cross the square to take up my post outside the bakery. The lamp inside is already burning. Through the window I can see Maris at the work table, moving through the early preparation, her motions methodical, the same routine she's performed hundreds of times. I settle into position and watch the square come slowly to life around me. The 3rd night in the forest confirms the pattern. Same rotation of men, same small bundles, same careful spacing between movements to keep the total activity invisible to anyone not watching the full picture across multiple nights. I count 8 distinct individuals over 3 nights, none of them appearing more than once in the same pairing, organized enough to suggest someone with real experience designed the system. On the 4th morning, I take a longer route back toward town along the northern pasture edge, where the forest opens into grazing land. I smell it before I see it. The coppery, oily scent of recently dead animals carries through the tall grass. No flies yet, which means it's fresh, but no warmth left either. A sheep and a cow, lying at the field's edge near the first tree line. No wounds, no signs of struggle. The grass around them is undisturbed. Both animals are fully intact, lying on their sides as if they simply stopped mid-graze and went down. I crouch beside the sheep and pass my hand slowly above the wool without touching it. The residue is faint but present. The same thick metallic essence I found in the abandoned building, the same signature that clung to the crates behind Fenwood's wagon. A drain artifact left active in this area, long enough to pull the life from whatever lived nearby. The artifacts in the forest clearing move through in small amounts over multiple nights, generating a slow cumulative effect on the surrounding environment. The livestock deaths aren't a side effect. They're a consequence of storage. Whoever is holding the artifacts between handoffs is keeping them active, either deliberately or through carelessness, and the animals grazing nearest the tree line are taking the hit. I stand, watching the 2 animals, and then at the forest, and then at the town beyond the pasture. A cursed child is a perfect explanation for a town that is ignorant to what drain artifacts are and has no reason to look for them. Elin's appearance gives the story a face. Pointed ears, pale skin, silver eyes that don't look human. Fear needs something visible to attach to, and she is visible. She lives near the affected area. She looks different. The narrative writes itself, and all Fenwood's people have to do is repeat it in the right ears, and let the town's own anxiety carry it forward. Meanwhile, the actual source moves through the forest, a few bundles at a time, watched by no one because everyone is watching a toddler girl. I make my way back to the main road and cross toward the market square. The bakery comes into view as the morning opens properly, the lamp already burning inside, the front door unlocked for the first day's customers. A small line has formed. Fewer people than there should be, but some. Better than none. I take my usual position across the lane, far enough back to avoid drawing attention to the bakery by association, close enough to see the door and the road clearly. Elin appears in the window briefly, her curls and headscarf unmistakable at the lower pane. She has her nose against the glass, watching the square, eyes wide, breath fogging the window. After a moment, Maris's hand appears on the frame and steers her gently away. Whether Maris accepts my presence or not is a separate matter from whether it's necessary. It has been necessary since the moment I connected the artifacts to the livestock deaths and the livestock deaths to the narrative circling her daughter. Elin is now part of the investigation, not as a subject, but as a target someone is deliberately using to protect a smuggling operation. That makes her safety directly relevant to my commission. I'll let Maris interpret that however she needs to. The practical result is the same. I stay visible where it helps, and invisible where that helps more, and I watch the approaches to the bakery the way I watch any position worth holding. A man crosses the square at an angle that takes him slightly closer to the bakery than the direct route to where he's headed. I watch him without moving. He slows by a fraction near the bakery door, enough to look in the window, then continues on. Ordinary curiosity, possibly. I mark his face anyway. 3 customers go in over the next half hour. 2 come out with packages. 1 lingers. The morning moves forward. The square fills. The bakery lamp burns warm and steady, and the green scarf bobs past the lower window pane a second time, and I keep my feet rooted to the floor and keep watching.
Chapter 11. Maris. The morning is slow enough that I hear the door open over the sound of the oven draft. Cadrin steps inside unhurried, arms at his sides, a softness to his mouth. He nods once in my direction, which I don't return, and then his gaze drops to Elin on her stool. She has her cloth doll propped against the counter edge and is explaining something to it in a low, serious voice. She doesn't look up until he crouches a few feet away and says, "What's her name?" Aileen looks at him, then at the doll. "Pip." "Does Pip work in the bakery too?" "She's the manager," Elin says, with great gravity. I slide the morning's second tray of pastries into the oven and latch the door. When I straighten, Cadrin is still crouched at Elin's level, forearms resting on his knees, listening while she outlines Pip's managerial responsibilities with complete focus and clarity. She's about ready to take over my job. He asks a follow-up question. Elin answers it with authority. I come around the counter and stop a few feet back, watching. Ellen scrambles off her stool. "I'll show you her house." She's up the back stairs before I can say anything, her footsteps clattering across the floor above us with the urgency of someone on an important errand. Cadrin straightens and glances at me. "She has more dolls?" he asks. "Several." I fold my arms. "She'll be back with all of them." He nods, and there's something at the corner of his mouth that is almost a smile. I look away from it. Elin comes back down at speed, both arms loaded. A second doll, smaller, and a carved wooden horse that Brenna made for her last winter. She deposits them on the counter in front of Cadrin and begins introductions. I watch her face while she talks. She's using her most authoritative voice, the one reserved for things she genuinely cares about, and Cadrin is treating each introduction with the seriousness it apparently deserves. The horse gets a longer look. He asks how fast it runs. Elin tells him very fast and demonstrates briefly across the counter. Something pulls tight behind my sternum. Not anger. Worse than anger. I tap Cadrin on the shoulder. He turns his head. I arch an eyebrow and nod toward the space behind the counter. He follows, that near smile still sitting on his lips. I turn to face him and keep my voice low. "What do you think you're doing?" "Talking to Elin. I gave you permission to watch the bakery, not to come inside and..." I gesture toward the counter where Elin is now rearranging her toys with focused purpose. "This. It's quiet out there." He glances at the front window. Nothing moving. I thought, that's not the point. I step slightly to the side, putting my back to the counter so Elin can't read my face. She doesn't need this. He's quiet before responding. She seems to want it. She's 3. She wants everything she sees, I say evenly. That's not a good enough reason. You're going to leave, Kadrin. When your investigation is done, you'll ride out the same way you did before, and she won't understand why. She'll just know you're gone. That's not what I intend. Intentions don't raise children. I narrow my eyes. What happens when the courts call you back? When there's another commission, another border conflict? You'll go, because that's what you do. And Elin will spend the next year asking me where the grey man is. He shifts his eyes to the side. I'm willing to talk about how that changes. It doesn't. You're a hunter. You go where they send you. I'm saying I want to discuss. I'm not interested in discussing it. I glance over my shoulder at Elin, who is introducing the wooden horse to Pip. Not right now. Not while she's sitting 10 feet away getting used to having you around. He opens his mouth. There's nothing you can say, I say. He stares unflinching, his eyes never leaving me, then past me at Elin, the corners of his eyes softening. He reaches back and adjusts his cloak over his shoulder, a slow, deliberate movement. Mama. Elin holds up the wooden horse. Can Pip ride him? Sure, I say. Why not? She beams and sets about arranging this with great care, and I go back to watching the oven door and telling myself the tight feeling in my chest is just the heat from the hearth. The pastries need rotating in another few minutes, and I don't move to do it. Elin has gone back to her toys, unconcerned, the wooden horse apparently mid-journey across the counter. I make my voice low, and my eyes on Kadrin. You can't keep coming in here, I say. Not like this. He tilts his head slightly. I came in to... I know why you came in. I glance past him toward the front window. 3 people have slowed on the walk outside. One woman I recognise from the council meeting last year stops entirely, her market basket on her arm, looking through the glass with the focused attention of someone filing information away. Look at the street. He turns his head, looks, turns back. They already have opinions about Elin, I say. Every time you're seen in here, those opinions get larger and louder. Some of them know what you are. Some of them know you're a bounty hunter. I cross my arms. Do you understand what they'll think? That I'm here on business. That you're here for us. I hold his gaze. That Elin is the reason a bounty hunter is stationed outside my bakery. That she's done something, or I've done something, or we're connected to whatever darkness they've already decided is living in this town. I drop my voice further. You collect your bounty and you leave. I'm the one who stays here. I'm the one who has to buy grain from Brennor and sell bread to Pella and walk past the council hall every single morning, long after you're gone. He scoffs and tosses his head back. They're watching us right now, I say. Through that window. I know. Then act like it matters. I step forward and press 2 fingers to his chest. Stop giving them things to look at. He looks down at my hand. I pull it back. He takes a slow breath through his nose and releases it. When he speaks, his voice is even. I'm not leaving. You will, when the courts call. I'm not leaving, he says again. Not until this is resolved. Not until you and Elin are clear of it. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't adjust his posture. He just says it, flat and certain. That's not negotiable. I study his face. You said something like that once before. I was recalled. Yes. I nod at him. And the next recall? The one after that? He doesn't answer immediately, which is answer enough. You're good at certainty, I say, right up until the orders change. Maris. I'm not saying it to be cruel. I glance at Elin, who has the horse and Pip engaged in what appears to be a formal negotiation. I'm saying it because she's in there, and she already asks about you when you're not standing right outside. 1 week, Kadrin. That's all it took. I look back at him. What happens in a month? What happens when she understands what leaving means? His eyes remain steady on me. Outside, the woman with the market basket has moved on, replaced by 2 men pausing near the fountain with their heads together. I understand what you're protecting, he says. Do you? Yes. His eyes cut briefly to Elin and back. And I'm telling you, I intend to be worth protecting her from, if you'll let me. The oven needs tending. I can smell the pastries hitting the edge of done, and I don't move. Stop coming inside, I say finally. Watch from the street, the way we agreed, and stay away from the window when there are people out there with nothing better to do than stare. He gives a soft grunt, then nods once. He pulls his cloak straight across his shoulder, turns, and walks to the door. Kadrin. He stops with his hand on the latch. If you're not here when it matters, don't bother coming back at all. He doesn't turn around. After a beat, he pulls the door open and steps out, and I hear it close behind him. I go to the oven.
Chapter 12. Cadron. The man I follow tonight moves differently than the others. Less careful. He takes the same forest path as the rest, but he doesn't check behind him, doesn't vary his pace at the turns. Either he's confident or careless, and after 10 minutes of trailing him through the dark, I decide it's careless. He doesn't stop at the usual clearing. He keeps going, deeper into the forest, where the tree cover thickens and the ground slopes slightly downward toward a natural depression. I slow my pace and increase my distance. The undergrowth is denser here, which works in my favor, more cover, and his footsteps are louder against the leaf litter. He stops at a rock formation half hidden by overgrowth, where two large stones lean together and create a shallow recess in the hillside. Without the man leading me here, I could have searched this forest for a week and missed it. He pulls aside a section of brush that's been cut and repositioned as a screen. Behind it, crates. Stacked 4 high in 2 columns, blankets draped over them that do little beyond obscuring their outline. The magic coming off them is immediate and distinct, that dusty metallic signature I've been tracking since the abandoned building. But concentrated. Layered. This isn't residue. This is the source. The man checks 2 of the crates, lifts a blanket, peers inside, replaces it. Routine check. He seems satisfied. He repositions the brush screen and walks back the way he came without hurrying. I give him 3 minutes, then move in. The blankets are coarse wool, heavy enough to muffle sound, useless against anything else. I lift the nearest one and open the first crate. Packed in the same dried moss as the others. 3 disc-shaped artifacts and 2 rods, all dark stone, all etched. Drain configuration. I know the pattern well enough by now. The second crate is different. The objects inside are smaller, irregular in shape, wrapped individually in oiled cloth. I unwrap the edge of one. A fragment of carved bone, marked with sigils I recognize from prohibited lists circulated to bounty hunters and court officials. Not just drain work, compulsion inscriptions. Artifacts designed to influence behavior in living creatures, rarely used for anything legitimate. The third crate I check holds what looks like binding stones. Containment artifacts, the kind used to trap or hold living things against their will. Also banned. Also here, stacked neatly in a forest hollow outside a town where a little girl is being blamed for what they do. I recount the crates. 11 total, both columns. Even at a conservative estimate of 3 artifacts per crate, this represents a substantial haul, more than the original commission suggested, more than the court's brief prepared me for. The Eastern network the authorization mentioned begins to make sense. This isn't a local smuggling ring moving a few pieces for profit. This is a distribution point. I replace everything as I found it. Blankets, lids, position. The brush screen goes back over the entrance. I work quickly and quietly, tracking each piece back to where it was. When I step back, the site looks untouched. I turn toward the path. The man is standing 8 feet away. He's not the one I followed here. He's broader, older, with the patient stance of someone who's been waiting, rather than someone who stumbled into a situation. His arms are at his sides. He's not reaching for anything yet. "You move quiet," he says, "for someone your size." I loosen my hands, keeping them visible. I wasn't hiding. No. His eyes move over me, calm and assessing. "You were counting." He moves first. I close the distance before he finishes deciding, driving forward with enough force to take us both off the path and into the undergrowth. He's solid, absorbs the impact without going down, twists away from my grip, and puts 3 feet of space between us before I can reset. He knows how to move. Not a caravan worker. I come at him again, lower this time, and get a hand on his coat. He drops his weight and pulls away from the grab, and the fabric tears. His elbow catches me across the cheekbone. Not a clean hit, but enough to push my head back. I keep my feet. We circle for a moment in the dark, both reading each other. He goes for my knife hand. I let him commit to it, redirect his momentum past me, and get my arm across his throat from behind. He drives backward into a tree trunk to break the hold. The impact rattles through my shoulders. I lose the grip. He runs, not toward the path. Into the trees, angling downhill where the slope drops away and the darkness is complete. I follow for 20 paces before the ground becomes treacherous. Loose rock under leaf cover, the kind that rolls without warning. He doesn't slow down. He knows exactly where his feet are going. I stop. His footsteps fade downhill and then stop entirely, swallowed by the forest. No crash, no stumble. He's done this run before, in daylight, enough times to have it memorized. I stand in the dark and listen to the silence he leaves behind. The walk back to town is long enough to be useful. He'll report what he saw. The stash will move. Tonight if Fenwood decides the risk is too high, tomorrow at the latest. 11 crates of prohibited artifacts, the clearest evidence I've found so far, and I've lost the location advantage in the space of one failed hold. I file the self-recrimination away. It doesn't improve anything to carry it. What I have is the problem. I've tracked movement through the forest across multiple nights. I've seen men cycling cargo through the clearing and watched them converge on a hidden stash. I found artifact residue in an abandoned building and confirmed live artifacts behind Fenwood's wagon. I've inventoried crates holding drain stones, compulsion fragments, and binding artifacts. All prohibited, all connected to the same magical signature. What I don't have is Fenwood's name on any of it. The men I've tracked are caravan adjacent, not caravan registered. Fenwood could place them in the general orbit of a large traveling convoy without any difficulty. People attach themselves to moving caravans for protection and convenience all the time. It proves nothing. The crates behind his wagon were accessible to anyone camped in that area. The building with the residue had no identifying marks connecting it to his operation. The conversation at his stall was suggestive, not incriminating. A merchant who mentions dealing in rare artifacts and expresses sympathy for a town's fear of a cursed child isn't by itself evidence of anything. I have the shape of Fenwood's operation. I have the scope of it, the method, the depth. What I don't have is a single piece of evidence that puts his hand directly on any of it. He's been careful. Longer than I initially gave him credit for. The tree line thins and the pasture opens ahead, the town lights visible in the valley below. I cross the wet grass and keep working through it. What connects Fenwood is testimony, and the people who could give it have strong reasons not to. The young man I caught behind the wagon said the name under duress and then ran. The man who met me in the forest tonight gave me nothing before the fight started. Neither is in custody. The artifacts themselves, if I could bring them in with a chain linking their movement to Fenwood's people, would be the cleanest route. But the stash will be gone before morning, and I have no backup to hold the site. I reach the town's edge and take the long way around toward the inn, avoiding the bakery lane without deciding to. Fenwood knows someone is watching. His security tonight was positioned in advance, not responding to noise, which means he's running counter-surveillance on his own stash. I need something that can't be adjusted around. Something that puts Fenwood at the center, rather than the edge of what I can prove. I don't have it yet, but the network is large enough that someone in it will eventually make a mistake I can use. The question is whether I can afford to wait for it.
Chapter 13. Maris. The summons is folded under the bakery door when I open at dawn. Heavy paper, the council's wax seal pressed into the fold. I stand on the stoop in the cold morning air and read it twice. The Brindle Hollow Village Council requests the presence of Maris Alderwin regarding concerns related to her household. Third day of the week, morning hour, council hall. Aylin is still asleep upstairs. I stand there for a moment, the paper in my hands, and think about how long it would take me to pack the essentials. 2 bags, maybe 3. Eileen's doll, the strong box under the floorboard, the good flour tools. My horse is stabled 2 streets over. We could be on the valley road before the market opened and no one would have grounds to stop us. Not yet. I fold the summons and put it in my apron pocket and go inside to start the bread. The decision is made before the first loaves come out of the oven. Running is not an answer, it's a direction, and directions can be followed. If I leave now, I confirm everything the town has already decided about us, and I spend the rest of my life looking for another Brindle Hollow, somewhere new and manageable, until Eileen's ears or her eyes or her skin gives us away again. I know how that story ends. I leave Eilin with Brenna's wife, who takes her without questions, and with the kind of firm, practical warmth that asks nothing in return. Eilin goes willingly, distracted immediately by the older woman's collection of carved spoons. The council hall sits at the far end of the market square, stone-fronted, older than most of the surrounding buildings. I've walked past it my entire life. I've never had cause to go inside. The door is open. I hear the noise before I see the crowd, the low, collective murmur of a room that's been filling for a while, people already settled, already talking. I stop in the doorway and take it in. Every bench is occupied. People stand along the walls. Faces I know, faces I sell bread to every morning, turn toward the head of the room where 5 council members sit behind a long table. Hestara Dunwick sits at the centre. She's watching the door. She watches me come in. I walk the length of the hall. The murmur builds, it shifts, adjusts around my presence as I move between the benches toward the single wooden chair set in front of the council table. I don't look at faces. I stare at the chair, and I sit down in it, and I set my hands flat on my knees. At the back of the hall, half in shadow near the far wall, Cadrin stands with his arms folded. He's not with the townspeople. He's apart from them, watching. Our eyes meet for a fraction of a second, and I look back at Hestara. Mistress Alderwin. Hestara folds her hands on the table. Thank you for attending. The council has called this meeting to discuss concerns that have been raised regarding your household, and specifically regarding your daughter. She practices witchcraft. The voice comes from the left bench, a man I recognise as Geld, the farmer from the north pasture. That's what needs to be said plainly. A second voice from somewhere behind me. The child isn't natural. Everyone can see it. My sheep. Another voice, a woman this time, closer. 4 of them, Hestara. 4 since that child started showing what she is. Hestara raises her hand for quiet. She doesn't get it. Dark magic is what it is. Geld speaks again, louder. Pointed ears and steely eyes and the animals dying at the forest edge. Draw your own conclusions. She was seen without the scarf. A voice I can't place. There's no hiding it anymore. Someone ought to ask where the child's father is. A whispered comment from the right side, audible enough to carry. What manner of creature? That is enough. Hestara's voice cuts across the hall. Partial quiet. This is a council hearing, not a market argument. I tighten my hands on my knees. The room presses in from all sides. The heat of too many bodies, the smell of wool and tallow, and the sourness of collective anxiety. My pulse is loud in my ears. I fix my eyes on the middle point of the council table and breathe through my nose. Hestara looks at me with heavy eyes and a discreet frown. Mistress Alderwyn, these are serious concerns raised by your neighbours. The council must ask. Serious concerns? The word comes out steadier than I feel. Based on what a child looks like? Based on what has been happening to this town, Geld says. I turn my head and glare at him. He doesn't look away. Neither do I. My daughter is 3 years old, I say. The hall doesn't quiet. If anything, the murmur behind me thickens. Someone near the door says something I can't catch, and the person beside them responds, and the sound of it rolls forward like the hall itself is pushing at my back. I face front. Hestara watches me. The 4 council members flanking her have the assorted expressions of people waiting to see which way the current runs. My breathing is shallow, and I work to even it without letting it show. The chair is hard under me. My hands are still flat on my knees, and I keep them there, and I wait for whatever comes next. Hestara raises her hand again, and this time the hall quiets enough to matter. Mistress Alderwyn? Her voice carries the patience of someone accustomed to managing rooms. You may speak. I stand up. The chair scrapes back and I turn to face the benches rather than the council table. The room looks different from standing. More faces, more familiar ones than I expected, arranged in the configurations of people who have already decided something and are waiting for confirmation. What has my daughter done? I let the question sit for a moment. Not what does she look like? What has she done? Geld starts to speak. I keep going. 3 years she's lived in this town. 3 years I've sold bread to every household represented in this room. My grandmother sold bread to your parents before that. I look across the benches slowly. What has Elin done to any of you? It's not about what she's done. The woman who speaks is Pella, the same Pella who buys honey muffins on weekday mornings. It's about what she is. And what is she? Something unnatural, Geld says. Something that shouldn't be here. She's a child. I turn toward him and point. She's just a baby and she spends most of her time arguing with me about wearing a scarf. A murmur runs through the benches. Not agreement, not disagreement. The sound of a crowd deciding which direction to lean. Leave town, someone says from the middle rows. A man I don't recognise well, a newer resident. If the animals stop dying after you're gone, that's your answer. And if they don't stop? I arch an eyebrow at him. Will you come find me and apologise? Leave town, he says again, louder. 2 or 3 voices join it. I let them run for a moment, then raise my own. I will not uproot my business and my child based on pointed ears and bad luck with livestock. I enunciate each word clearly. This bakery is my grandmother's bakery. Elin has never known another home. I will not remove her from it because some of you are frightened of what she looks like. She bakes it in. A woman near the back, older, her voice carrying absolute certainty. The bread. Whatever she is, she bakes it into the bread and we all eat it. I stare at her for a moment. I bake flour and water and salt. We don't know that. You've been eating it for years without any unusual effects, unless you count Widow Fenn's mood, which was never going to improve regardless. A few people laugh. More don't. I look toward the door. Cadrin stands where he was, arms folded, watching. I hold his gaze and let the question show in my face. He gives me the smallest shrug, barely a movement. An outsider. Nobody in this room will hear it from him. He's probably right. I turn back to the benches. If unusual appearances are grounds for accusations of witchcraft, I say, then we have considerably more work to do in Brindle Hollow. Old Bobbit has been missing the same toe for 30 years. Madame Calis has had that face tick since I was a girl. I look around the room. Shall we summon them next? The hall erupts. Half the room takes it badly. Voices overlap and rise, and Hestara is on her feet calling for order before the noise crests. Geld is saying something I can't hear over the general noise. The woman who accused me of baking spells has turned to the person beside her with an expression that suggests she's already composing the next version of the story. Cadrin has straightened away from the wall. He's not moving, but he's stopped being still. Hestara gets the hall quiet again, through sheer volume and the banging of her palm on the table. The council will delay judgment, she says, when she can be heard, until such time as evidence can be properly examined. She points at me. Mistress Alderwin, you are asked to remain available for further questioning should the council require it. I'm not going anywhere, I say. She nods. See that you don't. I turn and walk back through the hall. People shift to let me through, and not one of them looks at me directly, which is somehow worse than if they had. I reach the door and step out into the morning air, and keep walking until I'm around the corner and out of the line of sight from the hall windows. I stop and put one hand flat against the stone wall of the copperage and breathe. Delayed. Not dismissed. Hestara said evidence, which means the question is still open, the town's fear is still unsatisfied, and I've bought time rather than resolution. If another animal turns up dead, if Elin's scarf comes loose again at the wrong moment, if someone decides the council's patience has run out before the council decides it themselves, I push off the wall and straighten my apron and start toward Brenner's house to collect my daughter.
Chapter 14. Cadrin. I see him on the outskirts of the market, moving between the cloth stalls with an unhurried gait. He's changed his coat. Different color, different cut, but the build is the same, and the way he moves his hands when he checks a stall display is the same. People develop habits they don't know about. This one touches things without picking them up, brushes his fingers across surfaces, scans rather than looks. Not browsing, watching. I give him 2 stalls, and then I move. He clears the market's edge and turns into the lane behind the cooperage, heading toward the older part of town. I close the distance quickly and take him from behind before he reaches the first corner, one arm across his chest, the other at his collar, walking him forward into the gap between 2 buildings before he can get a sound out. He tries to drop and twist the way he did in the forest. I'm already accounting for it. Not this time, I say. He goes still. I move him through the back lanes, keeping him close, one hand gripping his collar while he walks. He doesn't fight it. Smart enough to know that fighting in a narrow lane in daylight has worse odds than waiting for a better moment. I watch for that moment and don't give it to him. The abandoned building I found before is undisturbed. I get him inside, put him against the far wall with his hands behind him, and crouch in front of him where he can see my face clearly. "What's your name?" I demand. He sniffs and shakes his head. "Cole." "Cole what?" A pause. "Dareth." I let that settle. "The artifacts in the stash, Cole. Tell me about them." "Rare goods." His voice is steady, considering the circumstances. "Legally sourced. Private collection sales. Drainstones. Compulsion fragments. Binding artifacts." I watch his face. "Tell me which private collection those came from." "I don't handle the sourcing. But you handle the moving." "I transport goods." His eyes don't shift. "That's not illegal." "The goods are." I lean forward slightly. "Which means you are. The only question is how much you want to help yourself before this ends." He says nothing. I reach out and press 2 fingers against his collarbone with measured pressure. He exhales sharply and turns his head to the side. "The operation," I say. "How many people above you?" I don't know the structure. More pressure. His jaw tightens and a sound escapes through his nose. "One name," I say. "Above you." "I take direction," he says, strained. "I don't ask from who." I release the pressure. He breathes. I wait. "Fenwood," I say. "He runs it." Cole doesn't answer. "You don't have to confirm it. Just don't correct me." His eyes move to the floor. The rumors of he cursed child. The dead livestock being blamed on a baker's daughter. I watch him. That's Fenwood's work. Cole's eyes come back to my face. He shifts his weight. Not quite discomfort, but close. "That one I'll confirm," he says, and his voice carries something flat and tired. "The rumors aren't mine. I move cargo. What he does with the town's attention isn't my business. But you know he's doing it. I know it's convenient. He looks away again. That's all I'll say. It's enough. Not a direct link to the artifacts, not a confession on the operation structure, but Fenwood's name attached to deliberate rumors spreading about Maris and Elin. One thread, at least, that I can pull. I stand and pull a length of cord from my belt kit. Cole watches me uncoil it without expression. "You're going to tie me up," he says, "and gag you." I move behind him. Try not to make it worse. He doesn't fight it, which tells me he's done the calculation and decided cooperation cost him less right now than resistance. I secure his wrists, then his ankles, and prop him against the wall in a position he can hold without immediate injury. The gag is tight enough to be effective without causing damage. He peers over the cloth at me with an expression that is mostly resignation and partly assessment. "You'll keep," I tell him. "When I have what I need to bring Fenwood down, you become very useful. Until then, stay quiet." He holds my gaze, then looks at the ceiling. I check the cord twice, leave the door secured from the outside, and step back into the lane. The market looks different when I come back through it. Not obviously. The remaining stalls are still open, still transacting, the square still moving with the ordinary midday business of a market town. But Fenwood's caravan has pulled back. 3 stalls that were running this morning are covered in dark. 2 of the wagons I noted earlier have been repositioned closer to the eastern lane. I stop at the grain merchant's corner and count what's missing. 7 independent stalls gone. Not local merchants, traveling vendors, the kind who come with a larger caravan and break away to set up their own displays. The kind who move when the caravan moves. 4 of those 7 I've seen near Fenwood's wagons at some point over the past week. I watch the eastern lane. The road out of town sits quiet and open. Fenwood knows Cole is missing. Either he noticed Cole's absence directly, or someone in the operation flagged it. Either way, he's reading the situation and making decisions, and the decisions look like preparation to move. A merchant who is simply breaking camp after a successful market run doesn't pull his associated vendors in the middle of the day. He packs the next morning and leaves in the light. Pulling now with half a market day remaining means something changed, and he's responding to it. He can move the caravan, he can scatter the network, abandon the remaining cargo, and be over the valley road before nightfall. With Cole in custody, and the stash likely relocated after the forest encounter, there's nothing I can physically stop him from leaving with. What he leaves behind is a town still angry about dead livestock, a council case still open against Maris and Elin, and no explanation for any of it. That's the problem. If Fenwood leaves while the accusations stand, the town's fear doesn't dissolve with his absence. It looks for resolution where it already has a target. The council case delays, doesn't close. The rumors don't stop circulating. Maris and Elin remain the story because there's no other story to replace it. But if Fenwood intends to close things behind him more thoroughly, a clean exit, no loose ends, the cursed narrative confirmed rather than exposed, then Maris and Elin aren't just a convenient scapegoat. They're a liability. The animal deaths stop when the caravan leaves. That only holds as a story if they stop, and if the person supposedly responsible for them is gone, or no longer available to contradict it. I walk faster. It's not a certainty. It's a calculation a careful man might make, and Fenwood is careful. He's been careful this whole investigation. The rumor campaign wasn't reactive. It was proactive, built before anyone asked questions about his cargo. A man who plans that far ahead plans his exits the same way. The bakery comes into view. Front door closed, the sign turned to open, a single customer visible through the window examining the display shelf. Maris behind the counter, moving. I cross the square at a pace that doesn't read as urgency from a distance and take up my position across the lane. From here I can see both the front window and the alley to the left. The right approach is visible from the corner of my eye. The customer inside makes a purchase and leaves. Maris watches her go, then starts restacking something on the shelf. Through the glass she looks contained and focused, the way she always looks when she's working, and it gives nothing away about what she's actually thinking. Elin appears at the lower window. Bright scarf, curly hair, nose against the glass. I exhale slowly. The market behind me is still closing down in pieces. I don't look back at it. Fenwood's timeline is his own, and I can't control it. What I can control is this lane, this door, these 2 people inside this building while I figure out how to bring what I know into a form that anyone in this town will believe. Cole is secured. He confirmed the rumors came from Fenwood. That's testimony, not proof, and testimony from a man I captured and tied to a wall has limited weight in front of a village council. The artifacts are my best evidence, and they may already be gone. I watch the lane and keep thinking, and don't move from my post.
Chapter 15. Maris. The sign is already turned when he knocks. I see him through the glass, tall, grey-skinned, road dust on his cloak, and my first instinct is to keep wiping down the counter and pretend I didn't. My second instinct wins. I cross to the door and open it 2 inches. We're closed. I know. His light eyes drop briefly past my shoulder. I need to talk to you about something new. The flick of his gaze toward Elin is enough. I step back and let him in. Elin is on her stool with her doll, finishing the last of her supper bread. She looks up at Kadrin and tilts her head, a smile crossing her lips. You came back, she says. I did. He stops a few feet from her stool, not crowding her. Is that all right? She considers this seriously. Yes, she decides, and holds up the doll. Pip says yes too. Pip has good judgment. He looks ver her head at me, and whatever is in his expression, I don't examine it long. Finish your bread, I tell Elin, then bath and bed. She protests the bath, and I end up just as wet as she is, and 20 minutes later, I'm carrying her damp-haired and clutching Pip, her small body warm and heavy against my shoulder. I feel Kadrin's eyes following us up the stairs. The back of my neck stays warm the whole way. I settle Elin into her bed, tuck the blanket around her and the doll both, and stay until her breathing evens out. The lamp on her nightstand throws soft light across her curls. The grey at her temples catches it differently than the dark strands do, the way it always has, and I press a kiss to her forehead and let myself out quietly. Kadrin is standing by the window and I out of Elin's room. He turns away from it when he hears me, arms loose at his sides, waiting. I sit in the chair by the hearth and fold my hands in my lap. Tell me. He sits across from me. He leans forward, elbows on his knees, and looks at me directly. I think Fenwood plans to leave someone behind to take the blame when he goes. Me. You and Elin. He says it flat, no softening. The animal deaths stop when the artifacts he's smuggling leave the forest. That happens the same time he leaves town. But if the town's attention is on something else, if there's a more final explanation for why the death stopped, I go very still. You think he'd... I think he's careful. Kadrin's eyes reveal nothing. And I think a dead woman and her cursed child is a cleaner exit than a missing merchant and unanswered questions. The fire pops in the hearth. I look at it for a moment. You're certain, I say. No. He doesn't offer false comfort, but certain enough that I'm here instead of watching Fenwood's wagons tonight. I stand up. Sitting still isn't working. I move across the room and look out at the dark lane below, the cobblestones wet with evening mist. You need to leave, he says. You and Elin for a week, maybe 2. Long enough for me to bring Fenwood in and close this. I can't close the bakery on a week's notice. It's a week, Maris, not a year. It's a week with no income. I turn around. It's packing up a young child who has never slept anywhere but her own bed, who will ask me every hour where we're going and when we're coming back, and who has a doll she cannot sleep without that I will somehow have to remember to pack along with everything else. I cross my arms. Where would we even go? Brenner's wife has family in the next valley. You've already looked into it? Yes. The presumption of it hits me wrong. You made plans for me without asking me? I gathered information. He keeps his voice even. You make the plans. I thought you'd want options. I stop. Press 2 fingers to my forehead. I want this to not be happening. I know. This is your fault. I say it before I've decided to, and even as it comes out, I know it isn't fair. You came here. You brought this investigation here, and now my daughter is a target because a criminal needs someone to blame when he runs. He was here before I arrived, Kadrin says. The artifacts were in the forest before I rode into Brindle Hollow. The rumours about Elin. I know. I cut him off. I know. I'm aware it isn't rational. I sit back down because my legs are tired and the anger has nowhere useful to go. I just needed someone to be angry at. Use me. He says it without irony. I've earned some of it. The fire settles into quiet crackling. Is that what this is really about? He asks. The danger, or me being back? I gaze at the hearth. Maris. Both, I say. It's both. He waits. One night. I drop my voice, keeping it soft and level. You were here one night and I held on to it longer than I should have. Longer than made any sense. I look at my hands. You made me feel like I was worth being seen, like the evening meant something to someone other than me. I press my palms flat on my knees. I waited. For months I waited for something. A letter, a message, anything. And when nothing came, I told myself I'd imagined the whole thing. He doesn't speak. Then Elin started looking more like you every month. My voice stays steady by effort. Every time she tilts her head a certain way or her eyes catch the light, It's you. And I'd spent all that time trying to stop thinking about you, and I couldn't, because she made it impossible. The room is quiet enough that I can hear the lamp flame moving. That's what you asked, I say. That's the answer. He stares at me, those pale eyes burning through my clothes, through my skin, to my soul. I squirm under his gaze and get to my feet again, moving around the chair as if the piece of furniture can protect me. He crosses the room and puts both hands on my shoulders. I don't move toward him. I don't move away either. His hands are warm through the fabric of my dress, and he holds the contact without pulling, just present, just there. I cared about you, he says. I want you to know that. My eyes fix on the middle of his chest rather than his face. You opened your door to a soaking, wet, dark elf you'd never met. His voice is low and steady. You fed me. You gave me dry clothes. You sat with me by the fire and talked to me like I was a person rather than something to be afraid of. His thumbs press slightly against my shoulders. I didn't know what to do with that. Humans don't... He stops. Starts again. Your kindness was more than I expected. It made it too easy to stay, too easy to fall. I look up at him. Too easy to leave too. He exhales with a soft snort. His right hand moves from my shoulder to my face, his palm warm against my cheek, his thumb resting below my cheekbone. For 2 years I composed messages in my head, he says. Ways to reach you, ways to explain. His pearly eyes are steady on mine. And every version ended the same way. With you waiting for a man who moves between campaigns on a court schedule, I thought it would cause you more harm. That was my decision to make. Yes, he says. It was. It was all a lie, though, wasn't it? I wasn't worth following up with. My stomach churns and I try to look away. Cadrin grips my chin and keeps my eyes on his. It was never a lie. You were worth far more than an absentee man, which is why I couldn't drag you into my life. But you're here now! My voice drops to a near whisper. I'm here now. He leans down and kisses me. The careful restraint he carries everywhere else is entirely absent. His mouth is warm and certain against mine, and 3 years of distance collapses into nothing. My hands find the front of his shirt, and I pull rather than push, and the sound that comes out of me is embarrassingly immediate.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. What happens now? I ask, once our passions have cooled, and we lay together in only what nature gave us. He's quiet, eyes down. I don't know. I meet his eyes. He looks back. The complicated truth of everything. Elin asleep down the hall, Fenwood still out there, the courts that own his schedule, the 3 years between us. All of it sits in the room without being named. We both understand it. Neither of us says so.
Chapter 16. Cadrin. Maris is asleep before the moon moves far across the sky. I dress quietly in the dark, pulling my shirt on by feel. She's turned onto her side, one hand open on the pillow beside her face, breathing slow and even. I watch her for a moment before I go. The moonlight catches the line of her jaw, the loose braid coming apart against the pillow. I turn away before I find reasons to stay. The bakery is quiet and dark below. I check the front door, both windows, the lane through the glass. Nothing moving. I take my usual position near the back, where I can see anyone approach from the market side and hear the rear door if anything touches it. The night settles around me. I've stood watch in worse conditions, cold campaigns, border posts, open country with no cover and hostile ground in every direction. The bakery lane in the small hours is easy work by comparison. But tonight the quiet gives my thoughts more room than they usually get, and I don't particularly want the room. She felt the same as I remembered. That was the first thing I noticed. Not as a flattering observation, but as a fact. The way a tracker notes what hasn't changed on a familiar path. Her voice, low and blunt and precise. The way she argued with her whole body, hands moving, weight shifting, eyes holding contact even when she was furious. The careful way she'd admitted what she admitted. She doesn't say things she doesn't mean. That was true the last time I was here, and it held tonight. I stood at her door the morning I left, and I didn't knock. I've told myself the story in cleaner terms since then. Recalled orders. No time. What would I say? It was one night. She probably preferred not to hear from me. Every version of it had enough truth in it to be usable, and I used it, and I kept using it for years while she raised a child alone in a town that didn't understand what that child was. Excuses. That's the word she would use, and she'd be right. The honest version is simpler and less flattering. I didn't write because I was afraid of what she'd say. That she'd moved on. That she'd tell me not to contact her again. That the night had meant considerably less to her than it had to me. It was easier to file it away as something complete than to open it back up and find out. Cowardice dressed up as consideration. I've lost 3 years with Elin because of it. A heavy weight hangs in my chest. A young girl who learned to walk and talk and name all her dolls and develop opinions about scarves and beetles and bakery management, and I was absent for all of it because I was too cautious to send a letter. Understanding it doesn't repair the damage. The windows of the bakery are dark. The realization of where I went wrong and what I missed sits heavily in my stomach. I was wrong. Not in the nuanced, circumstances complicate things way. Wrong plainly, without qualification. The time is gone. What's available now is what comes next. Maris asked what happens now, and I told her I didn't know, which was true, and also incomplete. I don't know the logistics. I don't know whether the courts will release me from active duty or what I'd do with myself in a town this size if they did. I don't know whether she'd want that, whether she'd trust it, whether years of absence and one night of honesty is enough to build anything on. What I know is what I want. That's new. I've spent a long time operating on commission and duty, and the next assignment, and wanting something for myself was a category I'd stopped examining. It's inconvenient to want things when your life is structured around going where you're sent. She's worth the inconvenience. They both are. Aelin with her wooden horse, and her doll who manages the bakery, and her complete certainty that pointed ears are just ears. Maris with her sharp tongue, and her flour-dusted hands, and the way she argued her daughter's case in front of a hostile room without flinching once. I don't know if she'll let me in. That's the honest position. She's careful with herself, and she has good reasons to be. And I've already demonstrated I'm capable of disappearing without notice. Earning back that ground, if she'll let me try, will take more than one night of honesty and a watch post in the dark. But I want to try. That's the first clear thing I've thought that doesn't connect back to Fenwood or the commission or the evidence problem. It sits in my chest with a solidity that doesn't feel like wishful thinking. It feels like a direction. A cat crosses the lane below and disappears between two buildings. The market square is empty and still. Somewhere across town, Fenwood's remaining wagons sit repositioned near the eastern road, and coal is secured in an abandoned building, and the clock on all of it is moving. But that's tomorrow's problem. I settle my back against the wall and watch the lane, and let myself want what I want for a little while longer before the morning makes it complicated again. The market at dawn is a different creature than it is at midday. Vendors in various states of setup, the smell of wood smoke and boiling porridge from the caravan camp at the square's edge, the noise of people conducting commerce before they've fully committed to the day. I move through it slowly, reading the energy before I start asking questions. Fenwood's section of the square tells me most of what I need before I speak to anyone. 3 stalls where there were 7. Half the display inventory gone, the remaining goods spread thin to fill the visible space. 2 workers where there were 4. The wagons along the eastern lane have been reorganized, heavier loads redistributed, the camp configuration tighter and more mobile. A caravan preparing to sell for another week doesn't look like this. A caravan preparing to move looks exactly like this. I stop at the cloth merchant's stall 2 rows over, a woman with a gray braid and the permanently skeptical expression of someone who's been doing markets in all weather for 30 years. Fenwood pulling out? I keep the question casual, the way you ask about weather. She snorts. Apparently. She shakes a bolt of linen loose and begins refolding it with sharp, irritated movements. 3 days early. No notice. No discussion. Just word that he's breaking camp before the week's end. Is that common for him? It's common for nobody. She sets the bolt down. You don't do that. You don't leave a market 3 days early. It pushes every caravan in the rotation. We move together through the valley towns because the schedules work. Pull one out early and the whole arrangement shifts. She glances toward Fenwood's stalls with open irritation. Oster's group is already talking about whether to follow or hold. What happens if they follow? They lose 2 days' profit at the next stop because they arrive too early, and the locals aren't ready to buy yet. She picks up another bolt. What happens if they hold is they travel the next leg alone, which nobody wants. Road safety. She shrugs. So now they're standing around arguing instead of selling, and I'm losing customers to the distraction. I thank her and move on. The next vendor I find, a middle-aged man selling ironwork near the fountain, is less irritated and more nervous. He's watching Fenwood's stalls while he talks to me, the way you watch a fire you're not sure has been properly contained. He's never done this, he says. Not in 3 years of crossing routes with him. Always finishes the full market run. He taps a finger against his display table. Something spooked him. Any word on what? Nothing specific. His eyes stay on the stalls. But Fenwood keeps to himself at the best of times. If he's running, you won't hear about it from him directly. I buy a small iron hook I have no use for and move on. The pattern completes itself across 2 more conversations. Fenwood is a fixture in this caravan. He runs the same valley route 3 or 4 times a year, stops at the same towns, keeps to the same schedule. The other traveling merchants have built their own timing around his, the way you navigate by a landmark. His early departure isn't just inconvenient, it's disorienting. And the general consensus, unspoken but present in every exchange, is that Fenwood doesn't break pattern without a reason, which means he knows the net is tightening. Cole went missing yesterday. The man I fought in the forest reported back to someone, and that someone reported to Fenwood. The stash site was likely relocated the night Cole was taken, and now the caravan is compressing in the way a man compresses a pack when he's decided to run, keeping only what he can move fast with, abandoning the rest. I do the calculation as I walk the square's perimeter. Fenwood could be on the valley road by tomorrow morning, maybe tonight if he pushes. Once he clears the borderland territory, my commission's jurisdictional reach gets complicated. The courts can request cooperation from other regions, but it takes time, and men like Fenwood move fast when they're motivated. If he leaves with the accusations against Maris and Elin still standing, I have no leverage to force a resolution. Cole's testimony implicates the rumors, but doesn't exonerate them. Without Fenwood in custody, and the artifact operation formally closed, the council case stays open. And if Fenwood makes a move against Maris before he goes, the cleaner exit I thought of last night, I need to be between him and that door, before it becomes a decision he acts on. I've been patient because patience was the right tool. It stopped being the right tool. I cross the square to the inn to collect what I need and send a fast report to the authority. Then I'll go back for Cole. Then I'll find Fenwood before he finds his opportunity. The morning is still early. There's time if I stop spending it watching.
Chapter 17. Maris. The square outside the bakery window is full of people who are not coming in. I watch them from behind the counter for about an hour before I accept what I'm seeing. They pass, they glance, some of them slow, and then they find somewhere else to be. A woman I've sold bread to for 2 years crosses to the opposite side of the lane without breaking stride. 2 men from the mill stop outside, exchange words I can't hear, and move on without trying the door. By mid-morning, I've had 0 customers. I could stand here and watch the empty street, or I could do something with the time. I pull the rocking chair from the back room, carry it out to the stoop, and set it facing the square. Then I go back for my crochet basket, the half-finished top I've been working on for Elin, and the small blanket I use to drape over my lap when the mornings are cool. I settle in and start working the hook through the yarn. This is our home, and I won't be scared off. Let them look. I'm not hiding. Elin sets herself up on the step below me with a collection of pebbles she's been sorting into categories I haven't been able to identify. She narrates the process to herself in the low, continuous murmur she uses for solitary work. The morning sun hits the square at a good angle, and the yarn in my lap glows warm reddish-brown. 2 women across the square notice me. I keep working. The hook moves in and out of the loop, smooth and regular. I know this pattern well enough to do it without looking. It's not the worst morning I've had. My savings are adequate for several weeks if I'm careful. And once Cadrin closes his investigation, once there's an actual explanation for the livestock deaths that doesn't involve my daughter, the foot traffic will come back. It will take time, and I'll have to manage Brenor and Dora and the rest of them with more patience than I currently feel. But it will come back. Brindle Hollow doesn't have another bakery. I tell myself this while I crochet and watch the empty square and listen to Elin sorting her pebbles, and I almost believe it. The sound reaches me before I see them. A cluster of children, 7 or 8 of them, coming down the lane at the loose-jointed run of a group that has decided on a direction without quite deciding on a purpose. They range from roughly 5 to 10, half of them faces I recognise from families who have bought bread here for years. They slow when they see Elin. She looks up from her pebbles. She gives them the same frank, assessing look she gives everything new, and waits to see what they want. The oldest boy bends down and picks something up off the lane. He throws it before I've processed what he's doing. The rock hits the step 6 inches from Elin's hand. She flinches back. A second one follows, and a third, none of them close enough to connect, but close enough to mean it, and then several voices at once. Cursed. The word comes out ugly from the oldest boy's mouth. Cursed monster. The others pick it up, in the way children echo things they've heard adults say without understanding the weight. I'm off the chair and across the stoop before the crochet basket hits the ground. Go home. I put myself between Elin and the street, my voice coming out flat and hard. All of you, now. The oldest boy holds his ground for a moment, the way 10-year-olds do when they're performing bravery for an audience. I take one step toward him, and he decides against it. They scatter up the lane in a loose, noisy retreat. I turn around. Elin is pressed against the bakery door, both hands over her face, her pebbles scattered across the stoop. Her shoulders are shaking. I pick her up. She wraps around me immediately, her face against my neck, and the sounds she makes are small and muffled and tear something open in my chest that doesn't have a name. I've got you. I carry her inside and bolt the door behind us. I've got you. Those children were wrong. They were unkind, and they were wrong. She pulls back enough to look at me. Her eyes are red and her lower lip is wobbling. Why did they throw rocks? Because they're scared of things they don't understand. I brush her curls from her face. And people who are scared sometimes do unkind things. Am I a monster? No. I say it before the question finishes. You are the most important person in my world. You are funny and brave and very good at sorting pebbles, and those children don't know the first thing about you. Her eyes linger on me longer than necessary, deciding whether to believe this. Pip would be mad, she says finally, voice still thick. Pip would be furious, I agree. Rightfully. She nods, solemn, and presses her face back against my shoulder. I hold her and study the bolted door and the empty square beyond the window glass, and I let the truth of the morning settle where it needs to settle. My savings will carry us for a few weeks. The foot traffic might come back, situation might resolve, and none of that changes what just happened on my own front stoop. I press my lips to her head and keep holding her and don't let myself think too far ahead, because right now all there is to do is this.
Chapter 18. Kadrin. Fenwood sends the wagons out just before noon. I've been watching the eastern road since mid-morning, positioned at the Cooperage corner where the road narrows before it opens onto the valley route. 2 wagons, not 3, the largest ones, the heaviest loaded. 4 men on foot alongside, which is 2 more than legitimate cargo transport requires on a daylight road between connected towns. I let them clear the last buildings before I move. My horse is stabled at the lane's end. I take the field path that runs parallel to the road and cuts ahead at the first tree line, giving me a position at the front of the wagons, rather than behind them. I tie the horse off the path, out of sight, and wait where the road bends around a stand of old oaks. The bend is natural cover. Anyone coming from the direction of town would see it as an ordinary narrowing of the road. The wagons come around the bend, and the lead driver sees me too late to do anything useful about it. I step into the road with my bounty seal visible on my chest and my hand up. Stop! The driver pulls his team up. The men on foot spread instinctively, which tells me more about them than anything else. Hired laborers don't spread when a lone man steps into a road. Hired muscle does. Bounty authority. I project my voice. I'm detaining these wagons for inspection. Step away from the loads. Nobody steps away. The first man comes at me from the left. I've already tracked him as the most likely. He'd been moving his weight forward since the wagon stopped, the fidgeting of someone waiting for a signal. I sidestep the rush and put my elbow into his back as he passes, driving him down into the road dirt. He goes hard and stays there, winded. The second comes from the right, smarter, waiting until I'm committed to the first. I'm not as committed as he expects. I turn into him, absorb the grab, and redirect him into the side of the wagon with enough force to crack the boards and fold his knees. He goes down slower, but with less interest in getting up. The third and fourth work together, which is the only real problem. One high, one low, both moving at the same time. I take the high hit across my left shoulder, unavoidable, and I knew it was coming, and use the momentum to drop my weight onto the man coming low, catching him in a hold that uses his own forward motion against him. The high man grabs for my cloak. I get loose from it, let him have the cloak, and come back around with enough advantage to put him flat with 2 quick strikes. 30 seconds. Both drivers haven't moved from their benches. Down, I tell them. They get down. I secure the 4 men with cord from my kit, using the wagon wheel as an anchor point, and check each one for additional weapons before I leave them. Then I go to the wagons. The first wagon is loaded with what it claims to be: bolts of cloth, dried goods, 3 crates of ironwork. Legitimate trade stock, unremarkable. The second wagon takes more looking. The visible load is similar. Barrels, wrapped bundles, a layer of ordinary goods across the top of every crate. But the crates themselves are heavier than their contents account for. I can tell from the axle depth and the way the team was straining on a flat road. I start pulling the top layer off the nearest crate. Underneath the dried goods, packed in the same oiled cloth and dried moss I found in the forest stash. 3 disc-shaped drain stones and 2 binding artifacts. I checked the next crate. More of the same. Compulsion fragments. A stone piece I haven't catalogued before, but recognized from the prohibited list's broader descriptions. The third crate holds drain rods, 4 of them, and something that reads as a larger piece, wider, heavier, wrapped in leather rather than cloth. I don't unwrap it. I note it and move on. 7 crates total in the second wagon, all carrying some combination of prohibited artifacts beneath legitimate cover goods. The magical signature off the open crates is strong enough that I can feel it from 3 feet away. A dry, static quality that raises the small hairs on my forearms. This is the best evidence I've had since the investigation began. Not residue in an empty building, not a count of impressions in floor dust. Actual artifacts in an actual wagon, belonging to an operation with Fenwood's name on the commission papers, intercepted on the road out of Brindle Hollow before they could disappear into the next borderland town. It still connects to Fenwood. The wagon is registered to a caravan auxiliary, rather than to him directly. I checked the markings before I stopped it. He'll argue distance from the cargo. He'll argue the auxiliary operated independently. It won't hold under proper examination, not with Cole's testimony alongside it, but a village council isn't a court, and Histara will want more than a wagon full of contraband and a man's word. It's more than I had this morning. I'll work with it. I secure the wagon, check the detained men once more, and go back for my horse. Fenwood is still in town, which means this interception will reach him within the hour. Whatever he plans to do next, he'll do it faster now. I need to be back in Brindle Hollow before he decides what that is. The first man talks before I've finished securing the second. Not much. He's careful enough to understand what implicating himself means, but the shape of what he gives me is consistent with everything else I've gathered. He reports to Fenwood, takes direction on pickup points, delivery timing, what to carry and what to leave. Doesn't ask questions about the source or the buyers. I question each man separately, keeping them out of earshot of each other. The details vary in texture, but not in substance. All 4 of them name Fenwood as the person they answer to. None of them can tell me where the artifacts originate or where they ultimately go. The operation is segmented deliberately, each person knowing only their own portion of the chain. But they all place Fenwood at the center of what they do know. It's not a court-quality confession. It's 4 men who got stopped on a road and made a calculation about the least damaging thing to admit. A skilled advocate could unpick it. But stacked against the intercepted cargo, against Cole's testimony, against documented movement through the forest, it adds weight that's getting hard to argue around. I start moving them back to town one at a time. The road is quiet and there's no traffic to get in my way. The first man walks ahead of me with his hands bound, my horse following behind, the whole arrangement unremarkable at a distance to anyone who doesn't look closely. We take the back lane into town and I bring him to the abandoned building where Cole is still secured against the wall. He does not look pleased to have company. I don't ask his opinion on it. 4 trips. The afternoon is thinned considerably by the time I finish, the sun sitting lower and the market square quieter than midday. I check the building's lock twice before I leave it. The wagons are a different problem. I can't bring 2 loaded wagons into town quietly, and leaving them on the road unattended means losing the cargo. I unhitch the horses and tie them to the tree line, then cover the wagon beds with the canvas tarps I find strapped to the underside of the second wagon. It's not secure, but it's enough for a few hours. Anything longer, and I need help I don't currently have. The inn room on the north lane is small, and the lock is adequate. I make 3 trips from the wagons to the room, carrying crates that are heavier than they look, and stack them against the far wall under the window. The magical residue off the collection is stronger than I'd like in a confined space. That dry metallic quality that clings to the back of the throat. I open the window and leave it cracked. The desk is narrow but functional. I pull the chair up and write the report in a hand that's more compressed than usual, getting the key information down without wasting space. Contraband recovered. Quantity, classification, prohibited categories. 4 additional individuals detained with verbal testimony placing Fenwood as the head. Request for extraction team to retrieve materials. Request for additional personnel to hold detainees and support final apprehension. I fold it, seal it with the commission wax from my kit, and bring it to the message center before they close for the evening. The keeper takes it without comment. He's seen enough sealed reports from me at this point to have stopped reacting. The walk back to the market square gives me the full picture of how little time I have. Fenwood will find the wagons before morning. If he sends someone to check on the caravan's progress and they don't report back, he'll go himself. Either way, by tonight or tomorrow at first light, he'll know the cargo was intercepted, the workers are missing, and someone with a bounty seal has been moving against his operation in daylight. The council case against Maris is still open. The town's fear hasn't been given anything to redirect toward. Fenwood still has the option to leave quietly and let that standing accusation do the work for him, or to accelerate whatever he'd planned as a cleaner exit. I need to go before the council before he makes either move. Cole's testimony, the wagon manifest, the detained workers, the recovered artifacts, laid out together, in sequence, in front of Hestara and whatever portion of the town shows up to watch. The evidence has to become public before Fenwood can frame his departure as anything other than flight. I pass the bakery on my way back to the inn. The front window is dark, the sign turned. No lamp in the lower room. I keep walking. There's nothing useful I can do at the bakery tonight, and being seen loitering outside it will generate the wrong kind of attention at exactly the wrong time. Tomorrow I go to the council. Tonight I watch the eastern roads and wait to see how long Fenwood takes to notice what's missing.
Chapter 19. Maris. I don't set the bread to rise before I go to bed, which means I don't wake before dawn for the first time in years. When I open my eyes, the room is full of late morning light, and Elin is pressed against my side, her face turned into the pillow, one hand fisted in the fabric of my nightgown. I don't remember her coming in, which means she came in quietly, on purpose, not wanting to wake me. She's been doing that every night since the kids threw rocks at her. I watch the ceiling for a moment and listen to the house. Quiet. No customers, because I didn't unlock the door. No bread smell, because I didn't make any. Just the ordinary sound of a spring morning through the closed window, and Elin's slow, even breathing beside me. Then the voices start. Low at first, the indistinct murmur of a crowd gathering, the sound I've learned to recognise while investigating like a change in weather. I'm out of bed before I've thought it through, pulling my dress on with quick hands, not bothering with the braid. I check Elin, still asleep or pretending to be, and slip out of the room. From the top of the stairs, I can already tell it's worse than before. The voices are overlapping, too many to separate, and the register is higher than market gossip. I go down and cross to the front window. The square is full, not a gathering. A mob, in the way that groups of frightened people become mobs. Not organised, not led, just compressed and loud and moving, as a single anxious body toward whatever it has decided is the source of its discomfort. 30 people, maybe 40. More watching from doorways and windows around the square. The council, all 5 of them, stand in a line between the crowd and my front door, which is either protection or theatre, and at this moment I can't tell which. I can hear words now, coming through the glass in fragments. More dead this morning, Geld's whole North Field. Caravan workers gone, nobody knows where. Black magic. It's been black magic from the start. I unlatch the door and step outside. The noise continues. If anything, it sharpens, redirects toward me with waving arms and pointing fingers. Hestara turns and sees me, and her expression contorts, and then smooths over. Mistress Alderwyn. Her voice carries, practiced and controlled. Please go back inside. This is my doorstep. I look past her at the crowd. The faces are familiar and strange at once. People I know, people I've sold bread to, wearing expressions I've never seen on them before. Geld is in the front row with 2 other farmers. Pella is toward the back, not shouting, but present. What's happened? More livestock. The council member to Hestara's left speaks before she can stop him. A man named Orin, 50s, always voted the loudest on everything. Found this morning, Geld's entire North Field, and now 4 of the caravan workers have gone missing. Missing, I repeat. Vanished overnight. He stares at me, with no explanation. I've been in this building since yesterday afternoon. I say it clearly enough for the front rows to hear. With my daughter. Nobody's saying you did it yourself. Geld steps forward, and Hestara puts a hand up to stop him. He stops, but his voice doesn't. Whatever you've brought into this town is doing the work for you. The crowd pushes forward a half step, not quite a surge, the kind of collective movement that happens when a group has been standing still too long, and something finally gives it direction. The council line holds barely. I look past all of them, scanning the square's edges, the gap between buildings where I know Cadron sometimes positions himself. Nothing. The post is empty. I look back at the crowd. Hestara has turned to face them now, arms out, managing the pressure with the deliberate calm of someone who's aware that one wrong word tips this from loud to dangerous. Orin is still staring at me. Geld hasn't moved back. The caravan workers going missing is Cadron's work. It has to be. Which means he's moving, which means the investigation is moving, which means there may be something on the other side of this morning worth waiting for. I stay on the stoop. Going back inside feels like conceding something I can't afford to concede. Going further out into the crowd feels like a different kind of mistake. I stand where I am, arms at my sides, and watch Hestara work the crowd and wait to see which way the next 5 minutes go. Brenna comes through the crowd like a ship through shallow water, steady, unhurried, large enough that people simply step aside. Sister Anowyn follows in his wake, smaller and quieter, her healer's robes marking her as someone the crowd instinctively makes room for. She reaches the stoop a step behind Brenna and positions herself at my left, close enough that her shoulder nearly touches mine. Brenna turns to face the crowd with the expression he uses when grain prices are being discussed and someone is saying something foolish. "I've lived in Brindle Hollow 62 years, he says, loud enough to carry without shouting. "My father before me. I knew this woman's grandmother. I've known Maris Alderwin since she was small enough to sleep in a breadbasket." He pauses, letting that settle. "Not one member of this family has ever been accused of wrongdoing, not one." "Times change," someone calls from the middle of the crowd. "People don't." He holds his ground. "You're frightened. I understand it. But frightened people make decisions they regret, and I'd rather we not spend the next 10 years regretting this one." Sister Annawyn speaks more quietly, but the crowd has settled enough to hear her. "I've treated half of you for one ailment or another. I know what illness does, and I know what fear does, and right now I'm watching fear do considerable damage." Her eyes move across the crowd. "The animals dying near the forest is real. The explanation you've settled on is not." "Then what is it?" Geld's voice, flat and challenging. "If not the child, then what?" "That's worth finding out," she says. "Before you destroy an innocent family." The crowd doesn't quiet exactly. It shifts, mutters, redistributes its energy without releasing it. Orin is talking to Hestara in a low voice. Two women near the back have stopped shouting and are watching instead, which is not the same as agreement, but is at least a pause. I stand on my stoop and keep my face still and think about Eileen upstairs. Whether she's awake, whether she can hear any of this through the floorboards. I left her asleep on her side, one hand curled under her chin, and I pray she stays that way. I think about the valley road, the horse in the stable 2 streets over, the money box under the floor. I made the wrong choice. I know it now. Standing here watching my neighbours decide whether to let the council handle this or take it somewhere the council can't control. I should have taken Eileen and gone, when I still could have left quietly. The crowd's noise doesn't crest the way I'm braced for it to. Brenna's presence seems to be helping, or Sister Annawyn's, or the simple fact of the council still standing between the mob and my door. The energy holds at a high pitch but doesn't tip. Hestara steps forward. "The council has heard your concerns." Her voice carries the full weight of her authority, and the crowd gives it enough room to be heard. "We will act, Mistress Alderwin." She turns to face me directly. "Your time has come. The council requires your presence at the hall for final hearing, today." The murmur in the crowd shifts to something almost satisfied. "Today," I repeat, "within the hour." Her eyes don't move from mine. The council will render judgment. That is what this town is owed, and that is what it will receive. Final hearing. Judgment. Not more deliberation, not another delay. An ending, one way or another. She's fed the crowd just enough to move them off the street, and the price is that she can no longer afford to keep the case open. I hold my breath. She holds my gaze with practiced steadiness. The crowd begins to disperse, slowly, the way crowds do when they've been given something to wait for. A few people stay at the square's edge. Most move off, carrying the morning's grievances in whatever direction their day takes them. I turn to Brenna. He's watching me with that particular look of his, the one that means he's worried and won't say so directly. "Thank you," I tell him. "Don't thank me yet." He glances toward the council hall. "Do you want me to come?" "No." I briefly touch his arm. "Stay here in case Eileen wakes up." Sister Annawyn touches my wrist lightly. "You argued well at the first hearing. You can do it again." The first hearing was a delay. I stare at the council hall at the top of the square. This is the verdict. Neither of them has an answer for that because there isn't one. I straighten my apron, go back inside long enough to check that the back door is bolted and Eileen is still asleep. She is, curled tight around Pip, undisturbed, and come back out to face whatever the next hour brings. From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, Dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 20. Kadrin. The second round of questioning is more productive than the first. With a night behind them and no rescue forthcoming, 2 of the 4 caravan workers have changed their position on cooperation. I question them in the same sequence, separately, no shared information, and the picture that comes back is larger and more organized than the commission brief suggested. Fenwood doesn't run one caravan. He runs several, independently registered, operating under different names across different borderland routes. The one in Brindle Hollow is mid-sized and unremarkable by design. If it gets stopped alone. The connection to the broader network exists only in the people moving between operations, and those people know only their own segment. It's why he's never been caught. Any single interception looks like a small operation. The courts see the bare bones, 2 men, 1 shipment, which is exactly what they're meant to see. How many routes? I ask the man nearest the door. He considers the risk of answering. 4 that I've crossed paths with. Maybe more. Who else handles merchandise movement between them? People like me. He shrugs, eyes cast down. People who don't ask. It's the same answers repeated at every level. Careful segmentation, deliberate ignorance, enough distance between Fenwood and any individual operation to give him cover. The workers here genuinely don't know the full scope. That's the design. I check the cords on all 4, make sure nothing has worked loose overnight, and go back to Cole. He looks worse than yesterday, which is what a night on a stone floor does to a person. He watches me come in with the alert, measuring expression I've come to expect from him. He's been thinking. That can go either direction. I've been talking to the others, I say. I sit across from him and lean forward, elbows on my knees. Multiple caravans, separate registrations, rotating presence so no single operation can be traced back to the center. I watch his face. I want you to confirm it. You already know it, he says. I want your confirmation. His eyes flick toward the wall for a moment. Then his eyes find me. He runs 4 caravans minimum, probably 5. Each one is clean on paper. The contraband moves through auxiliary wagons attached to the main operation, wagons that can be cut loose if there's a problem. He turns one hand over on his knee, a gesture of minimal concession. The people in each operation know their route, and nothing else. If one gets caught, Fenwood claims they went rogue. He has documentation to support it. Has that happened before? Once. 2 years ago. In the Eastern Territory. He meets my eyes steadily. The people involved went to the courts. Fenwood walked away. I sit with that for a moment. And the artifacts? He sources them and moves them. Where did they end up? I don't know the buyers. He says it without hesitation. That's true. I know they exist. I know they pay well. That's all I was ever told. I stand up. I'm moving you. We're going to the council. He doesn't argue. I get him to his feet, secure his wrist with fresh cord, and walk him out of the building into the morning. He moves without resistance, which means he's already calculating what cooperation gets him when this reaches a formal proceeding. We take the main road toward the council hall. I keep him close, my hand on his arm, moving at a speed that doesn't draw attention to itself. Then I hear the crowd. The noise reaches me half a block from the bakery, voices overlapping, the collective pitch of a group that has been standing still too long and arrived at impatience. I turn the corner and see the square. 40 people at minimum, compressed between the fountain and the bakery door. The council line holding the middle. Maris on her stoop, arms at her sides, face controlled and still. Cole stops walking. I pull him forward. Your employer's work, I say. He watches the crowd. His expression is flat, but there's something underneath it. Not quite discomfort. Something closer to the look of a person who has seen this before and knows what it costs. He goes to extreme lengths, Cole says, to keep his operation clean. Did he incite this? Cole turns his head and looks at me directly. Yes. You're certain? He has people in towns before he arrives. People who read the local mood and know which levers to pull. He looks back at the crowd. A child who looks different. Dead livestock nobody can explain. He didn't create the fear. He just made sure it had somewhere to land. He pauses. This is what a clean exit looks like for him. By the time he's over the valley road, whatever happens here is her fault. I look at Maris on the stoop. She hasn't seen me yet. Her eyes are moving across the crowd with the careful attention of someone tracking multiple threats at once. Then we end it here, I say. Today. I tighten my grip on Cole's arm and move toward the square. The crowd is too large and too wound up for a clean intervention. I stop at the square's edge and read it properly. If I push through with a bound prisoner and demand the crowd listen to a smuggler's confession, I'll get exactly the wrong kind of attention. A dark elf bounty hunter dragging a tied man into the middle of an angry mob doesn't read as justice. It reads as another threat. I pull Cole back against the wall of the cooperage, out of the direct line of sight from the square. You're going to speak to the council, I say. Tell them what you told me. He watches me with the flat, considered expression I've come to recognize as his default under pressure. No. Cole, think about what you're asking. His voice is deep and even. You want me to stand up in a public hearing and confess to running contraband with resources I don't, connections I don't, and a history of walking away clean when people in his operation take the fall? He meets my eyes steadily. I'm not doing that. You're already detained. I'm detained by you, on a commission that may or may not hold up in a formal proceeding, based on evidence that is still circumstantial against the man you actually want. He tilts his head slightly. You have boxes. You have 4 workers who told you what they know, which isn't much. You have me, and I'm not talking. He raises an eyebrow. That's not enough to bring Fenwood down. You know it isn't. I do know it. That's the problem. I watch the square. The crowd noise hasn't reached its peak. It's holding at the high, sustained pitch of people who have been promised a resolution and are waiting for it. The council line is still intact. Maris is still on her stoop, arms at her sides, face controlled. Then Hestara's voice carries across the square, loud and deliberate, practiced projection. The council will hear this matter formally this afternoon. Mistress Alderwyn will present herself at the council hall. The town will have its answer today. The crowd noise shifts. Not quiet, satisfied, in the way a crowd gets when it's been given a timeline. People begin peeling away from the edges, slowly, in the gradual dispersal of a group that has somewhere to be later and can afford to wait. I watch it happen and file it away. It buys time. Not much, and not the right kind, but it means the mob won't act on the stoop this morning. I pull Cole back through the lane and return him to the abandoned building without passing through the square again. He goes without resistance, which tells me he's done the same calculation I have and reached the same conclusion about the morning's drama. Inside, I secure him against the wall and crouch in front of him. Here's what happens if you don't cooperate, I say. I document everything I've gathered, every piece of cargo, every testimony, every movement I've tracked, and I build the case around what I can prove. The workers outside name you directly. The cargo in the wagon can be traced to your handling. Fenwood's name comes up in my report, but as a peripheral figure with plausible distance. I give him a moment to process. You become the perpetrator. Fenwood becomes someone who was deceived by people in his caravan. Cole says nothing. His eyes are on the floor. Then I leave Brindle Hollow, I continue, and I pick up his trail at the next town, the next caravan, and I build the case against him there, from scratch, without you. I lean forward slightly. But you'll already be in a holding cell with your name on a formal charge, waiting for a proceeding that will use everything you've told me. He looks up. Or, I say, you walk into that council hall this afternoon, and you tell the truth. About Fenwood, about the artifacts, about the rumors he manufactured to protect himself. You become the man who exposed it, rather than the man who ran it. I keep my eyes steady on his. The courts treat those two people very differently. The room is so quiet, I can hear the distant noise of the square still settling outside. Cole looks at the ceiling. He looks at his hands. He'll know it was me, he says. Yes. He has reach outside this territory. He does. I don't minimize it. I can't promise you safety from him permanently. I can promise you that testifying is considerably better than what happens if you don't. A long pause. The kind that means the decision has already been made, and the man is just catching up to it. This afternoon, Cole says finally. Council Hall. Council Hall, I confirm. I check his cords, leave him water within reach, and step back into the alley. The square outside is mostly cleared. The council has bought the morning, and I need to use every hour of it.
Chapter 21. Maris. The crowd outside the council hall is 3 deep before I even reach the steps. Word travelled faster than I walked. The square is packed from the fountain to the hall's stone entrance, people spilling off the lane and into the gaps between buildings, the noise of them pressing in from all sides. Ellen tightens her arms around my neck the moment we turn the corner and see it. I've got you, I say, low, near her ear. Keep your face down. She buries it against my shoulder. I walk into it. There she is! The voice comes from somewhere to my left. Witch, brought the child to soften us up. Look at those ears. A woman, close, I can hear her disgust without seeing her face. Devil ears on a devil child. Evil is what evil does. A man this time, older. The settled certainty of someone repeating a thing he's said several times already. Should have driven them out. I keep my eyes forward. The hall entrance is 30 feet away, then 20. Aylin trembles against me, not crying, not making a sound, just shaking with the stillness of a toddler, learning that going quiet is safer than reacting. 15 feet. 10. Someone reaches toward Ellen's hair from the right side. I turn my shoulder into it and push through without stopping, and then we're through the door, and the noise drops by half. The hall is standing room only inside. Every bench is packed. More people lined against the walls than the last hearing. The 5 council members sit at the long table, and Hestara's eyes find me the moment I come through the door. She looks, not exactly uncertain, but careful. The 3 members to her right are having a whispered conference that stops when they see Aylin. I walk the length of the hall and sit down in the wooden chair. Aylin doesn't let go. She stays pressed against my chest, face turned away from the room, one fist wrapped in my collar. I shift her weight to my left arm and keep my right hand moving in slow circles on her back. It's all right, I say quietly. You don't have to look. She doesn't look. Hestara opens her mouth. Her eyes drop to Aylin and she closes it again. Orin leans toward her and murmurs something. The council member on the far left, a woman named Devette, who has spoken the least at both hearings, watches me with an expression I can't fully read. Mistress Alderwin, Hestara finally speaks. The child was too frightened to be left behind. I say it plainly. 3 children threw rocks at her on our front stoop. An adult reached for her hair in the crowd just now. She is 3 years old and she asked me not to put her down. I look at Hestara directly. She stays. Before Hestara can respond, a voice from the benches cuts in. This is exactly what she wants. A man I don't know well, broad-shouldered, seated near the front, says, Bring the child in. Make us feel cruel for going on with it. Leave the girl home if you don't want her here, another voice from further back says, or leave her out of it. She's the one killing the livestock. She should be afraid, a woman near the door says, sharp and certain. Fear is what keeps things like her in line. Ellen's hand tightens on my collar. I kiss top of her curls and keep my face toward the council table. The voices behind me don't stop immediately, and I let them run. I've learned something since the last hearing. Engaging the crowd gives them an audience. The council is who I'm here for. When the noise drops enough for speech, I look at Hestara. I'm here. My voice is even and clear. I came when summoned, as I said I would. I've brought my daughter because I had no other choice this morning, and I trust this council understands what it means that she's sitting in my lap trembling. I glance at each member in turn. Hestara, Orin, Devette, the 2 on the ends. I'd like the chance to speak to you, without the accusations of people who decided the verdict before they walked through the door, interrupting proceedings that are supposed to be conducted with some measure of fairness. Hestara straightens slightly. Orin's expression is solid. Aylin lifts her face from my shoulder just far enough to look at Hestara from beneath her curls. Her silver eyes are red-rimmed and entirely steady. Hestara looks at the child for an extended moment, then back at me. The council will come to order, she says. Hestara's hand comes down on the table once, sharp as a crack of wood. This hearing will proceed in order. She surveys the benches with flat authority. Her eyes stop on Geld, then move to the broad-shouldered man who spoke before, then to the woman near the door. The next person who interrupts will be removed. The hall settles. Not happily, but it settles. Mistress Alderwin. Hestara folds her hands on the table. The council's concern is this: silver eyes, pointed ears, skin changing toward grey. That is not a missing toe. It is not a face tick. It suggests either otherworldly heritage or the influence of dark magic on the child. The council needs you to address that directly. Ellen has gone very still in my lap. I keep my hand moving on her back. Aylin's appearance comes from her heritage, I say. Not dark magic. She is a child of mixed blood. That is the whole of it. Mixed with what? Orin asks. A frown pulls at my lips. With someone who passed through this town years ago. Someone who is gone. I pause. Aylin's features are inherited, not inflicted. There is no curse. There is no ritual. There is a little girl who likes horses and dolls and sorting pebbles by size. The father, Hestara starts, is not the subject of this hearing, I say in a steady voice. Aylin is. And Aylin is a child. She has nightmares and favourite foods and a doll she cannot sleep without. She asks why the sky changes colour at sunset, and she cries when she skins her knee. I look along the council table. There is nothing in her that warrants what has happened to her this week. Devitt speaks finally. You understand how this looks to people who haven't encountered... I understand how fear works, I say. But I need this council to understand what evidence looks like. No one has seen me or Elin anywhere near the livestock. Not once. Not ever. I lean forward slightly. I bake bread. I sell it to the people in this room. If my bread were enchanted, your animals would be the least of your problems. And yet every person in this hall ate a loaf of mine last week and is standing here perfectly well. A few people shift on the benches. Geld stares at the floor. The deaths at the forest edge have been happening for a while. I look at Hestara. Before Elin's scarf came loose, before anyone in this town knew what she looked like. What this town has is fear, and it has pointed that fear at the most visible, most vulnerable target it could find. I press my palm flat on my knee. My daughter, who is 3. The whispers behind me haven't stopped. They've changed pitch, lower, tighter, the murmur of people whose minds are already made up, but who are waiting for permission to act on it. I catch fragments without trying. Council's taking too long. Should have been settled already. Don't need the council to tell us what we already know. I don't turn around. Hestara is watching me with an expression that indicates she's heard everything I've said and is weighing it against something I can't see. She exchanges a look with Devitt, then with the council member at the end of HT table. The council will deliberate, she says finally. In private. Now? Orin looks at her. Now. She stands, and the other 4 rise with her. Mistress Alderwyn, you will remain in the hall. Orin, you will stay. She glances at him. In the hall, not at the front. Orin moves back toward the benches without argument. Hestara looks at me one last time before she leads the council through the door at the rear of the hall. It closes behind them with a solid final sound. I sit with Elin in the chair and feel the room settle around me in the worst possible way. Not relieved. Not waiting. The benches are still full, and without Hestara at the table there is nothing between me and 40 people whose patience has been thinning. Orin stands near the side wall with his arms crossed, his eyes on the crowd rather than on me. Mama, Elin says quietly. She hasn't moved her face from my shoulder. I know. I press my cheek against her curls. I know. The murmur behind me builds by degrees, a slow accumulation of voices finding each other, trading grievances back and forth across the benches. I watch the rear door where the council disappeared, and I count my breaths, and I do not look behind me. The council could come back in 5 minutes. They could come back in 20. And the longer they take, the more the room behind me sounds less like a hearing, and more like the square this morning. I keep my hand on Elin's back, and I wait, and I do not let myself think about what happens if they decide to exile us, or if Kadrin can't find the evidence he needs.
Chapter 22. Kadrin. The flow of people toward the council hall tells me everything I need to know. Not the usual trickle of residents who attend council business out of habit or civic obligation. The whole town, moving with purpose, the kind of collective momentum that builds when a community has decided something needs to end today. I watch them from the inn window for 30 seconds, then go down to the street. I retrieve Cole from the abandoned building. He looks up when I enter, reads my face, and doesn't bother with pleasantries. It's time. It's time. I cut the cord at his ankles and pull him to his feet. His wrists stay bound. You'll walk in front of me. You won't make any sudden moves that give the crowd a reason to look at you before I'm ready for them to. And if I change my mind, I narrow my eyes at him. You won't. He doesn't speak further. He spent the night reconsidering his options, tends to arrive at the same conclusion I laid out for him. The walk to the council hall takes 4 minutes. The crowd visible from 2 streets away is larger than this morning's mob. Bodies packed from the hall's stone steps out across the lane and into the square beyond, the noise of them layered and thick. Not quite violent yet, but close enough to the edge that the difference is mostly patience. Cole stops walking when he sees it. I press between his shoulder blades and push him forward. Keep moving. There are 50 people between us and that door. Then we'll move 50 people. I push again. Go. He goes. I keep him in front of me, one hand on his collar, moving with a gait that doesn't leave space for hesitation. The crowd is dense enough that forward motion requires contact, and I don't apologize for it. Cole's bound hands and my grip on his collar part people faster than politeness would. They move sideways rather than engage with what they're seeing, uncertain enough about the situation to let it pass before they react. A man near the steps turns when Cole bumps his shoulder. "Watch where?" He sees me behind Cole and stops talking. "Move," I say. He moves. 3 steps up, then through the door. The hall inside is standing room only, loud with the low, constant noise of a crowd that has been wound up for hours. I take it in quickly. Benches packed, people along every wall, Oren standing near the side with his arms folded. The council table is empty. The rear door is closed. Maris is in the chair at the front with Elin in her lap. The child has her face against Maris's shoulder. Maris's back is straight, and her eyes are forward, and she is holding herself with the careful control of someone who is very aware of the room behind her. She doesn't see me come in. I look at her for 1 second. They're intact. That's enough for now. I move Cole down the center of the hall. The crowd parts around us, not willingly, not without sharp looks and muttered complaints, but it parts. Someone grabs my arm from the right, and I turn enough to make them let go without breaking stride. Cole stumbles once on an uneven floorboard, and I haul him upright and keep going. We reach the head of the hall. I grip Cole's shoulder and push him down. Not roughly, but with enough finality that he goes to his knees on the stone floor before the empty council table without attempting to resist. He kneels there with his bound hands in his lap and his eyes on the middle distance, and the hall goes quiet around us the way rooms go quiet when something unexpected lands in their center. Maris turns her head. Our eyes meet. Her face stays controlled, but the corner of her eye twitches slightly. Relief, or anger, or both, arriving at the same moment. I glance at the closed rear door, then at Oren. "Get the council," I say. "I have evidence that exonerates Maris Alderwin and her daughter." I say it at full volume, for the hall. All of it. The quiet holds for another breath. Then the room erupts. Oren gets the council back in under 2 minutes. They file through the rear door and take their seats with the alert, reassembled expressions of people who heard the noise from the other room and prepared themselves for something. Histara's eyes go immediately to Cole kneeling on the floor, then to me, then to the bound men behind me. She says nothing yet. "This man," I say, "was part of a smuggling network moving banned magical artifacts through your village. He's agreed to speak to the council in exchange for consideration in the formal proceeding." I look at Cole. "Tell them." Cole looks at the table. He takes a breath. "The merchant Torben Fenwood runs multiple caravans across the borderland routes. The one operating here carried illegal artifacts." His voice is flat and even, the voice of a man reciting something he has rehearsed enough times to stop feeling it. "I was part of that movement. I carried cargo. I took direction from Fenwood directly." "What kind of artifacts?" Histara asks. I reach into my pack and set 2 of the disc-shaped stones on the council table. The metallic residue of them fills the air immediately. Not a smell exactly, more a pressure, the way a room feels before a storm. "Drain artifacts," I say. "Prohibited under court law in every territory I'm authorized in. They pull life energy from living creatures within their active radius. Slowly, without apparent cause. Livestock found dead near a forest where these were stored. That's what these do." I look along the table. "I've been tracking them. The deaths at your forest edge started when Fenwood's caravan arrived. They'll stop when the remaining cache is removed." The hall erupts, not the unified roar of the mob outside. This is fractured, a dozen conversations breaking out at once, voices talking over each other across the benches. Geld is on his feet. 2 women near the back are arguing with each other. Oren is staring at the stones on the table with his arms crossed and his mouth pressed flat. "Convenient." The broad-shouldered man from the front bench stands. "Very convenient, bringing all this in right now, when she's about to be judged." "And why should we trust you?" Another voice from the middle rows asks. "You've been keeping company with her since you arrived." "You can't cover for a witch by waving fancy rocks around," Geld's voice says, cutting across the rest. I let them finish. Then I reach inside my cloak and pull out the bounty seal. Heavy cast metal, the dark elf court's mark pressed into the face, the commission number stamped beneath it. And I set it on the table next to the artifacts. "I was sent here by the Dark Elf High Council to find who was moving banned materials through your village." I gaze at the room without raising my voice. That is my job. I don't have a personal stake in your council's verdict. If anyone wants to question my integrity or my authority, they can address that complaint directly to the court. I'll wait while you compose the letter. Nobody speaks or protests again. The silence that follows is a different quality than before. The silence of people recalibrating, rearranging what they thought they knew against what's sitting on the council table. Histara is reading the seal. Devet is examining one of the artifacts without touching it, her head bent close. Even Oren has uncrossed his arms. "The rumors about Maris Alderwin and her daughter," I say. "The talk about a cursed child causing the deaths. I'd wager every person in this hall can trace those rumors back to someone connected to Fenwood's caravan. I give them a moment to process. Someone who needed the town, looking somewhere other than at their cargo. The murmur that runs through the benches is different from anything I've heard in this hall before. Not agreement, not dissent. Recognition. Heads turning toward each other, small, quick exchanges, the sound of people quietly reassigning the story they've been carrying. Pella says something to the woman beside her that I don't catch. Geld sits back down slowly. The broad-shouldered man in the front row doesn't stand up again. Hestara sets the seal down and gives me a look that says she's been handed a problem she'd rather not have, but is too honest to ignore. The council will need time to... Take what you need, I say. The evidence isn't going anywhere. Neither am I. I step back from the table. Maris is watching me from the chair, Elin still tucked against her shoulder, and something in her face has released. Not all the way. Not yet. But the tightest edge of it. I catch her eye and give her the smallest nod. She exhales through her nose, barely visible, and looks back at the council. Elin peeks at me from under her curls. I look away before I do something inadvisable, like smile in the middle of a council hearing.
Chapter 23. Maris. The council wastes no time once the hall settles. Hestara sends Orin for Fenwood, before the murmur from the crowd has fully died down, and while they wait, she turns to Cole with focused attention. The questions are direct, and she doesn't let him hedge. When did you arrive in Brindle Hollow? Who directed the movement of cargo? What was in the crates? Who gave the orders? Cole answers each one. Not eagerly. He keeps his voice flat, his answers short, but he answers. Another council member is taking notes. Devet asks 2 follow-up questions about the forest stash that Cole confirms without flinching. I sit with Elin in the chair and watch it happen and feel something loosen in my chest by degrees. Cadrin is standing off to the side, arms folded, his eyes moving between the council table and the crowd. He hasn't looked at me since that small nod. He's here. He came the way he said he would, with exactly what he said he'd find. Elin has her thumb in her mouth, which she only does when she's past tired and working on frightened. I pull it out gently and she doesn't object, just shifts her weight against me and watches Cole from under her curls with the wide, solemn eyes, indicating her understanding that something important is happening, even if she can't name it. It'll be over soon, I tell her quietly. She nods, thumb creeping back toward her mouth. I let it go this time. Fenwood arrives between 2 of Brindle Hollow's appointed town wardens. He walks in without apparent urgency, straightening his coat as he comes through the door, and surveys the hall with an expression that says he's been interrupted from something more important. He takes in Cole kneeling on the floor. He takes in the artifacts on the council table. His face doesn't shift. Hestara gestures to the spot beside Cole. Torbin Fenwood. The council has questions. He stands rather than kneels, and the wardens don't force the issue. He looks at Hestara with an open, cooperative expression that I recognise immediately. The same one he's probably worn in a dozen markets in a dozen towns. Of course, he says. I'll help however I can. The questioning starts. Hestara is measured and precise, and Fenwood meets every question with the same smooth, patient deflection. He isn't aware of what's in every crate his caravan handles. He sources from many suppliers. He can't personally verify every load. He doesn't know this man kneeling on the floor, not personally. People attach themselves to caravans all the time. He can't vouch for every traveller who moves through the same roads. Then he turns and looks at Cadrin. What I do know, he says, the cooperative tone shading into something with more edge, is that this man has been interfering with legitimate trade since he arrived, questioning my workers, following my people, and now, he gestures at Cole, now he produces a confession from someone with no real connection to the townspeople. He shakes his head slowly. We don't know what methods dark elves use to extract confessions, but I know coercion when I see it. A murmur runs through the benches, not the angry mob murmur, something warier, people reconsidering. He's been disrupting honest trade, Fenwood continues, and now he's asking you to take his word over mine, a stranger's word, an outsider who has no stake in this town's well-being. He spreads his hands. I've done nothing wrong, and I think the council is wise enough to recognise when someone is trying to distract from their own agenda. He says it all cleanly, with the unhurried confidence it takes to talk his way out of rooms. Half the benches are quiet in a way that concerns me more than the shouting did. I stand up. Elin grips my collar tighter. I shift her weight to my hip and face the hall. Can't you see what he's doing? My voice carries without effort. The hall is quiet enough. The moment someone calls him out, he finds another target, another accusation, another convenient dark magic claim to put in front of you. I narrow my eyes at the benches, not at Fenwood. He used non-human fear to make you suspicious of me and Elin. Now he's using it again, pointing at Kadrin. It's the same move. I pause. Ask yourselves who introduced the idea that Elin was cursed. Ask yourselves who was first to use the words dark magic in connection with my daughter. Then look at who's standing in this hall using those same words right now to save himself. The quiet that follows is a different kind. Geld in the front row turns and says something low to the man beside him. Two women on the right bench exchange a look. Pella, 3 rows back, is staring at Fenwood with an expression that has shifted considerably since this morning. Fenwood's pleasant, cooperative face hasn't moved, but his eyes, just for a second, go flat. The silence after my words holds for longer than I expect. Then Pella stands up. She doesn't look at me when she speaks. She stares at the council table, then at Fenwood. I heard it from him first, she says, about the child. I thought it was odd at the time, a travelling merchant commenting on a local family, but he said it like he was concerned, like he was just passing on what people were already saying. She sits back down. People weren't saying it yet, not until after he did. A man 2 rows behind her nods slowly. Same. He mentioned it at the cloth store, said he'd heard some unsettling things about the baker's girl. Another voice from the left side. He brought it up with me too, unprompted. Fenwood keeps his expression open and patient, but there is something different about his stillness now. Too much of it. The stillness of a man deciding whether to keep talking or stop. Hestara is watching him. I sit back down and settle Elin more comfortably against my hip. She has her face mostly out of my shoulder now, looking around the hall with tired, red-rimmed eyes. I kiss her temple and feel her exhale slowly against my neck. Hestara confers with the council in low voices for 2 minutes. Fenwood waits. Cole stares at the floor. The benches have gone from restless to something closer to uncertain. The mob energy from this morning dissipated into a more complicated collective mood. Finally, Hestara looks up. The council is ordering a formal investigation into the merchant Fenwood, his wares, and the contraband evidence presented today. She narrows her eyes at Fenwood. You will remain in Brindle Hollow and present yourself to the council as requested until this matter is resolved. Then she turns to me. The accusations against Mistress Alderwyn and her daughter are not dismissed at this time. They are suspended pending the outcome of the investigation. Not dismissed. Suspended. I breathe through my nose and keep my face still. It isn't what I came here for. It isn't close to what I wanted. But it is not exile. And it is not judgment. And Elin is still in my arms rather than being taken from me, and I will accept that for today. Understood, I say. The hall empties slowly. People file out in clusters, and the conversations they carry with them are audible near the door. Some about Fenwood, his roots, whether anyone else knew about his cargo. Some still about Elin. A woman I don't know says something to her companion about the child's eyes, and they both glance back at me before going through the door. The town is split down the middle and everyone can feel it. I get to my feet when the hall is mostly clear, Elin heavy on my hip, her head drooping toward my shoulder with the heavy exhaustion of a little girl who has held herself together longer than she should have had to. My legs are stiff from the chair. I roll my shoulders and look for the exit. Kadrin falls into step beside me near the door. How are you holding up? He asks. Vertical. I glance at him, which is more than I expected an hour ago. He looks at Ailin. She has one eye open, watching him from the sanctuary of my shoulder. He reaches over and puts his hand briefly on her back. One warm, steady touch, and she closes the eye again. And her? She's exhausted, scared. I shift her weight. She held it together better than most adults in that room. I say it quietly, mostly to myself. She always does. He nods. He doesn't add anything to that, which is the right choice. We reach the hall entrance. Outside, the crowd has thinned to scattered clusters, people standing in the square still talking, the day's drama too large to drop all at once. I stop on the top step and watch the square and feel the full weight of the afternoon settle across my shoulders. Thank you, I say. You came when it mattered. I won't pretend I wasn't counting on that. His fixed directly on me. I said I wouldn't leave. You did. I look at my feet, a smile threatening to crack. You meant it. I'm still getting used to that. Kadrin's face twitches. Not quite a smile, but adjacent to one. He doesn't push it further, which I appreciate. I shift Elin to my other hip and straighten my apron with my free hand. I need to get her home, I say. Away from all of this. She needs food and her doll and about 12 hours of sleep. Go! He steps back, giving me space. I'll keep watch tonight. I nod once and start down the steps, and I don't let myself look back, because if I do, I'll say something I'm not ready to say yet. And Elin is too tired, and I am too frayed, and today has already been more than enough.
Chapter 24. Cadron. Fenwood leaves the hall 3 minutes after the council dismisses the session. He moves without hurry, greeting two people near the door with the same open expression he wore at the council table, as if the last 2 hours were a minor inconvenience rather than a direct accusation. He steps out into the square and turns north, away from the market and away from his remaining wagons. North is interesting. I let him get a count of 30, then follow. Maris and Elin are on the steps behind me, heading toward the bakery. They have Brenner. They have Sister Anowin. The square between here and home is open enough that anyone watching from the lane would see them clearly. Fenwood is the threat that matters right now, and Fenwood is walking north. He moves through the back lanes with unhurried confidence, like he doesn't suspect he's being followed, which tells me either he's very good at concealing awareness, or he genuinely hasn't looked back. I keep a building's length between us, and stay on the shadowed side of each street. He leads me to the town's northern edge, where the buildings thin out before the road turns toward the upper pastures. An old storage yard, half-collapsed fencing. 3 wagons pulled tight against the remaining wall. The wagons are covered, horses unhitched and tied nearby, and 2 men are stationed at the yard entrance with the posture of people doing a job rather than standing around. Not caravan workers. The way they track Fenwood's approach, and then track the lane behind him. They're watching for exactly what I'm doing. I press back against the building behind me and wait. Fenwood reaches the men and speaks to them in a low voice. I'm too far to hear the words, but the response is immediate. Both men move toward the covered wagons without discussion. The speed of people who've been given an order they expected. One throws back the canvas on the nearest wagon, and I see the crates beneath, stacked tight. The thick metallic signature comes at me even from this distance. Another cache, larger than the one behind the caravan. Fenwood points at the wagon, says something short. The second man goes to the building's partial wall and comes back with a clay vessel and a length of cloth. The cloth goes into the vessel's neck, and the man pulls out a flint. I move before he strikes it. I clear the fence at a run and close the distance fast enough that the man with the flint doesn't get the spark to catch. I take him down with a shoulder hit that sends the vessel skidding across the dirt, unlit. It hits the fence post and cracks without breaking. The second man comes at me immediately. He's faster than his build suggests, and his first strike lands, a short, hard hit to my ribs that has real force behind it. I absorb it and come back with an elbow to his jaw that turns him sideways. He doesn't go down. Fenwood steps back toward the wagon. The first man is back on his feet. They work together, spacing themselves wide, forcing me to choose angles. These are not caravan workers. The footwork alone tells me they've trained together. The kind of coordination that comes from sparring with the same partner long enough to know each other's gaps. The one on my left feints low, and I read it correctly, but the one on the right is already moving, and his grab catches my left arm before I fully reset. I use the momentum rather than fight it, drop my weight, pull him across my hip, send him into his partner. They tangle for 2 seconds, which is enough. I put the nearest one down with a strike to the backside of the knee, followed by an arm lock that gives him a clear choice between going to the ground or breaking something. He chooses the ground. The second disentangles himself and goes for the knife at his belt. I get to his wrist before the blade clears the sheath. His grip is strong, and we're close enough that neither of us has good leverage. He drives me back against the wagon bed, and the crates rattle against each other, that dry metallic pressure intensifying with proximity. Fenwood is at the far edge of the yard, watching. He's not running yet. He's watching to see how this ends. The man with the knife makes a decision. He shoves hard and uses the space it creates to run rather than press the advantage. Smart. 2 against 1 with the dark elf who hasn't gone down yet is bad odds, and he's done the math. His partner scrambles up from the ground and follows, both of them clearing the far fence in different directions, boots loud on the dry ground and then quieter as the distance opens. I let them go. I straighten up and press my hand against my ribs where the first hit landed. Bruised, not broken. I breathe through it and look at the yard. Fenwood is gone. The yard entrance is empty. I cross to it and scan both lanes. Nothing moving, no sound of retreating footsteps. He slipped out during the fight, and he moved quietly enough that I didn't register the moment he went. A man who plans his exits in advance knows exactly when to use them. I stand by the entrance for 2 seconds, weighing it. Follow Fenwood into the town, or deal with the wagon. He wanted the wagon destroyed. That's the relevant fact, not the artifacts. He'd already written those off as a loss the moment I produced them in the council hall. Whatever else is in those crates, he needed it gone badly enough to order it burned rather than moved. I return my focus to the wagon. The crates come off in order, stacked to the side of the yard. More drain stones, 2 more binding artifacts, a set of compulsion rods wrapped in oiled cloth. Significant volume, a second cache as large as the first, which means the inventory I presented to the council was less than half of what Fenwood moved through Brindle Hollow. The bottom of the third crate is different. Beneath the artifacts, wrapped in waxed canvas and tied with cord, a flat leather case. I cut the cord and opened it on the wagon bed. Maps. 8 of them, drawn on good paper in a precise, consistent hand. The borderland routes, the valley roads, the forest paths I've been tracking. All of it laid out, annotated with symbols I recognize from the other cached materials. Drop points, handoff locations, timing notations in the margins. And in the lower corner of each map, a merchant's mark stamped in red ink. Fenwood's mark. I've seen it on his wagon registration papers and his trade licenses. My gaze lands on the maps, and I study them. This is what he wanted burned. Not the artifacts, which are damning but deniable. These. His hand, his mark, his roots. A complete picture of the network drawn by the man who built it, stamped with his own seal at every corner. I fold the maps carefully and slide them into the document pouch where I keep the commission papers and apprehension records. The leather case goes in after them. The pouch closes and I tuck it inside my cloak, against my chest. The artifacts take 3 trips to carry to the inn. My ribs complain about it on the second trip, and I ignore them. I stack the new crates against the existing ones along the wall, crack the window further than before given the increased volume, and take stock of what the room now contains. Everything I need. Testimony. Contraband. Testimony connecting the contraband to the network, and maps in Fenwood's own hand connecting the network to Fenwood. The council wanted evidence. They have it now, more than they asked for, and more than Fenwood intended to leave behind. I lock the inn room and pocket the key. The maps go everywhere I go until they're in front of Hestara. That's the priority. But Hestara can wait another hour, and the bakery is 4 minutes away, and Maris has spent the last several hours in a council hall with her daughter, terrified in her lap while the town decided their fate. The streets between the inn and the bakery are quieter than this morning. People are indoors, processing the day, the square half empty, with the particular hush of a community that has a lot to discuss and hasn't yet decided how to do it. A few people look at me as I pass. I don't stop for any of them. The bakery lamp is on when I reach the stoop. I see movement in the kitchen through the shop window, Maris at the work table, the automatic motions of someone doing familiar work to settle themselves. I knock twice and wait.
Chapter 25. Maris. The bakery smells like yesterday's bread when we get home. I set Elin down inside the door, and she goes straight for the stairs without being told, trailing Pip behind her, moving with boneless exhaustion because she used up everything she had. I follow her up, sit on the edge of her bed while she pulls the blanket up herself, and stay until her breathing evens out. It takes less than 3 minutes. I go back downstairs and stand in the middle of my kitchen and don't do anything for a while. The bread pans are still on the rack from yesterday. The counter is clean. Through the front window, the square's ordinary. A dog crossing the cobblestones, 2 men talking near the fountain, a woman closing her stall for the evening. Completely ordinary. As if this morning didn't happen. Pella was in that crowd. I keep coming back to that. Pella, who buys honey muffins 4 mornings a week and once helped me carry flour sacks up the back stairs when I had a bad wrist. She wasn't shouting, but she was there, and she stayed there, and I watched her face when Geld was talking and she wasn't arguing with him. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with any of it? I'm still standing there when the knock comes. 2 raps. I cross to the door and open it without the 2-inch gap I usually leave myself. Kadrin steps inside. He moves carefully, which is new, one hand pressing briefly against his left side before he drops it. I notice but don't ask yet. "How is she?" he says. "Asleep." I turn back toward the kitchen. "Come in." I put the kettle on because it gives my hands something to do. He takes the chair at the work table and waits, and the quietness of him is steadying in a way I don't examine too closely. "You came through," I say. "At the council. That was—" I stop. "I didn't know if you'd make it in time." "I said I would. People say things." I set out 2 cups. "You actually did it." I glance over my shoulder at him. "Thank you." He nods once. I have everything now. Maps in his own hand, his mark on them, routes, drop points, all of it. The council will have no more room to doubt which direction this points. Good. I pour the water and bring both cups to the table. Good. I sit across from him and wrap my hands around the warm ceramic and stare at the steam coming off the surface. "Do you think it goes back?" I ask. "To what it was before?" "It may take time." "That's not an answer." I look up at him. Pella was in that crowd. Dora from the weaver's shop. People I have known since I was a girl. I set the cup down. I watched them stand there while someone called my daughter a monster, and they didn't leave. Some of them nodded. I press my palms flat on the table. Those are people I'll still be selling bread to next month, if they'll buy it. He doesn't fill the silence with reassurance. He waits, which is what I actually needed. I was going to leave, I say. I made the plan in my head, more than once. The strong box under the floorboard, the horse in the stable, Elin's doll and 3 changes of clothes. I frown, and my eyes shift to the window. Rip her out of the only home she's ever had, every routine she knows, and take her somewhere new and start over. I exhale through my nose. And then what? Wait for the next drought? The next famine? The next animal that dies near a forest and gives people something to point at? Maris. She's going to keep looking more like you. I say it evenly, without accusation. Every month, a little more. Her skin, her ears, her eyes. And I love what she is. I would never change it. But I also know this town, and I know what fear does to people who think they're protecting something. I sigh and shrug. So I don't know that it goes back. I don't know that it gets better. I don't know how to stop waiting for it to happen again. He stands up. He comes around the table and I don't move away, and he puts his arms around me from behind, his chin near the top of my head, one hand coming up to the end of my braid. He pulls the tie loose slowly and combs his fingers through the bottom of my hair. Just the ends, a slow and careful motion. You won't face it the same way again, he says. Not alone. Not with no one between you and whatever comes at her. You can't promise that. The courts. I'm not talking about the courts. His hand moves through the ends of my hair again, unhurried. I'm talking about me. What I intend. I don't respond to that immediately. I regret not being here, he says. From the beginning. I missed 3 years with her, and I watched that haul today, and I couldn't get to her fast enough. I couldn't be the one to hold her. You weren't there because I didn't... I start. I'm not placing that on you. His voice is even. I'm not. What happened was mine to prevent, and I didn't prevent it. His hand stills at the base of my braid. I just wanted to be the one holding her. And I wasn't. The kitchen is very quiet. The candle on the work table moves in a draught from somewhere. I turn around. He's closer than I expected, and his silver eyes are on my face with an openness I haven't seen from him in daylight. None of the controlled stillness, just what's underneath it. I reach up and put my hand flat against his chest. His heartbeat is steady under my palm. He leans down and kisses me. He kisses the way he does everything, with full attention, nothing held back. I open my mouth and he takes the invitation, his tongue sliding against mine, slow and deliberate, and the warmth that moves through me has nowhere to go except forward. His hands find my sides. They move up my ribs and back down, tracing the curve of my waist, and then he palms my backside and pulls me in hard against him. I pull back just enough to look at him. I bite my lower lip. Bedroom, I say. His pearly eyes are dark. He nods once. We make it to the doorway before he pulls me back against him, his mouth finding my neck, and I turn into it and get my hands on the buttons of his shirt. He works the laces at my back. We pull and tug our way down the hall, shedding pieces as we go. His shirt on the floor by the door, my dress half unlaced before we reach the bed. I shrug it off my shoulders and it drops, and the lamplight enshrouds me while he watches me with the same open attention he had in the kitchen. No control over it, no filter.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
We lie tangled together while the lamp gutters low. I press my ear to his chest and listen to his heartbeat slow down. His arm settles around my shoulders, heavy and warm. The day replays behind my eyes in fragments. Elin's face buried in my collar, the crowd noise, Hestara's flat verdict, and underneath all of it, the fact that Kadrin came through the door of that hall and changed the room. Do you think we have a future? I ask. I say it to his chest, not to his face. It's easier that way. He's quiet long enough that I start to pull back from the question. Then he says, I've thought about it. I lift my head. You have? More every day. He doesn't elaborate, and I don't need him to. The simplicity of it lands more solidly than a speech would. I put my head back down against him. Outside, the square is quiet. A few rooms over, Ellen is sleeping, her pointed ears uncovered and her steely eyes closed, and she has no idea that the two people who made her are lying in the dark, trying to figure out what comes next. I press closer to him and close my eyes. It's enough. For tonight, it's enough.
Chapter 26. Cadron. The morning after starts early and runs long. I'm at the work table in the inn room by first light. The confiscated crates open around me, each artifact laid out in order of type and size. The drain stones go in one column, binding pieces in another. The compulsion fragments separately, wrapped back in their oiled cloth until they can be properly contained. I number each piece in my field log and write a description alongside. Dimensions, material, visible markings, estimated potency class based on the residue signature. It's careful work. It takes most of the morning. The smugglers' details come next. Names, physical descriptions, last known associations, and what each one said during questioning. I write Cole's account in full, including the specific confirmations he made about Fenwood's network structure. Then the 4 caravan workers, their testimonies set down separately so the consistencies are visible when the courts review them side by side. Then the 2 men from the storage yard, whose names I got after the fact from their identification papers. By midday, I have 3 complete reports. They go to the messaging center in a sealed packet, marked urgent, addressed to the commission authority. The keeper takes it without comment. He's been taking my packets without comment since I got here. Sometimes I wonder if he can read. Then I go looking for Fenwood. His remaining wagon is still at the caravan camp. Or rather, it was. When I reach the eastern lane, the space where it sat is empty, the ground showing the rectangular impressions of wheel ruts and the scattered hay of a recently vacated camp. The horses that were on the line are gone. The camp equipment, the covered crates, the folding display tables, all of it cleared. I stay in the empty space for a moment, then start asking questions. The cloth merchant with the gray braid is still at her stall. She sets down a bolt without being prompted when she sees my face. "He left last night," she says. "Late. I heard the horses, but I didn't look out." "Which direction did he go?" "South Lane, toward the Valley Road." She points toward the southern road, but I couldn't say for certain. The ironwork merchant near the fountain is less helpful. He didn't hear anything and didn't see Fenwood after the council hall. 2 other vendors corroborate the cloth merchant's account. Late night. Horses. No wagon noise heard by anyone who was listening for it. No wagon noise. I stop and work that through. A man leaving town in a hurry with a loaded wagon makes a specific sound on cobblestones, especially at night when everything else is quiet. Nobody reported that sound, which means either the wagon left without the crates, left empty, fast, a decoy, or there was no wagon at all. Fenwood on horseback, alone, carrying only what fits in a saddlebag. That's not a man relocating a business. That's a man who has cut his losses and gone to ground. The abandoned building still holds the 4 workers. I go back to it. Cole looks at me when I walk through the door and reads the situation from my face before I say anything. "He's gone." "Last night." I crouch in front of him. "Where would he go?" "I don't know his safe locations. I told you that." "You told me that when you were trying not to cooperate." I stare him dead in the eye. "You've agreed to testify. That's a different position. Think harder." He turns his hands over on his knees. "There's a place he mentioned once. Not a town. An old way station on the Ridge Road, 2 hours north. Used it as a dead drop. I don't know if he'd go there as a refuge, but it's the only place I've ever heard him reference off the main routes." "Anything else?" He considers. "He has a contact in the valley below. Someone who moves goods through the river crossing. If he's planning to leave the territory entirely, he'd need that person to move money or papers." Cole looks at the door. "I don't have a name. Just that they exist." I move to the other 3 men and ask the same question in different forms. 2 of them give me nothing. The third, the man who talked most freely on the road, chews his lip for a moment before he speaks. "There's a farmhouse," he says, "south of the main road, before the valley opens. Fenwood stopped there twice last season, stayed an hour each time. Told us to wait on the road." He shrugs. Didn't say who was inside. "South before the valley. The cloth merchant heard horses going south. The farmhouse lead is the best I have." I crouch in front of the man who mentioned the farmhouse. "Fenwood's contingency. If something went wrong on a run, if he got exposed, what was the plan?" The man looks at the floor. "We weren't told plans. We were told what to do and when to do it." "But you've been moving with this network long enough to have noticed patterns." I wait. "What did you notice?" He purses his lips. He always knew the next exit before he needed one. Told one of the senior men once, "The important thing isn't knowing how to run, it's knowing before you need to run." meaning he'd already have a route, meaning he'd already be half gone before anyone knew to look. I moved to the second worker, a younger man who hasn't spoken much. He's been watching me since I came in with the attentive wariness of someone who is still deciding whether cooperation is worth it. Same question, I say. He's quiet. Then he says, there was talk about getting out of the region. Not just Brindle Hollow, the whole Valley territory. Fenwood said once that if the courts got close, the only move was to get beyond their reach fast. He glances at Cole. Before dawn was always the window. He said the first hours after exposure are the only ones where you're still ahead of the pursuit. Before dawn. Which means tonight. I stand and look at Cole. He's been listening without pretending not to. Is there anything else? I ask him directly. Not about his escape route. He shrugs one shoulder as best he can, being tied up. But he doesn't leave loose ends. Whatever he couldn't take with him, he'd destroy. Whoever could testify against him. He stops. He'd want handled, I finish. Cole doesn't confirm it aloud. I check the cords on each man, add water within reach of those who don't have it, and lock the building behind me. Back at the inn, I spread Fenwood's maps on the desk and go through them in order. The valley routes, the borderland roads, the forest paths I've already learned on foot. I'm looking for anything that runs south before turning east or west, a route that bypasses the main valley road, avoids the obvious checkpoints, and gets a rider out of the region without passing through any town large enough to have a gatewatch. The third map shows it. A secondary road running south-southwest from Brindle Hollow's outskirts, cutting through the lower pasture land and joining the old drover's track before the valley floor. The drover's track isn't on any current trade map. It's old enough that most merchants don't know it exists. But it's on Fenwood's map, marked with his seal and annotated in the same precise hand as the rest. 2 notations in the margin. Fast, no gates, and a distance marking that puts the regional border at roughly 6 hours' ride. He'd be at the border before the morning watch changed. I trace the route with my finger. The secondary road exits the town through the south lane, past the old storage yard, through the lower field gate, onto the pasture track. If he left late last night, he'd have a head start of several hours. But the drover's track runs slow in the dark. The ground is uneven, and a rider pushing too hard risks a lamed horse. He'd be moving carefully, which costs time. If I take the main valley road south and cut across the pasture at the midpoint, I can intersect the drover's track before it joins the border road. The geometry works. Just. I roll the map and tuck it inside my cloak alongside the others. My horse needs water and a quick check. She's been stabled since yesterday, and I'll be pushing her tonight. I'll leave at dusk, which gives me enough margin without arriving at the intersection point too early and losing the element of surprise. I pull my pack from under the bed and check what's in it. Cord, commission papers, the bounty seal, a short blade and the longer one at my hip. Enough for one man on a road in the dark. I repack everything and set it by the door. There's one other thing to do before I go. I need to tell Maris. Not the full plan. The full plan is straightforward, and she doesn't need to worry over the details. But she needs to know Fenwood is moving, that I'm going after him tonight, and that I need her to keep the bakery locked and Elin inside until I'm back. If Cole is right about loose ends, Maris and Elin are the most visible witnesses against Fenwood's reputation in this town. I don't intend to leave that unaddressed. I take my pack, lock the inn room, and head for the bakery.
Chapter 27. Maris. I set the bread to rise before dawn, the way I always have. The routine helps. Hands in dough, the familiar resistance of it, the kitchen warming up around me as the hearth catches. I do each step in order and don't think past the one I'm doing. And by the time the first loaves are in the oven, Elin is downstairs with her doll, claiming the low wooden stool at the counter as her post. "Are we open today?" she asks. "We're open," I say. She nods, satisfied, and sets Pip up to supervise the counter. I unlock the front door at the usual hour and turn the sign. The square outside is going through its ordinary morning motions. Market stalls opening, a few early walkers crossing toward the fountain. I watch from behind the counter and tell myself this is just another morning. Brennor comes first, which I expected. He doesn't say much, just sets his coin on the countertop and takes his bread and gives me the kind of look that means he's paying attention even if he's not speaking. I appreciate it more than I'd be able to say without embarrassing us both. After Brenner, the morning slows. A woman I recognise from the weaver's row stops outside, looks at the chalkboard menu, and then looks through the window glass. She sees me looking back. She moves on. 2 men from the mill pause at the door. One of them reaches for the handle, then drops his hand, and they keep walking. A family I've never had trouble with, regulars, 2 children who always want the sweet rolls, slows down on the lane. The mother says something to her husband, and they cross to the far side without stopping. I keep myself busy. I restack the display, wipe down the counter, start a second batch of rolls. My hands work and my face stays even, and I watch the square through the front window between tasks. Ellen is quiet for most of the morning, which is unusual enough to notice. She sorts her pebbles into a row along the counter edge. She introduces Pip to the arrangement twice. Around the midday hour, she looks up and watches a family pass by without slowing. "Why isn't anyone coming in?" she asks. I come around the counter and lean against it beside her. After the council meeting, people heard a lot of different things. Some of them aren't sure what to think yet. Because of me? Because of things they don't understand. I lift her off the stool and settle her in my lap. She leans back against me without resistance. It takes time for people to sort through confusion. We had Brenna today, and the widow from down the road bought 2 loaves this morning. "That's 2, Ellen says. "That's better than yesterday." I smooth her hair from her face, running my fingers through them slowly. "It'll keep getting better." She considers this with the focused attention she brings to things she isn't sure she believes. "How do you know?" "Because I've lived here my whole life," I say evenly. "And because people are mostly decent when they're not frightened. Once the fear settles, the decency comes back." She accepts this, though the small crease between her brows tells me she's filing it away to revisit later. She turns the pebble in her hand over and watches the square through the glass. I rest my chin on her head. I've been keeping the strong face for so long that I've forgotten what's underneath it. At the council hall yesterday, I was defending, arguing, managing, doing what needed doing. In the weeks before that, every hour of every day was about keeping Elin safe, keeping the bakery afloat, keeping the rumours from landing where they'd do the worst damage. There was always something that needed doing. Now the bread is in the oven, and Elin is warm in my lap, and the square is mostly empty, and there's nothing to manage, and I notice how tired I am in a place that sleep doesn't reach. The kind of tired that comes from bracing for a blow for so long that your muscles have forgotten how to unclench. Pella bought honey muffins from me for 2 years. She stood in that crowd. I touch my lips to Elin's hair and breathe slowly. I'm not angry exactly. Anger would be cleaner. What I feel is more like the gap after a long, loud noise goes quiet. My ears still ringing, the room still vibrating. No clear name for the feeling, except that I know something has changed and I don't know yet what's left when it settles. "Mama," Elin says. Your arms got tighter." I loosen my hold. "Sorry, sweetheart." She pats my forearm with her small hand, 3 brisk pats, and goes back to her pebble. I look out at the square and the mostly empty lane and the bakery that has been in my family for 2 generations, and I stay quiet and let the morning be what it is. The afternoon is slow and useful. I give Elin a batch of dough scraps and let her work at the lower end of the counter while I clean. She rolls and folds with enormous concentration, producing shapes that bear no relation to anything edible, and narrates the process to Pip in a running commentary that fills the quiet kitchen. I let the sound of her carry me through the dishes and the swept floor and the wiped surfaces. The leaving idea surfaces while I'm scrubbing out the mixing bowls. I've turned it over before, the Valley Road, the Strongbox, starting somewhere new. This time it comes at it from a different angle. Not running from something, but going towards something. A place where Elin's ears and eyes and shifting skin wouldn't require a scarf, wouldn't require explanations, wouldn't land her in a council hall at 3 years old with a town deciding her fate. I don't know if that place exists within a reasonable distance. The larger border cities have more mixed populations, from what I understand. Traders, travellers, people who've seen enough of the world to find a half-dark elf child unremarkable. But I've never been further than 2 valleys over, and I don't know those cities well enough to judge. Kadrin would know. He's travelled the borderlands for years. He'd know what towns were worth considering, which ones were genuinely tolerant rather than just larger and less organised about their fear. I set the bowl on the drying rack and pick up the next one. I don't make a decision either way. I just let the question exist without forcing it into a shape. Ellen holds up a thick, lopsided disc of dough. "It's a moon," she announces. "It's a very good moon," I tell her. She sets it on the tray with the gravity of someone completing important work and starts a new piece. Brenna arrives just as the evening lamp needs lighting. Sister Anowin is a step behind him, her healer's bag over her shoulder, the unhurried manner of someone making a social call rather than an emergency visit. I open the door before they knock. "We won't stay long," Brenna says, which means he intends to stay a while. I put the kettle on. Elin slides off her stool and presents her moon to Sister Anowin, who accepts it with appropriate solemnity. Brenna settles into the chair at the work table and sets his hat on his knee and looks around the kitchen the way he looks at anything, steadily, taking stock. "You should know," he says, "that Geld was at the mill this morning. Said the livestock death stopped." I look up from the kettle. Stopped. "Nothing found this morning. Nothing last night." He taps his hat brim. Word moves fast. By tonight, half the town will be reassessing. And the other half, I ask, will take longer. He's not going to soften it, which I appreciate. But they'll get there. Sister Anowyn is sitting on the stool Elin vacated, the dough moon in her hands. There are more people on your side than showed themselves at the council, she says. Several families who didn't come because they weren't willing to be part of the mob, but who also weren't willing to stand against their neighbours publicly. She sets the moon down. They're talking now, quietly, but they're talking. Fenwood's gone, Brenna adds. Vanished last night. No one saw him leave. Cadrin's been asking around all day. He glances at me to gauge my reaction. The bounty hunter thinks he's made a run for it. He would, I say. The evidence was piling up fast. If the animal deaths stay stopped and Fenwood stays gone, the connection becomes obvious even to people who weren't ready to see it before. Sister Anowyn folds her hands. Give it a week. I pour the tea and bring the cups to the table. Elin climbs back onto the stool and leans against the counter with her chin on her arms, listening without appearing to listen. Her standard posture for adult conversations she's decided are relevant. We talk for a while. Brenna tells me which merchants have been asking questions about the artefacts Cadrin showed the council. Sister Anowyn mentions that Devitt from the council stopped her on the street and asked about half-blood children, not in alarm, but with the careful interest of someone trying to understand something they got wrong. I file that away. When they leave, the kitchen feels different than it did this morning. Not resolved, not healed over, but less sealed. I lock the door and turn back to the room. Elin is asleep on her stool, slumped against the counter with her cheek on her arms, and Pip tucked under her chin. I lift her carefully and carry her upstairs, and she doesn't wake, just makes the small sound she makes when she's being moved and decides it's not worth responding to. I settle her in her bed and sit on the edge for a moment in the dark. This town is my grandmother's town. The bakery is my grandmother's bakery. Whatever happened in that council hall, whatever Pella did or didn't do, whatever fear produced in people who should have known better, this is still the place where Elin has her room, and her stool, and her pebble collection, and the particular arrangement of light through the east window in the mornings that she's known her whole life. We're not going anywhere. I pull the blanket up and tuck it around her shoulders and go back downstairs to finish closing up for the night.
Chapter 28. Cadrin. The south road out of Brindle Hollow runs past the lower pasture before it narrows toward the valley floor. I take it at a walk, my horse moving easy in the late afternoon light, and I read the road as I go. The ground tells me things. Hoof prints in the soft shoulder, fresh enough to show clear edges. One horse moving at a steady pace, not hurrying. The prints cut off the main road onto the sidetrack exactly where Fenwood's map indicated, which confirms the route. I follow the sidetrack until the pasture gives way to a stand of old timber, and the road widens briefly into what was once a staging area. 3 wagons, or what's left of them. 2 are partially dismantled, wheels pulled, boards stacked, the canvas covers stripped and bundled. The third is further gone, its frame broken down to components, and the pieces laid out like a carcass. The work is recent. The cut wood is pale and clean at the edges, the sawdust not yet dampened by the evening air. I tie my horse to a tree at the road's edge and walk the area slowly. More crate impressions in the dirt, the same dusty metallic trace I've been following. Whatever was stored here moved out recently, but not all of it went cleanly. 2 broken crate slats are half buried near the tree line, and the residue on them is stronger than the surrounding ground. Something was damaged or opened here, not just transported. The sound of a tool against wood reaches me from behind the furthest wagon. I go around the frame quietly. A man, 30s, leaned through the shoulders, kneeling beside an intact section of wagon bed and working a crowbar between the planks. He's focused on the wood and doesn't hear me until my shadow falls across him. He goes still. "Keep your hands where I can see them," I say. "Don't stand up yet." He complies, crowbar resting on the ground, both hands visible. He's weighing his options. I can see it in the set of his shoulders, and reaching the conclusion that running has a poor outcome. "Stand up slowly," I say. "Turn around." He does. His face is weathered and unremarkable, tanned and worn from years on the road. He looks at my bounty seal and doesn't seem surprised by it. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "Cleaning up." He says it flatly, like it's a job description. "Whose instruction?" He doesn't answer that. I take the crowbar from the ground and set it out of his reach, then take his belt knife and put that out of reach too. I'll ask it differently. "You're destroying evidence connected to a smuggling case currently under formal investigation by the Dark Elf courts. That makes you an accessory after the fact at minimum. Or you tell me what I need to know and I record your cooperation in my report." He chews the inside of his cheek. "What do you need to know?" "Where's Fenwood?" He circled back. He says it without visible reluctance, which means he's decided Fenwood isn't worth protecting. Didn't take the South Road after all, or he took it and doubled back. Either way, he's in town. That stops me. Why? There's a cache he couldn't move when things went wrong at the council. Small, hidden somewhere in the market district. He didn't want to leave without it. What's in it? The man shifts his weight. Most of it's the usual stock. Drain pieces, binding work. He pauses. But there's one piece he's been carrying separately from everything else. Never let it go in with the regular inventory. Kept it wrapped, never talked about what it was. He eyes the broken wagons. Whatever it is, he went back for it. Wouldn't have risked returning otherwise. Where in the market district? I don't know. I was sent out here. He nods at the wagon remains. To finish this. The wagon dismantling needs to finish. If Fenwood has eyes anywhere in this town, and a man as careful as him usually does, an abandoned work site and a missing worker will signal that something went wrong. That signal reaches Fenwood before I do, and a cornered man with access to dangerous artifacts is a more serious problem than the one I'm already managing. I turn back. Changed your mind? He asks. Finish the wagons, I say. Exactly what you were sent to do. Then you leave town. Tonight, before dark. His eyes follow me carefully. And if I don't? Then I file a full report that names you as an active participant in a court-prohibited smuggling ring, and I include today's evidence destruction in the charge. I let that settle. Or you finish the work, you leave, and I record your cooperation. Your choice, and you have about 10 seconds to make it. He stands and picks up the crowbar without further discussion. The cache he came back for, I say. The hidden one in town. Where is it? He shakes his head. I don't know. I was never told about it. Fenwood ran the town storage himself. Didn't use intermediaries for anything he considered high value. He sets the crowbar against the wagon frame. If it exists, only he knows where it is. The artifact he kept separate. Do you know what it does? He keeps quiet at first. I know it made people nervous. The ones who'd been around it. One of the men who handled it once said it felt wrong. Not like the drain pieces, which you can sense but learn to ignore. He said this one felt active even when it was wrapped and sealed. He starts working the crowbar between the planks. That's all I know. An artifact that reads as active even when contained. That narrows the category considerably, and none of the options are good. I watch him work for a moment, confirming the rhythm is genuine and not performance. He's methodical about it, pulling boards in the right sequence to break the frame apart efficiently. He's done this before. When you leave, don't come back to this valley, I say. Not this season, not next. If I see your name connected to this caravan in any subsequent proceeding, the cooperation consideration disappears. I narrow my eyes and raise my chin. Understood? Understood, he says, without looking up from the wood. I leave him to it and go to my horse. The road back to town runs fast at a canter, and I push her to it, watching the light change as the afternoon tips toward evening. Fenwood circled back. He's inside Brindle Hollow right now, somewhere in the market district, retrieving an artifact he values above his own clean escape. A man who takes that kind of risk doesn't do it for money. He does it because the artifact itself represents power he's not willing to leave behind, either because of what it's worth or because of what it can do. An active artifact, concealed somewhere in a town that's already been destabilized by fear and suspicion. I think about what an active artifact of unknown function could do in the hands of a man with nothing left to lose in Brindle Hollow, and I push my horse faster. The town comes into view as the sun drops toward the ridge. The market square is settling into evening business. Stalls closing, foot traffic thinning. Nothing looks wrong from the road. Nothing looks like a man conducting desperate business in the market district. That doesn't mean he isn't there. I stable my horse at the inn and go out on foot, moving through the square at a pace that reads as purposeful, without looking urgent. I take the market lane first, checking the gaps between buildings, the covered stalls, the loading areas behind the larger merchants, then the alley that runs parallel, then the lane behind the cooperage. I'm 2 streets from the bakery when I stop, watching the building I'm passing. The old storage house, the one I used as a temporary holding facility. The lock is as I left it, but there's a boot print in the dust near the door that wasn't there this morning. Fresh, pointing toward the entrance. Someone has been here since I left. I check the lock. Still secured, but the dust pattern around the frame has been disturbed, and there's a faint mark at the base of the door where someone knelt and examined the lock without forcing it. Fenwood knows where his people are being held. He also knows that the man who put them there is the same man who has been dismantling him piece by piece, and he's already demonstrated he understands the value of removing witnesses. I move faster toward the bakery.
Chapter 29. Maris. The evening is cooling when I bring the trash out front. I prop the bakery door with my hip and carry the bin to the street, the way I do every evening, the way I've done it for years without anyone paying it particular attention. Tonight, 2 women stop talking on the opposite side of the lane and watch me lift the lid of the refuse bin and drop the day's scraps inside. I put the lid back on. They're still watching. A man coming from the direction of the fountain slows his pace when he sees me. He doesn't stop, but he gives the bakery a wide berth and keeps his eyes on me the whole way past, the way you keep your eyes on something you've decided might move unexpectedly. I stand with the empty bin in my hands in the middle of the quiet evening street. 2 more people at the lane's far end. I can see them from here, the slight shift in their posture when they register me standing at the door. The whispered exchange. The decision to cross to the other side. I set the bin down, roll my shoulders back, and stare down the nearest pair of watchers directly. "Lovely evening," I say, loud enough to carry. They mutter something to each other. The woman pulls her shawl tighter. They keep walking faster than before. I watch them go. The urge to say something sharper runs through me and I let it pass. Sharp doesn't help. Standing here, being visible and ordinary and unbothered, is the only argument that actually works over time. I pick up the bin, take it back inside, and bolt the door behind me. Elin is at the kitchen table with her drawing supplies, a stub of charcoal and the backs of old receipt papers that Brenna saves for her. She has several sheets spread out, most of them covered in the dense, overlapping lines she produces when she's working seriously. She doesn't look up when I come in. "Almost done," she says. I wash my hands at the basin and dry them on my apron and lean against the counter. "Take your time." She makes 3 more careful marks, then sits back and holds the paper up. "Look," she says. I take it from her. 4 figures, rendered in the earnest, slightly lopsided style of a little girl who has strong opinions about what things should look like. The tallest has a braid, me, identified beyond doubt by the triangle that represents an apron. Beside her, smaller, with a round head and enormous curly lines radiating from it, Elin. In her arms, a small figure that can only be Pip. And off to the side, separated by a small gap from the rest but still clearly part of the grouping, a very tall figure with straight lines for hair and what I think are meant to be pointed ears. I look at it longer than I need to. "Who's that?" I ask, even though I know. "The grey man." Elin taps the figure with one finger. "He lives with us now." "He doesn't live with us, sweetheart." Her eyes study the drawing, then at me, with a patient expression and a hint of disbelief. "He's always outside." She takes the drawing back and studies it. "That's living with us." I don't have a response that improves on that logic. "Do you like it?" she asks. "Very much." I fold it carefully along the edge. "Can I keep it?" She considers this with the gravity of an artist being asked about their work. "You can have that one," she says finally. "I'm going to make another one where we all have hats." "Excellent plan." I tuck the drawing into my apron pocket and start on the evening clean-up. The folded paper is warm against my side. 4 figures on a receipt paper, the tall one standing a little apart with his straight hair and pointed ears, placed just far enough outside the family group that a 3-year-old with her mother's instinct for honesty left that gap there on purpose. Or didn't. It's possible she just ran out of room. I start wiping down the counter and decide not to examine it too closely either way. Elin is already pulling out a fresh receipt paper when I tuck the drawing away. I should start dinner. Instead, I lean against the counter and watch her select a new piece of charcoal and hold it up to examine the tip with the serious discernment of someone who understands that the right tool matters. "The grey man," I say. "Why did you put him in the picture?" She doesn't look up from the charcoal. "Because he's around." "He's around for now. He has a job to do here." "He's around a lot." She sets the charcoal to the paper and begins drawing what appears to be a very large hat. "You like him." I open my mouth and close it again. "I like him too." She adds a brim to the hat. "He has the same eyes as me." She glances up briefly, with the matter-of-fact certainty she brings to things she's already resolved. "That makes him family, right?" The word lands somewhere under my ribs. "It's a little more complicated than that," I say. She considers this. "Why?" "Because family is about more than looking alike." I push off the counter and go to the pot hanging over the hearth. It's about being there, consistently, over time. She thinks about that for a moment. He's been there every day. He has, I agree, for now. She doesn't push it further, which either means she's satisfied or she's saving the argument for later. With Elin, it's usually the latter. I start the soup, carrots from the cold box, dried herbs from the shelf, the remainder of the week's stock bones Brenna brought over. My hands work through the familiar motions, and I let my mind do what it's been trying to do all evening. He said he wanted a future. He said he'd thought about it. He said it simply and without hedging, which is the only way Cadrin says anything, and I believed him because he's not a man who performs sincerity. He means what he says. But meaning it and doing it are separated by the dark elf courts and a commission seal and a life structured around going where he's sent. He said it was worth changing. He didn't say he'd figured out how. The carrots go into the pot. I stir them down into the stock. Elin has abandoned the hat drawing in favour of a complex scene that involves multiple figures and what might be a horse. She's narrating quietly to herself, filling in details with the charcoal stub, wholly absorbed. She asks about him the way she asks about the bread rising, as a fact of the morning, as something expected and reliable. When's the grey man coming? Is the grey man outside? She never uses his name. He's the grey man, which is either charming or heartbreaking depending on which way I'm looking at it. If he leaves, she'll ask where he went. She'll ask when he's coming back. She'll ask why, eventually, and I'll have to find an answer that doesn't break anything in her that's just beginning to trust permanence. She lost the scarf 3 times last week and didn't panic about it once. Small thing, but it wasn't small. She's been afraid of the scarf coming loose since the day the kids threw rocks. Something has shifted in her since the council hall, some loosening of the dread she'd been carrying without words for it. She started sleeping in her own room again. She brought her pebble collection back to the front stoop. I watch her tongue pressed to her upper lip as she adds something careful to the drawing. If Cadrin leaves, I think about what that costs her and I don't finish the thought. The soup starts to simmer. I lower the heat and put the lid on and lean against the work table with a dishcloth in my hands that I'm not actually using. We talked about a future the same way you talk about a place you've seen on a map, acknowledging it exists, saying it looks worth visiting, not actually booking the road. He meant it. So did I. But intention without logistics is just a nice feeling that lives in the dark and never has to survive contact with the courts and the commission seal and the life he built over 118 years before he ever walked into my bakery. I want him to stay. I fold the dishcloth and put it on the rack. I want him to stay, and I want it badly enough that it scares me, which means I haven't let myself look at it directly until this moment, standing in my kitchen with the soup on the stove and Elin's drawing of 4 figures warm in my apron pocket. "Mama," Ellen says. She holds up the new drawing. 4 figures again, all with very large hats. The tall one on the side has the biggest hat of all. "Better," she announces. "Much better," I agree, and go to dish up her dinner.
Chapter 30. Cadrin. The last storehouse comes up empty. I lean on the doorframe, taking in the swept floor, the bare walls, the absence of anything that shouldn't be there, and accept that tonight is an ending with Fenwood in custody. I've covered the market district twice, the caravan camp perimeter, the 2 storage buildings connected to his remaining contacts, and the loading yard behind the cloth merchant's row. Nothing. No residue trace, no fresh prints, no signs of doubling back. He's still here. He has to be. The cash is here and he hasn't left without it. I'll find him tomorrow in the light, or he'll make a move tonight that tells me where he is. Either way, there's nothing more I can do with the dark and an empty storehouse. I pull the door shut and head for the bakery. The lamp in the kitchen window is lit. Maris is at the work table, Elin on her stool, the ordinary shape of an evening meal. It's a pleasant view, even from outside on the street. I knock twice and the familiar sound of the latch follows. Maris opens the door and reads my face before I say anything. Nothing. Nothing yet. I step inside. The kitchen is warm, the soup smell cutting through the cold I've been moving through for the last 2 hours. He's still in town. How do you know? Because he came back for something he values more than a clean exit, I say. Low enough Elin can't hear. And it's still here. Elin turns on her stool and sees me. Her face rearranges itself into the open, uncomplicated delight she doesn't bother containing. "You're here for dinner," she announces. Not a question. I look at Maris. She's already moving to the pot. "Sit down," she says, and lifts another bowl from the shelf. There's no useful argument against this. Elin is watching me with the patient certainty of someone who knows the outcome and is just waiting for the adult to catch up. I pull out the chair across from her stool and sit. She tells me about the drawings while Maris dishes up the soup. All of them, in sequence, including the hats. She retrieves the most recent one from the counter and holds it up for my inspection. 4 figures, all with large triangular hats, one significantly taller than the rest with straight lines for hair. "That's you," she says, pointing at the tall figure. "Yours is the biggest hat. I see that, because you're the tallest." She sets the drawing back with the careful placement of someone managing an archive. Pip wanted a hat too, but I ran out of paper. Mara sets the bowl in front of me and takes her seat. Elin picks up her spoon and begins eating with concentrated efficiency and strong opinions about the temperature window for soup. The kitchen is warm and close and smells like carrots and wood smoke, and I eat and listen to Ellen explain the organizational system of her pebble collection and feel something settle in my chest that has nothing to do with the investigation. I catch Maris's eye across the table. She tips her head slightly toward Elin and then raises her brows, her signal that she's heard the concern and what I said at the door and hasn't forgotten it. I nod once. Later, she refills Elin's bowl without being asked. Elin thanks her with the automatic gratitude of a toddler who has been taught manners and means them, then redirects her attention to me. Do you like soup? She asks. I do. She considers this. Mama makes good soup. She does, I agree. Maris makes a sound over her bowl that might be a suppressed laugh. After the dishes are cleared, Elin produces the charcoal and fresh papers with the purposeful energy of someone resuming important work. Maris catches my eye and tilts her head toward the stairs. A question. I nod. Time to get ready for bed, Maris says. The protest is standard and brief. Elin negotiates for 5 more minutes, is granted 2, uses them to add a complicated element to the drawing she started, and then gathers Pip from the counter with the resigned acceptance of a child who knows when the outcome is settled. She nods at me before she gets down from the stool. Are you going to be here tomorrow? The question is simple and direct, which is the only way she asks things. I'll be outside, I tell her. Like always. She nods, satisfied, and slides off the stool. Maris takes her upstairs. I clear the remaining bowls to the basin and stand at the kitchen window, watching the dark lane outside, running through every building I covered tonight and looking for the gap I missed. When the footsteps on the stairs come back down, I turn. She wants you to say goodnight, Maris says. Her voice is even, but there's something careful underneath it, watching to see what I do with that. I go upstairs. Elin is in her bed with Pip tucked beside her, the blanket up to her chin, her eyes tracking me as I come through the door. The lamp on her nightstand throws warm light across her curls, and the gray at her temples catches it differently than the dark strands do. I've noticed that before. I'll keep noticing it. I crouch beside the bed so we're at the same level. Good night, I say. She reaches up and pats my cheek twice with her small hand. Her palm is warm and deliberate. Then she pulls it back, closes her eyes, and settles deeper into the pillow. I stay crouched for a moment longer than necessary. I've been keeping her safe, watching the doors, intercepting threats, staying between her and whatever the town or Fenwood might direct her way. That felt like enough, because it was what I knew how to do. But crouching beside her bed in the lamplight, watching her settle toward sleep with Pip tucked under her chin, I understand that safety and fatherhood are not the same thing. One is the floor. The other is everything built on top of it. I've only just found the floor. I want to build the rest. I stand quietly and go back into the little house above the bakery. Maris is already in the sitting room when I come back down, 2 cups of tea on the table, her legs tucked under her on the chair. She watches me take the seat across from her and waits. He circled back, I say. He didn't take the valley road. He's somewhere in this town, looking for a cache he left behind, something he wouldn't abandon even when everything else was burning. I wrap my hands around the cup. I covered the market district twice. The storage yards, the caravan haunts, the loading areas. Nothing. But you think he'll come here? I think he's desperate and cornered. I set the cup down. Desperate men look for leverage. You and Elin are the most visible people connected to this case. Witnesses, a target, or a way to get to me. Any of those reasons is enough for a man with nothing left to lose. She doesn't respond immediately. How sure are you? Sure enough that I'm not leaving tonight. She looks at her cup. Her hands are wrapped around it the same way mine are. Something to hold on to while thinking. You said a way to get to you. Why would he bother? Because I've been spending time here. I fix her with a pointed look. He's been watching his own exits. He'll have noticed mine. Her hazel eyes come up to meet mine. I reach across the table and take her hands. They're warm from the cup, a little rough at the knuckles from years of dough and hot ovens. I turn them over and press my mouth to her fingertips, one hand and then the other. I let my personal feelings pull me toward this house more than the investigation required, I say. If that drew his attention here, that's on me. Kadrin. She squeezes my hands before I can pull them back. We were already targets. Before you started staying close, before any of this, Ellen's ears, her skin, the way she looks. This town was primed to fear us. She says it without self-pity, just with flat honesty. Fenwood didn't create that. He used what was already there. I look at her hands and mine. She's right. I know she's right. The fear in Brindle Hollow was years in the making, the kind that builds in a closed community with no outlet, and Fenwood only struck the match. She and Elin would have been the fire regardless. It doesn't quiet the part of me that wants to have done better. Maris, I say, and then I don't have the rest of it. She reads what I don't finish. She always does. I pull her toward me and she comes without resistance, her arms going around my neck, her face turning into my shoulder. I hold her with both arms, my chin at the top of her head, and feel the tension in her back. The months of it. The held breath of a woman who has been bracing for impact for so long, she's forgotten what standing straight feels like. I brush my lips against her forehead. She tips her face up. I kiss her mouth, soft at first, and she melts against me with the exhale of someone finally putting down a weight. My hand moves to the back of her head, and she pulls herself closer by my collar, and the softness shifts quickly into something with more heat behind it, her mouth opening under mine, her fingers curling in the fabric at my chest. We don't say anything else. There isn't anything else that needs saying tonight. The bedroom is dark, except for the low lamp on the nightstand. We shed clothes quickly, no patience for anything deliberate. Her laces, my belt, the shirt pulled over my head and dropped. She's half dressed when I pull her against me, her bare skin warm against my chest. We stay there while the lamp gutters. She breaks my grip and her arms come down around me, her hand cradling my head against her chest. Her heartbeat is loud and slowing under my ear. I close my eyes and let her hold me there, and the tension I've been carrying since the council hall, since the storage yard, since running down a man who keeps slipping through. All of it releases by degrees into the warmth between us.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
I wake before she does. The lamp is out. Gray morning light comes through the curtain, and the bakery below is quiet, and Elin is still asleep down the hall. I can hear the small sounds of the house around me, the settling of old wood, the distant noise of the square beginning its morning. Maris is asleep against my shoulder, her braid half undone, her breathing slow and even. I tip my eyes to the ceiling. The commission papers are at the inn, along with the crates of artifacts and the sealed reports addressed to the Dark Elf courts. An extraction team will arrive within the week. After that, the formal proceeding, the testimonies, the disposition of the prisoners. My part of it ends when I deliver the case. After that, I'm free to take the next assignment, the next borderland fugitive, the next route, the next town where I know no one, and leave the same way. That has been the shape of my life for 80 years. I look at Maris's hand resting on my chest. Her knuckles, the flower-dry skin of her palms, the small scar below her left thumb from a knife slip she mentioned once in passing. I roll my eyes to the ceiling again. Then I think about Elin's palm against my cheek last night. 2 pats, deliberate and warm. The complete trust from this little girl who decided I am safe without requiring proof beyond her own assessment. She's 3 years old and she's already the most honest person I've ever met. I made a life out of moving, out of arriving and leaving and arriving somewhere else. I told myself it suited me. The court's schedule, the commission, the next assignment. I told myself this for 80 years, and it was true enough to be livable. It stopped being true the morning I walked into a bakery in Brindle Hollow, and a small girl with my eyes looked up at me from behind a counter. Maris shifts against my shoulder and settles back into sleep. I stay where I am and watch the light come in through the curtain and let myself arrive at the thing I've been circling. I don't want the next assignment. I want this. The warm weight of her against my side. The sounds of this house. Elin upstairs with her pebbles and her drawings, and her complete certainty that pointed ears are just ears. I want to be the one crouching beside her bed at night. I want to carry flour sacks and know which bread she likes best and be present for whatever comes next, including the things that won't be easy. I want to be her father, not just the man keeping her safe from the outside. The ceiling doesn't offer any objections. Neither does the house. I close my eyes and I stop trying to figure out when I'm leaving.
Chapter 31. Maris. The morning rush is thin but real. By the time the first loaves come out of the oven, 3 customers are already waiting at the door. I recognise all of them. Regulars, faces I've sold bread to for years. They come in without speaking much beyond their orders, which is fine. They put their coins on the countertop and take their parcels and leave, and not one of them mentions the council or the rumours or Aileen's ears or anything that happened recently. I count that as a significant improvement. The widow from the south lane comes in next and buys 2 loaves, which is 1 more than her usual. She doesn't comment on it, and neither do I. The cartwright's apprentice stops in for rolls before his midday break. An older man I know only as the person who lives above the cooperage buys a seeded loaf and examines his change with the thoroughness of someone who has nowhere pressing to be. The flow is cautious and quiet and nowhere near what it was before the scarf incident. But it's traffic, and it's mine, and by mid-morning the display shelf has actual gaps in it for the first time in days. 2 women come in together around the 10th hour. They're friendly, not warm exactly, but friendly, the manner of people who have made a decision and are following through on it. One of them mentions Fenwood in passing, almost offhand, saying she never trusted the way he moved through the market. The other one nods and says she'd heard similar things from her husband, who'd done business with one of the other caravan merchants. Neither of them elaborates. Neither of them looks at me like they want a response. "Good bread today," the first one says, when she unwraps the corner of her loaf to check the crust. "It always is," I tell her. They leave satisfied, which is all I've ever wanted from a customer. Ellen has been on her stool all morning, sorting pebbles and offering opinions on customer purchases that nobody asks for, and everyone seems faintly charmed by. Around the midday hour, when the rush has thinned to nothing and the square is in its quiet between meal lull, I unlock the front door fully and prop it open. "You can play on the stoop," I tell her. "Stay where I can see you." She's off the stool before I finish the sentence. I watch her settle on the top step with her pebble collection in her lap, arranging them into a line along the edge of the stoop with the methodical concentration she brings to things she considers serious work. The square beyond her is ordinary. A few people crossing, a dog nosing at the fountain's base, the cloth merchant's stall open and attended. And across the lane, near the gap between the grain merchant's shop and the cooper's wall, Cadrin. He's not hidden exactly, he never is, but he's positioned the way he always positions himself. Back to the wall, sight lines clear in both directions, unhurried posture that reads as someone passing time, but isn't. I've watched him stand watch enough to know the difference between idle and alert. He's always alert. But today there's something else in how he looks at Aileen. I stay in the doorway and watch him watch her. His eyes track every move she makes, when she drops a pebble and leans to retrieve it, when she holds one up to the light to examine its colour, when she gets into a negotiation with herself over placement that takes 3 attempts to resolve. He doesn't look at the roads the way he usually does when he's tracking threats. He looks at her the way I look at her. I know that look. I've worn it every day for 3 years. The particular attention of a person who finds someone fascinating and hasn't gotten used to them yet. Pride, maybe, underneath the fascination. The recognition that this small, serious, impractical person is somehow yours and you are not entirely sure you deserve that. He can't know I'm watching him watch her. Aileen holds up a white pebble and turns it in the light, satisfied, and sets it at the head of her row. Cadrin's expression stays the same on the surface, but something behind it does. A softening, brief and unguarded, gone before anyone less familiar with his face would catch it. I lean against the doorframe, watching the square and thinking about logistics, which is my preferred method of not thinking about things directly. He can't stand across the lane indefinitely. That's a practical problem even before it's a personal one. Eventually the investigation closes, the commission ends, and there's no professional reason for a dark elf bounty hunter to be posted outside a bakery in a small human town. He'd need a different reason. A real one, with actual structure to it. Which would mean what exactly? The room above the bakery is small but workable. The bakery itself is larger than it looks from outside. He'd have to have something to do. He's not a man who sits quietly without purpose, and I've never been the kind of person who manages well with someone underfoot, who has nothing to occupy them. These are not small questions, and I haven't asked any of them yet. Aileen is now sorting her pebbles into 2 separate rows, according to a system I can't determine from the doorway. Cadrin has shifted his weight slightly, and is watching her debate the placement of a grey stone with a patience that no one has ever displayed, watching my daughter make small decisions, and I think I should ask him. Not now. Not across a lane in the midday lull. But soon. He crosses the lane just before I go back inside. I hear him coming before I see him. The particular sound of his gait, unhurried and even. Aileen spots him first and straightens on the step, the grey stone still in her hand. "You came over," she says. as if this is significant information. I did. He crouches beside her stoop and looks at the pebble rows. What's the system? Colour and weight, she says. The heavy ones go on this side. He examines the arrangement seriously. The grey one goes there. He points to the left row. She considers this. She puts it on the right. No, this side. He looks toward me instead of arguing, still crouched, and nods toward Elin. She looks comfortable. She does. I lean against the door frame and cross my arms. Children move on faster than adults. They don't carry things the same way. She's resilient. He stands. She gets it from you. I feel heat move into my face, and I look past him at the square. He reaches over and brushes his fingers along my cheek, just the once, light and brief, before he drops his hand. Elin is fully absorbed in relocating 3 pebbles to the heavy side and misses it entirely. Are you eating tonight? I ask. If you have time, between searching for Fenwood. I'll make time. He glances back at Elin. Both sides look the same weight to me, for what it's worth. Don't tell her that, I say. I wouldn't dare. He gives Elin one last look, then turns and crosses back to his post. I watch him go, then look down at Elin, who has now separated the rows into 3 distinct categories for reasons I haven't worked out. Inside soon, I tell her. 5 more minutes, she says. I give her 10. The afternoon customers come in 2s and 3s. Nothing dramatic, nothing demanding. A young mother with a toddler on her hip who buys rolls and smiles without stiffness. 2 farmhands who split the cost of a loaf and argue cheerfully about whose turn it was to pay last time. An older man who wants a specific seeded loaf I've already sold out of, and accepts a dark rye instead without complaint. When I flip the sign and bolt the door, the display shelf is genuinely empty. Not because I baked less, because people bought it. I stand in the quiet shop and glance at the empty shelf for a moment. Then I go start dinner for 3. I haven't consciously decided on 3 portions. My hands just do it. A 3rd bowl, a 3rd cup, a larger pot than usual. Elin takes her post at the counter and provides running commentary on the vegetables I'm chopping. I hand her a small piece of carrot and she eats it with the gravity of someone conducting a quality assessment. Good, she decides. High praise, I say. I get the bread out for the table and find myself setting 3 places without thinking about it. The realisation doesn't land as strange the way it might have a few weeks ago. It settles with the quiet naturalness of something slipping into its correct position. The soup simmers. The bread cools on the board. Elin finishes arranging her pebbles along the kitchen windowsill and shifts to explaining to Pip why the seating at the table is arranged the way it is. I stir the pot and listen, and let the evening do what it's doing. There's nothing pressing right now. No rumour to contain, no mob to watch, no council summons tucked under the door. Just soup and bread, and the sound of my daughter's voice filling up the kitchen, and outside somewhere, Cadron working his way through whatever thread of the investigation is still pulling at him. I didn't expect to feel this. Not this exact thing, the particular ease of it, the absence of the brace I've been holding in my shoulders, the breath I've been keeping at half capacity finally dropping all the way down into my lungs. The kitchen is the same kitchen it was this morning and last month and 3 years ago. But something in it is different, and the difference is that I'm not standing in it alone anymore. I gave up on the idea of not being alone a long time ago. Not dramatically, just quietly, the way you give up on things that seem to require circumstances you can't manufacture. I'd made my peace with it. Elin and the bakery and Brenna bringing flour on Fridays, and Sister Anowin stopping in when the weather turned. That was enough, and I'd meant it when I told myself so. I crack the door to let the steam out and wipe my hands on my apron. Then I hear his knock. 2 raps, the way it always is. Come in, I call. The latch lifts. Elin slides off her stool and crosses the kitchen in 6 quick steps, planting herself in front of him before he's fully through the door. We're having soup again, she informs him. Good, he says. I picked the carrots. She has not picked the carrots. She ate 1 carrot and supervised the rest. Then it'll be better than usual, he says, and steps inside and pulls the door shut behind him. I set the ladle on the rest and turn to get the bowls. The kitchen is warm and close and full, and I carry the bowls to the table and don't try to name the feeling settling through me, because it doesn't need a name to be real.
Chapter 32. Cadron. The message from the courts arrives with the morning post. A courier is already en route, 2 days out, riding from the Eastern Territory with authorization to collect the prisoners and transport them to the formal holding facility for processing. The message is terse and official, the kind that assumes I've done my job and moves immediately to logistics. I've been working with this authority long enough that terseness reads as approval. I fold it and put it in the document pouch with the maps. The abandoned building is the first stop of the morning. I open it to 4 men in various states of stiffness from another night on stone floors, and nobody looks pleased to see me. That's standard. Up, I say. You're being transferred today. The protests start immediately. 2 of them talk over each other. Something about their rights under the borderland trade agreements. Something about not having had a proper hearing. The third just sits with his back against the wall and watches me with the resigned acceptance one has when they run these numbers already and don't like the outcome. The fourth, the young one who talked most freely on the road, gets to his feet without comment. Smart. I let the other 2 run for a moment, then step forward and they quiet down. You were caught transporting prohibited artifacts, I say. Artifacts that drain life from living creatures and contributed to the damage to this town. You have a courier coming to collect you, a formal proceeding ahead of you, and an attorney appointed by the courts once you arrive at holding. I look at each of them in turn. What you don't have is a complaint that changes any of that. Easy position for a dark elf, the louder of the 2 says. His name is Perwick, according to his papers, and he's been the most consistently unpleasant of the 4 since the road. Courts send you. Courts take your side. Very convenient for your people. I look at him for a moment. If humans want to make an argument about equal standing under the courts, the place to start is not smuggling banned artifacts through a river town and letting an innocent child be accused of witchcraft to cover the tracks, I say steadily. You had people in that council hall. You heard what they said about her. If any of you find that acceptable, you can take that up with the presiding judge. Perwick says nothing further. The man against the wall looks at the floor. I spend the next hour getting them organized. Cords checked, papers in order, the chain of custody documentation written up clean so the courier has everything they need to take possession without complications. Cole is separated from the others, which is his arrangement in exchange for testimony. He watches me work from his corner with composed patience that says he genuinely made his peace with the situation. How long until the courier arrives? He asks when I'm nearly done. 2 days. He nods. And Fenwood? Still unaccounted for. He doesn't look surprised. He presses his lips together and looks at the wall. He's better at disappearing than people give him credit for. I noticed. I stack the paperwork and tap it square. He'll turn up. Men who run always need something eventually. Money, papers, a contact. He'll surface somewhere. Unless he already has what he came back for. Cole says it quietly, not threatening, just laying out a possibility he's been sitting with. I fold the custody papers into the pouch and don't answer that, because there's no answer that improves the situation. Outside, the morning square is ordinary and moving. The market is open. Fewer stalls than when I arrived, the remaining caravan merchants having mostly packed up after the council hearing, but the local vendors are all present and doing reasonable business. I can see the bakery from here, the door propped open, the chalkboard sign up. I've covered the market district twice since Fenwood disappeared. I've checked every building connected to his known contacts, every loading area, every space large enough to hide a man and a wrapped artifact. Nothing. No residue trace, no prints, no disturbance in any of the locations I've been monitoring. Either he found what he came back for and went to ground somewhere I haven't identified, or he's still waiting for a moment I haven't anticipated. Both options are unsatisfying. But the courier is coming in 2 days, and the contraband is secure in the in-room, and the maps are in my pouch. And the case against Fenwood's network is documented and sealed, and ready for the courts regardless of whether I have the man himself in hand. Primary task is almost done. What remains is Fenwood, and what to do about Maris, and what those 2 things have to do with each other, and with what comes after. I stay close to the perimeter of the square, and watch the bakery for a moment. A woman goes in. 2 men come out. The ordinary business of a morning, restored by degrees. I turn toward the inn, to check the artifact inventory one more time before the courier arrives. The courier arrives on the second morning, exactly on schedule. He rides in from the eastern road with a wagon and 2 additional riders. Standard protocol for a prisoner transfer of this size. All 3 are dark elves, armed and official, wearing the court's travel seal on their cloaks. The courier himself is a compact man named Vreth, who I've worked with twice before, and who conducts business with the same economy of words I prefer. We meet on the outskirts of town, away from the market traffic. He takes the document pouch first, flipping through the reports with practiced speed, checking the seal integrity on the custody papers. He doesn't comment on the length of the investigation or the scope of what I've collected. He reads and nods and sets things in order. Artifact inventory matches the report, he asks. Exactly. Everything is numbered and logged. I hand over the in-room key. 3rd floor, end of the hall. Windows cracked. You'll want to keep it that way during transport. He pockets the key. Prisoners? 5. 4 caravan workers. 1 senior associate with a cooperation arrangement. He testifies in exchange for reduced processing. It's documented in the secondary report, 3rd page. Vreth finds the page and reads it without expression. And the primary target? Fenwood is still at large. I don't change the pitch of my voice. He circled back to town after the hearing. I haven't located him. Vreth looks up from the papers. The commission brief listed 2 targets. The commission brief was incomplete. I hold his gaze. The smuggling ring was larger than the initial intelligence suggested. I've documented that in the primary report, including the expanded scope and the evidence of multiple caravans operating under one command. I give him a moment to locate that section. He does. Fenwood is the center of it. Bringing him in closes the case properly. The courts will want a status update. They'll have one when I send it. I take the key back from him and pocket it myself. When you've cleared the in-room, the key goes back to the keeper. Vreth accepts this without visible objection. He's a practical man, which is why I don't mind working transfers with him. He moves to organize the loading while his riders go to collect the prisoners. I stick close to the wagon and watch the tree line beyond the road while Vreth works. The eastern road runs along the valley's edge before it bends north. At the bend, where the old birch stand crowds the shoulder, there's a figure. Just for a moment. A dark coat, a lean silhouette between 2 trunks, still and watching. Then gone. I keep my face forward. My hand doesn't move toward my knife. One more thing, I say to Vreth, who is checking the wagon's restraint rings. If your route takes you past the Ridgeway station, 2 hours north on the old track, have your riders check it. There may be a connection point to the network that hasn't been cleared. He notes it. We'll look. The prisoners come out of the abandoned building in a loose chain, the 2 riders managing them efficiently. Perwick looks at me as he passes. I don't look back. When the wagon clears the town, I move. The birch stand is 200 yards from where I was standing. I cover the ground at a pace that doesn't announce itself, keeping to the road edge rather than cutting directly across open ground. I reach the trees, and when I do, whoever was there is gone. The birches give way to scrub and then to the rougher ground of the old forest path, and the trail ends almost immediately in a confusion of dry leaves and packed earth that doesn't hold prints. I crouch and read the ground anyway. Disturbed leaf litter at the tree line, consistent with someone standing in place for several minutes. A slight depression in the moss where weight was concentrated. Too narrow for a heavy man. Fenwood's build, or close to it. The compression is recent. He was watching the transfer. I stand and look back toward the town. The wagon is out of sight now, rolling east. The market square is visible in the middle distance, the bakery at its edge, the morning going about its business. Fenwood watched his people get taken. He knows the evidence went with them. He knows the case against him is formally documented and on its way to the courts. And he's still here. That's the part that sits badly. A rational man cuts his losses at this point. The network is gone. The cash is gone. The witnesses are in custody. There's nothing left in Brindle Hollow worth the risk of staying. Nothing except whatever he came back for, which I still don't have a location on. Or whatever he intends to do before he leaves. I scan the tree line once more. Nothing moves. I walk back toward town and run the sequence again. He watched the transfer. He knows I'm still here. He knows the case is moving forward with or without his physical custody. Fenwick is not a man who takes losses quietly. I've watched him maneuver, and every move he made was designed to leave him something to work with. He doesn't walk away empty. Whatever he's planning, it happens before he runs. I increase my pace toward the bakery.
Chapter 33. Maris. The afternoon rush comes back all at once, the way weather does. No warning, then suddenly everywhere. By the second hour past midday, the bakery is fuller than it's been for a while. Real traffic, not the cautious trickle of the past few days. Families stopping in together, the mill workers buying in bulk for the week. 2 merchants from the far side of the market who've never come in before and seem pleased with what they find. The display shelf empties faster than I can restock it from the back. I'm out of practice with this volume. My hands work the right motions, but the rhythm is off. I lose track of whose coins I've taken, start wrapping 2 orders at once and confuse myself. An older man asks for dark rye and I hand him seeded before catching it. Elin, I catch her between customers. Can you take the bagged loaves around to the people waiting? Just walk them through and let people take what they ordered. She straightens with the importance of someone receiving a serious assignment. I know how. You do, I agree, and load her small arms with 4 paper-wrapped packages. She moves into the crowd with the confident inefficiency of a 3-year-old on official business, stopping to discuss each parcel with its recipient. The customers find her charming. 2 women crouch down to talk to her. She handles this with professional patience and then moves on. I go back to the counter and focus on the coins and the orders. The cloaked figure comes in around the 3rd wave of customers. I notice because of the hood, pulled forward despite the mild afternoon, Every other person in the bakery has their face open to the room. The hood reads wrong against the easy sociability of a busy shop. The figure is lean, keeping to the edge of the crowd, not approaching the counter. Not browsing the display shelf either. Just present, moving slowly through the press of people with no apparent purpose. My hands keep working. I wrap a parcel, take a payment, and thank the customer. I look for the figure again. Still at the edge, slightly closer to the centre of the room now. The hood is deep enough that I can't make out a face, just a jawline. Lean, sharp. The next customer asks for 2 honey muffins, and I get them bagged while watching the cloaked figure in my peripheral vision. The crowd shifts, a family moving toward the door, 2 men stepping in, and I lose the figure in the press for a moment. I look for Aileen. She's near the window with the last of her parcels, explaining something to an older woman who is listening with the polite attention of someone who has grandchildren. Her curls are loose, the scarf slightly askew, the way it always ends up by afternoon. She's fine. She's right there. A man at the counter asks about the seeded rolls, and I answer him without looking away from the window side of the room. The cloaked figure is moving again, not toward the counter, toward the window. I take the man's coins and lean sideways to see past the customer in front of me. The crowd thickens near the door, another group coming in. And for 10 full seconds, I can't see the hooded figure or Elin through the press of bodies and the late afternoon light cutting through the window glass. "Excuse me," I say to the next customer, and come around the counter. I'm 3 steps into the room when Elin screams. It's a short sound, sharp and sudden, and it cuts through every conversation in the bakery at once. The crowd goes still in the way crowds do when a child makes a sound like that. A collective freeze, heads turning, a specific suspended moment before anyone knows what happened. Then the front door swings open and bounces hard against the frame, and the cloaked figure is gone. And so is the scream. The silence after it is total and terrible. I'm already at the window, already looking at the spot where Aileen was standing, at the older woman who is pressed against the wall with her hand over her mouth and her eyes on the door. The spot where Aileen was is empty. The last parcel is on the floor, paper split open, a seeded roll sitting on the bakery boards. I'm out the door before I have decided to move. The square is full of the wrong faces. I spin left, then right, scanning for a hooded figure, for a child, for any shape that moves wrong against the ordinary afternoon foot traffic. The bakery customers are spilling out behind me, and I'm already moving toward the lane that runs alongside the building when someone grabs my arm. The south side. A woman I half recognise, one of the mill workers' wives. He went south. I saw the cloak. I pull free and go south. Did you see her? I stop at the corner and turn back to the growing cluster of people outside my door. Did anyone see where he took her? Toward the market lane. A man pointing. He had something, someone, bundled under his arm. I thought it was a parcel. My stomach drops. The child. The older woman from inside, the one who'd been talking to Elin. She's shaking. Someone grabbed the child. Did anyone see his face? I step toward the group. The person who took her. Did anyone see? 2 people speak at once. I hold up my hand and turn to the woman nearest me, the mill worker's wife. I saw him when he pushed through the door, she says. The hood came back when he shouldered it open. She presses her lips together. It was that merchant, the one from the council, Fenwood. The name lands and I hear it go through the crowd, a ripple of recognition, of reassessment, of something that sounds like shame. Which way? I say it flat. Exactly which way? Market lane, the pointing man again. Then he cut toward the south gate, moving fast. I'm already walking and people are following me, which I don't have room to think about. Someone calls from behind me that they'll get the town wardens. Someone else says they'll go for the bounty hunter. I don't stop walking. Maris. Brenner's voice, suddenly close. He must have been in the square when it happened. He falls into step beside me, his hand briefly on my shoulder. Which way are we going? South gate. I keep my pace. Fenwood has Elin. The whole time, my heart races and my hands shake like I can't stay inside my own skin. My daughter is gone. He says nothing and stays with me, which is the right choice. The market is mostly cleared by the time we reach it. The word has moved faster than I have, and people are already stepping aside, already looking at me with an entirely different expression than the one they've been wearing around me. A woman I don't know well takes my arm for 1 second as I pass, presses it. Let's go. My husband's gone for the bounty hunter, she says. He'll be fast. I nod and keep moving. Someone near the south gate says they saw a man carrying something toward the forest road. A farmer who was bringing his cart in confirms it. A cloaked man, moving quickly. Something wrapped against his chest that was fighting him. The farmer's face is dark with something that looks like fury. I thought it was goods, he says. If I'd known. Which road? I say. He points me to the old forest path, the one that runs south before it bends east toward the ruins. I turn toward it and the crowd behind me is larger than I realised. Half the market square has followed, and they're not following out of voyeurism. They're grim-faced and purposeful, the wardens moving through them toward the front, 2 men I recognise as the cartwright and the grain merchant flanking them without being asked. Brenor stays at my left. The crowd presses forward at my back. "We'll find her," he says. "I know," I say, because the alternative is not something I will allow to exist. "Tell us everything," the grain merchant warden says, "and we'll organise a search party." My breath trembles as I start to talk. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 34. Kadrin. The scream reaches me from across the square. I know Aylin's voice. I'm moving before I've consciously identified it, cutting across the market lane at an angle that closes distance fast. The bakery door is swinging open when I reach the square's edge. A hooded figure coming through it at speed, something bundled under one arm, not slowing for the people in the way. I go after him. He has 20 feet on me, and he's moving with frantic efficiency, having decided where he's going. He cuts through the afternoon market crowd, shouldering people aside, and I move through the wake he leaves. The turned heads, the knocked stall display, the woman stumbling backward with her basket. I gain ground in the open stretch before the fountain and lose it again when he ducks through a gap between 2 stalls that I have to go around. After I clear the gap, he's at the market's far edge. One more second, and he'd have been in reach. He goes left onto the south lane, and I see the cloak, and I see the dark hair beneath the fallen hood, and I see Fenwood's profile for exactly 1 moment before he rounds the corner and the crowd closes behind him. I run the corner and the lane is empty. 30 yards to the south gate. Beyond that, the forest road. I stand at the corner and read the open ground. No moving figure. No disturbance in the people near the gate. Nobody running. He didn't go through the gate in the open. He went somewhere between here and there. He knows this town. He's been working it for years. He has a route I don't. He's going into the forest, which means he has a destination. Ruins, a cache site, somewhere with cover and enough remoteness that a man with a hostage has time to make demands or make decisions. I don't know the forest paths well enough to guess his destination, but I know he marked routes in this direction on his maps. I head back to the inn at a run. I pull a chest from under the bed. My heavy weapons, for special occasions, and I take the longer blade, the short one already on my hip, and the crossbow I've kept unstrung since arriving, because I didn't expect to need it in a town this size. I string it in the doorway and take the full bolt case. I don't intend to get within negotiating distance and find myself outmatched. The bakery is in chaos when I reach it. Customers spilling onto the stoop, voices overlapping. Brenner stands on the outside of a growing crowd trying to organize something. I scan for Maris and find her coming around the corner from the south lane at speed, the crowd parting for her. She sees me and crosses the distance in a few steps. "Did you see him?" Her voice is flat and controlled, which costs her more than it would cost most people. Her hands are at her sides, and her eyes are moving fast. "Do you know where he went?" "He's heading into the forest." I check the crossbow's string tension by feel. I've studied the paths he's using. He has a destination, possibly the old ruins. That's where he's going with her. She says it without flinching. I think so. I look at her and study her face. Blank, expressionless. I'm going after them, and I won't let him get away again. She exhales through her nose and straightens her spine. Then go. She pauses, then. If anyone can bring her back, it's you. The words are simple, and she means every one of them. I'll bring her home, I say. My internal terror at Aylin being taken is a feeling I don't have time to assess. The only way to get her back is action, and action is exactly what I plan on taking. Promise me." She steps forward and grips my forearm with both hands, her fingers pressing into the leather of my vambrace. Not, "I'll try." Not, "I'll do my best." Her hazel eyes are direct and fierce and terrified all at once. "Promise me you bring her home." "I promise." I put my free hand over hers for a moment. "I promise, Maris." Her steady eyes brim with unshed tears. Then I close the distance between us and kiss her, hard and brief and completely certain. And she grips the front of my cloak and kisses back with the same urgency before letting go. "Bring her home," she says. I'm already moving. The forest road south of town is the one Fenwood used in his maps for the secondary escape route. The drover's track that joins the valley road before the border. I take it at a run for the first quarter mile, reading the ground as I go. Fresh prints on the road shoulder. One adult, moving fast, footfall heavier on the right than the left. Weight distribution of a man carrying something on his left side. The stride is long and urgent, the kind of pace that costs a person quickly over rough ground. The prints follow the road for 200 yards, and then cut off the shoulder entirely into the trees on the east side. I go in after them. The forest here is old growth. The tree cover dense enough that the afternoon light comes through in broken pieces. The undergrowth thick enough to slow a man who's unfamiliar with the paths. Fenwood knows them. I've seen his maps. But knowing a path from above and moving through it fast with a struggling child are different problems, and the trail he's leaving is visible. Disturbed leaf litter, a broken branch at chest height, a heel scuff in the soft ground near a tree root where he corrected his balance. I follow it at a pace I can sustain. The ruins are on Fenwood's third map, barely marked. A small notation in the margin that I read as a waypoint rather than a destination at the time. Old stone structure, pre-settlement, deep enough in the forest that it wouldn't appear on any current survey. Far off the trade roads, no reason for anyone from Brindle Hollow to go there. Good elevated ground with sight lines in 3 directions. A man who spent months in this region would know it. A man who needed somewhere to store a final cache and keep a few loyal people out of sight would use it. I should have found it sooner. I file that away and keep moving. The trail bends northeast, which confirms the direction. The ruins sit on a low ridge roughly 1.5 miles from the town's edge, close enough to access quickly, far enough to be invisible. Fenwood has been hiding in plain sight of the investigation for days, which is either audacious or desperate, and at this point I suspect both. I move faster. The tree cover thickens near the ridge base, and the light drops further. My footing shifts from leaf litter to older ground, compacted and dry, the kind of earth that forms under established canopy where nothing grows. The trail is harder to read here, but the bent grass at the ridge's lower slope gives me the direction I need. I slow before I reach the crest. Voices. Not one. Several. Low and fast, the overlapping sounds of people conducting urgent business. The scrape of something heavy being dragged across stone. A man's voice issuing a short instruction, then another responding. Crates being moved, or packed, or both. The particular sound of a camp breaking quickly. No patience for anything careful. I stop 10 feet below the ridge crest and go still. Through the trees above me, the top of a stone wall is visible. Dressed stone, old mortar, one corner still standing to height. The ruins are larger than the map notation suggested. I count at least 3 separate voices, which means Fenwood has people here. More than I expected, based on how many I've already taken off the board. He's been holding some in reserve. Of course he has. I unsling the crossbow and check the bolt seated in the channel. I draw it back quietly, lock it, and keep the weapon low. My longer blade is loose in the scabbard. The short knife is on my left hip, where I can reach it with either hand. I listen for Elin. For a moment there's nothing. Just the voices and the movement sounds, and the wind through the canopy. Then faint underneath all of it, a small sound. Not crying. Something more deliberate. Elin's voice, too quiet to make out words, talking to herself as she works through something alone. She's alive. She's conscious. She's doing the thing she always does when she's frightened and trying not to be, which is narrate her way through it. I breathe out through my nose, slow and controlled. I move up the last 10 feet to the ridge crest on my hands and knees, staying below the sight lines, and look over the top. The ruins open into a rough courtyard, broken walls on 3 sides, the 4th open to the forest. 3 men visible from here, moving fast around a stack of crates near the back wall. Fenwood stands apart from them, his back to me, looking at something I can't see from this angle. I shift my position 2 feet to the left. There, in the corner, where the 2 highest walls meet. Elin, sitting on the ground with her knees pulled up, her back to the stone. Her curls are loose, and her scarf is gone, and her eyes are moving around the courtyard with the sharp attention of a child taking in every detail. She's not restrained. She hasn't been bound. She spots the movement at the ridgeline. Her eyes find me and go wide, and I put one finger to my lips. She watches me for 1 second. Then she looks back at Fenwood's back and says nothing. Good girl. I assess the courtyard and start working out the angles.
Chapter 35. Maris. Nobody tells me to stay behind. They might have tried in another version of this evening. But I come back through the bakery door, untie my apron and drop it on the counter. And when I've grabbed my coat from the hook, the decision is already made and on my face, and Brenner takes one look at me and doesn't open his mouth to argue. Which road did he take? He asks instead. South Gate, into the forest. I button the coat with fingers that are steadier than they have any right to be. Cadron went ahead. He'll track them faster alone. Then we follow and we come up behind. Brenner turns to the crowd outside. Who's coming? More hands than I expected. The wardens are already there, 2 of them with lanterns moving to the front. The cartwright and the grain merchant who flanked them at the council square are still present. Geld is there, which surprises me, the mill workers' wives, the older woman from inside the bakery who'd been talking to Elin when it happened. She's traded her shopping basket for a lantern from somewhere and her jaw is set hard. Sister Annawyn appears at my elbow. I'm coming, don't argue. I wasn't going to, I say. We move out. The south gate is open and the road beyond it is clear in the fading afternoon light. I push my way toward the front of the group and find Cadron's tracks where he left the road. There, at the road's shoulder, the pressed grass and the disturbed soil where he turned off fast and didn't slow down. I follow that line with my eyes into the trees. He went this way. I step off the road. The group follows me until the tree cover closes in and the light drops sharply. Then the wardens move to the front with their lanterns, and the group slows, and I hear the murmur of people adjusting to the dark and the uneven ground. 30 feet in, the trail Cadron left is visible if you know what to look for. I've watched him move through this forest enough times to recognise the signs. A heel scuff at a root, a broken back twig at chest height, the faint compression of leaves where someone moved fast and didn't lift their feet fully. I follow it another 30 yards before the group stops behind me. Maris, one of the wardens, voice low. We're off the road. Do we know where this leads? Northeast, I say, following whoever took her. Brenner steps up beside me. He's been quiet since we left the square, doing the thing he does where he processes before speaking. His eyes follow the tree line ahead, then turns and looks at Sister Annawyn. The old ruins, he says. You know the ones I mean. She comes forward. I haven't been out there in years, but yes. She nods slowly in the direction the trail runs. There's an old settlement ruin on the ridge, pre-town, maybe 1.5 miles northeast. Dressed stone, mostly standing on 2 sides. It would give cover and height. Her eyes find me. It's far enough out that no one would stumble across it. But if someone knew the forest... He did, I say. He had maps. Sister Annawyn and Brenner exchange a look. The ridge path runs along the creek bed, Brenner says. If we follow the water, we don't need to track through the dark. It takes us to the base of the ridge and the ruins are above it. He nods at the wardens. I've been out that way twice. I can lead. Then lead, I say. He moves forward without further discussion, and the group reshapes around him, the wardens flanking with their lanterns, Sister Annawyn close behind. I stay near the front, behind Brenner but ahead of the main body of the group. The creek sound reaches us before we find it, a low, steady rush over the stones, the forest noise opening up around it. Brenner steps down to the bank and picks up the pace. Lantern light moves across the water in shifting orange patches, and the trees along the bank thin enough that the footing is manageable. I walk, and I don't let myself think about where Elin is, or what she's doing, or whether she's still talking to herself because she's frightened. I think about the ridge. I think about the distance. I think about one foot and then the next. Beside me, Sister Annawyn matches my pace without difficulty. She's brave, she says quietly. She's 3, I say. The bravest people usually don't know enough to be afraid. She says it without comfort in her voice, just as observation. She gets that honestly. I don't answer that. I keep walking. The creek bends northeast ahead of us, exactly where Brenner said it would, and the ground begins its gradual rise toward the ridge. The creek path is slow-going in the dark. Brenner sets a pace the group can manage, and nobody complains about it. The lantern light bobs along the bank ahead of me, catching the water in moving patches. My boots are wet from a misstep at a shallow crossing, and I don't slow down for it. The townspeople around me are quiet in the focused way of people with a purpose. The cartwright is behind me to the right. The mill workers' wives are further back, keeping pace. Even Geld, his broad shoulders visible when the lanterns sweep that direction, his expression set and dark. Someone passes me a lantern without being asked. I take it. They've come out here, in the dark, for Elin. Not for me, not for the investigation, not to see how the story ends, For a small girl, they mostly looked away from. I don't have a place to put that yet, so I carry it alongside everything else and keep walking. There, one of the wardens says, holding his lantern high. A cluster of people have stopped 10 feet ahead, gathered around something on the ground. I push through them. Pip, face down on the leaf litter at the path's edge, one cloth arm tucked under the body, corkscrew curls embroidered on the head. Exactly the way Elin drops her when she's moving fast and loses her grip. I crouch and pick her up. The doll is cold and damp from the ground. I press it against my chest with both hands and stay crouched. And I don't cry because if I start, I won't stop, and there's still ground to cover. Around me, hands come onto my shoulders, my back, my arms. People I've known for all my life, and people I barely know, and all of them present, all of them here. Someone says her name, Elin's name, quietly. Someone else squeezes my shoulder and doesn't let go for a moment. I stand up. I still have the doll pressed to my chest. Sister Anowyn is beside me. She stays silent, just stays close, which is enough. We walk another minute before she speaks. You're blaming yourself. I look at the path ahead. I took my eyes off her. You were serving a full bakery. I felt wrong about him the moment he came in. My voice stays flat. The hood. The way he moved. I noticed, and I kept serving customers. I gripped the doll tighter. And I asked Elin to help, because I was too busy to manage the crowd myself. I put her in the room with him. You put her in the room with customers, Sister Anowyn says. Same as every other afternoon. I knew something was wrong. You noticed a man with a hood. That's not the same as knowing a kidnapper is about to move in a crowd of 30 people. She keeps her voice low so no one else hears. There was nothing more you could have done in that moment. I don't respond to that. She's not wrong, and it doesn't help. The whole town came out tonight, she says after a moment. That means something. I follow the people moving along the creek bank around me with my eyes. Lanterns ahead and behind, the steady sound of 24 people covering ground together. No one complaining about the dark, or the wet, or the hour. I know, I say. They came for her, Sister Anowyn says. Whatever happened before, they came for her tonight. I hold the doll and walk. The guilt sits exactly where guilt sits, low and heavy under everything else, not going anywhere. I gave Elin a job because the bakery was full. I didn't act on the unease when I felt it. I was 3 steps away from her when Fenwood moved, and I might as well have been across the valley for all the good it did. I know Sister Anowyn is right. I know it, and I will still carry it for a long time. But there is a ridge ahead of us, and my daughter is somewhere on top of it, and Cadrin is already there, and the only thing that matters right now is closing the distance. We keep going, I say. Yes, Sister Anowyn agrees. I turn to the group around me, and I watch the path ahead, and then at them. We keep going, I say, louder. Brenna nods once. The wardens lift their lanterns. The group moves forward, and I move with them. Pip pressed against my heart, the ridge rising dark above the tree line ahead.
Chapter 36. Cadrin. The courtyard below me is a problem with 3 moving parts. Fenwood stands near the center, arms crossed, watching his men shift the final crates toward the open wall where the forest path begins. 2 of the men are at the crates. The third is positioned between the crates and Elin's corner, not guarding her, not close enough to act on her, but close enough that any move I make from the ridge will have 2 problems, not 1. I watch, and I wait. The moment comes when Fenwood steps toward the crates to check something. 10 feet of open courtyard between him and Elin's corner, his back half turned, his attention on the cargo. The third man is looking the other direction. I come over the ridge. I clear the wall in 1 move, and land in the courtyard with the crossbow leveled at Fenwood before he's finished turning. The 2 men at the crates go still. Elin presses back against the stone, but doesn't make a sound. It's over, I say. Step away from the cargo. Fenwood turns the rest of the way and looks at me with the expression that says he's been in bad rooms before and survived them. He shakes his head slowly. You've misstepped. His voice is even, almost amused. You came in alone. I came in with a crossbow. Yes. He looks past my shoulder briefly, then brings his eyes back to mine. And now you have a different problem. He snaps his fingers. The third man was beside Elin. I've been wrong about the distance. He crosses to her corner in 4 strides and hauls her up by the arm, the knife in his other hand coming up against her throat before I've processed the motion. Elin screams, 1 sharp sound, and then goes rigid. Put it down. Fenwood nods at the crossbow. Or she bleeds before you clear the distance. The knife is at her throat. Her small hands grip the man's sleeve, and her pale eyes are on me, wide and fixed and absolutely terrified. She is not moving. She has the instinct, somehow, to be still. I lower the crossbow to the ground and stand up with my hands open and at shoulder height. Good. Fenwood settles. Now we talk. I look at Ellen and I make myself look away and look at Fenwood instead, because looking at her is not going to get her out of this. So, she's your special artifact? I ask, nodding to Elin. A necessary deception. You were looking for a hidden cache and a mysterious artifact that didn't exist, and I went after the defenseless girl who would guarantee I get you alone and can carry out my plan to lay the blame on her. Torben shrugged, then smirked. And so far, it is working. You're right, I say. I made an error coming in alone. I keep my voice level and easy. I underestimated you. I've been doing that. Fenwood watches me. Years, I say. You ran it for years across 4 separate routes, rotating personnel, segmenting information so no single person could burn the whole structure. You developed contacts before you needed them, exits before you needed them. I let that sit. The Dark Elf courts had suspicions about artifact movement for over a decade. They didn't know your name until this year. He doesn't say anything, but he's listening. When they finally had enough to send someone, they sent me with a brief for 2 men and a shipment. I shake my head slightly. 2 men, out of an organization of at least 15 people, moving prohibited inventory through every major trade route in the Valley territory. I give him a wry smile. That's not a smuggling operation. That's infrastructure. It took planning I haven't seen in 20 years of bounty work. Fenwood's chin lifts, barely perceptibly. The artifacts alone. I keep going, cataloging, letting admiration color my voice without overdoing it. Drain pieces, compulsion work, binding stones, and whatever that last piece was that you kept separate from the rest. That's not a man moving product for profit. That's someone who understands what he has and what it's worth to the right buyers. I pause. The courts had no idea you were sourcing at that level. None. He turns his head slightly, the way people do when something they wanted to hear arrives wrapped in the right words. I scan the courtyard while his attention is on what I'm saying. 2 men at the crates. One has edged slightly toward me. The man holding Elin has his weight on his back foot. The open wall to the forest path is behind the crates, which means anyone moving through it has to pass the cargo. You built something genuinely difficult to find, I say. I want you to know I understand that. The courts don't send me for amateurs. Fenwood almost smiles. I keep my hands up and keep talking and keep reading the ground beneath his feet. The sound reaches me before anyone in the courtyard notices it. Footsteps. Multiple sets, moving through undergrowth along the ridge base. The particular uneven rhythm of people who aren't trained to move quietly, but are trying anyway. A lantern flashed through the trees, quickly covered. Brenner's voice, low and carrying further than he intended. They're close. 2 minutes. Maybe 3. I need Fenwood's attention on me for 2 more minutes. And the livestock, I say. Fenwood tilts his head. That's what gave you away. My hands remain a shield and my voice conversational. The livestock dying at the forest edge. I let that settle. Drain artifacts left active in a storage site generate a field. You know this. Whoever was managing the forest cache didn't deactivate them between transfers, and animals died within the radius. I look at him. Every experienced handler knows to cycle active artifacts. It's basic containment. Someone on your team got lazy, and dead sheep in a small town is exactly the kind of thing people notice and talk about. Fenwood's expression doesn't change, but something behind it does. The slight tightening around his eyes, showing he thought about this himself and doesn't enjoy hearing it confirmed. That's your gap, I say. One careless handler and a field that ran too long. I appreciated your critique, Fenwood says flatly. I'll take that under advisement in the next region. The footsteps are at the ridge base now. I can hear the creak of the old stone where the path meets the courtyard wall. Then Maris's voice, sharp and clear, cutting through the dark. There! The courtyard erupts. Lantern light floods over the open wall as the search party crests the ridge. Townspeople, wardens, Brennor, all of them arriving at once, and the smugglers at the crates spin toward the noise. Fenwood's head turns a fraction. I drop and get the crossbow off the ground in one motion. The man holding Elin has his weight on his back foot, his knife hand pulling away from her throat by reflex as he turns toward the noise. A half-inch of clearance. I take the shot. The bolt catches him in the forehead. He drops straight down and Elin goes with him, landing hard on his chest. And then she's scrambling, fast, instinctive, away from the weight beneath her, toward the open wall, toward the light and the voices and her mother. Fenwood's boot connects with my crossbow before I can reload. It skids across the courtyard stone. He has a sword out. I draw mine. He's fast. Faster than a merchant has any right to be, which tells me what he was before he became a merchant. The first strike comes high and I turn it, the impact running up my arm to the shoulder. He follows immediately with a low cut that I sidestep, and then we're moving. Real movement, no posturing, both of us reading the other's weight and finding the gaps. He drives me back toward the far wall. I let him think he has the advantage and pivot off the stone, reversing the push and putting him on the defensive. He adjusts quickly. He's had training, formal and recent, and for 30 seconds he's genuinely difficult. The wardens have the other smugglers down. I can hear it. Shouts, scuffling, the particular sound of someone hitting the ground and not getting up. The courtyard is full of lantern light and voices now, and Fenwood knows it. He throws a punch with his offhand to buy space and turns to run. I catch his cloak. He spins back with the sword, and I take the pommel strike on the forearm rather than the blade. It costs me, the arm going briefly numb. But I've got the cloak, and his balance is gone. I drive him into the courtyard wall, get my arm across his throat, and press until his sword hand drops. He hits the ground. I put my knee on his back and get the rope from my belt. His wrists go behind him, tight, and I double the knot. Your routes are documented, I say, pulling the rope secure. Your people are in custody. Your cargo is in the courts. I tie the final knot. You have nowhere left to go. He doesn't answer. He's breathing hard into the stone. I stand and look across the courtyard. Maris is on her knees at the open wall, Elin wrapped around her neck, both of them pressed together with the focused completeness of people who have just been returned to each other. Maris's hands are in Elin's curls, her face buried against the child's shoulder. Elin has both fists in her mother's coat and isn't letting go. I've faced violent men in dark places for 8 decades, and never once felt my hands shake afterward. They're steady now. My breath is even. Every trained response is exactly where it should be. But watching Maris pull Elin against her chest, the relief that moves through me at the sight of it is nothing I trained for, and nothing I expected. It sits different from anything else in this courtyard. It sits like something I didn't know I'd been holding until it released. I look away and check the bindings on Fenwood one more time.
Chapter 37. Maris. Ailyn is solid and warm and real in my arms. I don't say anything when she reaches me. I just pull her in and hold her, my face pressed into her curls, one hand cradling the back of her head. She smells like forest and old stone, and something underneath that is just her, and I keep her there while the courtyard noise continues around us. She squirms after a bit. Mama, too tight. I loosen my hold but don't let go. I lean back enough to look at her face, checking, the involuntary full inventory a parent does after a scare. Both eyes, both ears, the small nose, the chin. A scrape on her palm from landing on the courtyard stone. Nothing else. She looks at my face and her brow draws together. Why are you crying? I press my lips together for a moment. Because I missed you. I was only gone for a little while. I know. I wipe my cheek with the back of my hand. I got scared when I didn't know where you were. She considers this with some gravity. I knew where I was. That helps a little. I pull her back in, and she lets me, her chin on my shoulder. Here. I press Pip into her hand. She takes the doll and pulls back to examine her, checking the seams and the embroidered face with the thoroughness of a mother reuniting with her own child. She's cold. She was waiting for you on the path. I dropped her. Elin looks briefly guilty. Then she tucks Pip under her arm and settles against me again, apparently satisfied. Around us, the courtyard has transformed. The townspeople who came through the ridge with lanterns are spreading out across the ruins, their lights catching the stacked crates, the bound smugglers, Fenwood on the ground with his wrists roped behind him. I hear the reaction move through them in real time, the recognition, the low comments, the silence of people whose remaining doubts are dissolving in the light of what they're looking at. Geld stands in front of one of the open crates. His eyes find the artifacts for a long moment, then looks at Fenwood, then looks at me. There's your dark magic, he says. It comes out quiet and without flourish. A woman I know from the mill district comes forward. Maris, I'm sorry. 2 plain words, nothing attached to them, but her eyes hold it and that's enough. Others follow. The Cartwright. The older woman who'd been talking to Elin in the bakery when it happened, who now presses my arm and doesn't say anything at all. Pella nods at me without coming closer, and I nod back, and we leave it there for now. Estara Dunwick is here. I hadn't noticed her until she steps forward with the careful deliberateness of a woman choosing her words and their placement. She looks at Elin first, then at me. The council was wrong to let fear drive the process, she says. That sits with me. It should sit with the council. She pauses. I'm sorry, Maris. It's more than I expected from her. I accept it with a nod and don't ask her to say it again. The apologies are real, and I receive each one, and none of them are what I care about right now. What I care about is the weight in my arms, and the smell of my daughter's curls, and the fact that she's already more interested in Pip's condition than in the surrounding drama, which is exactly as it should be. Ellie. I shift her on my hip. You need a bath. She looks at the ruins around her with mild interest. Can we come back here? Absolutely not. I turn toward the path down. Say goodnight. She waves at the ruins in general. I start walking. Brenner falls into step beside me without being asked, his lantern lighting the path ahead. Sister Anowin joins us from the other side. Most of the townspeople follow, peeling away from the courtyard as the wardens take over the scene behind us. I look back once. Cadron is standing over Fenwood, speaking to the two wardens, his travelling cloak dark in the lantern light. He's all right. I can see that from here, the controlled steadiness of a man managing an aftermath. I return to the path. Thank you, I say to Brenner. Both of you. Don't, Brenner says. The way he says it means he doesn't want thanks, which I already knew. Elin has her head on my shoulder. Her grip on Pip is loosening as we walk, the way it does when she's dropping towards sleep. When we reach the creek path, her eyes are closed, and at the road she's breathing slow and even, and her doll has nearly fallen twice. The bath can wait until morning. I carry her the rest of the way home. The summons arrives the following morning, slipped under the bakery door. My feet are rooted to the kitchen floor and I read it twice. Council letterhead, Hestara's seal, and 2 names at the top. Mine and Elin's. Elin is at the table eating porridge. She looks up when I don't move for a moment. What's that? A letter from the council. I fold it and set it on the counter. They want to see us today. Both of us? Both of us. She looks at her porridge, then at me. Should I wear my good dress? Yes, I say, and go put the kettle on. I tell myself there's nothing to fear on the walk to the square. The crates are in custody. Fenwood is in custody. Every fact I have points to resolution, not another hearing. But I've sat in that council hall in the wooden chair with my daughter in my lap and the town at my back, and my body doesn't forget it as easily as my mind wants to. Elin holds my hand and wears her good dress and doesn't ask further questions, which is unusual enough to suggest she's reading the tension off me and deciding not to add to it. We turn the corner toward the council hall and stop. The hall is empty. The square is not. Hestara stands at the fountain with the other council members behind her. Surrounding them, the market stalls open and unattended, their owners standing out in the square with their customers, Brenor near the front with his hat in his hands, Sister Anowin beside him, the cartwright, the mill workers, Geld, who gives me a nod that costs him something. Pella is there but looking at her shoes. Most of the town. Hestara steps forward when she sees us. She looks different outside the council hall, smaller somehow, without the table and the authority of the room. She extends both hands, and I give her mine, which takes more effort than it should. She takes them and holds them. On behalf of the council, she says, and her voice carries across the square without requiring volume. And on behalf of Brindle Hollow, we owe you an apology, you and Elin. She glances down at Elin, then back at me. We let fear lead us. We turned it toward 2 of our own, and that was wrong. She tightens her grip briefly. It won't happen again. The 2 of you belong here. You are part of this town and part of this community, and you are always welcome. The square is quiet and still. Then someone from the back, I think it's the co-op bridge worker, though I can't see clearly, calls out, "We can't live without those honey buns." Laughter breaks through the square, genuine and releasing. "Or the seeded rye," someone else adds. "My husband would leave me over the seeded rye." More laughter. Brenor makes a sound into his hat that I think is him trying not to smile. Even Hestara's mouth softens. Elin looks up at me. "They're talking about your bread." "They are," I say. "I told you it was good." I squeeze her hand. I let Hestara's words land in the places they're meant to reach, and I feel the anger and the fear and bracing begin to release by slow degrees. Not all at once. It doesn't work that way, and I'd be suspicious of myself if it did. The crowd that cheered the honey buns was also the crowd that stood in the hall while my daughter was called a monster, and some part of me will remember the distance between those 2 things for a long time. But most of them came into the forest last night with lanterns, and that matters too. "We're glad to be here," I say, to Hestara, and to the square, and to all of it. I look forward to many more years. A few people applaud. The woman who can't live without the seeded rye calls something else that gets another laugh, and the gathering starts to loosen. People drifting back toward their stalls and their mornings, with the eased energy of a thing resolved. Hestara releases my hands. She looks at Elin once more with something in her face that doesn't quite reach apology, but tries. Elin looks back at her with full, steely eyes, and the patient assessment of a little girl who has not yet decided what she thinks. "Your bakery will be very busy tomorrow," Hestara says to me, which is the most practical thing she's ever said to me, and I appreciate it more than a longer speech. "I'll make extra," I tell her. She nods and steps back. I take Elin's hand, and we stand in the square while Brindle Hollow resumes itself around us. The stall holders returning to their displays, the fountain doing what it always does, the morning light moving across the cobblestones the same way it always has. The acceptance is real and also cautious, and also going to take time, and I understand all three of those things simultaneously. I know this town. I know how long memory runs in a place where everyone knows everyone else's grandmother. But I also know that the market will be busy tomorrow, and Dora will probably come back for her morning bread, and Brenna will bring flour on Friday, and the bakery will smell like yeast and wood smoke before dawn. "Can we go home?" Elin asks. "Yes," I say. "Let's go home." There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 38. Kadrin. Vreth turns his wagon around without complaint. I'd caught his rider on the valley road before the first bend, close enough that the message reached the courier before he'd made a full hour's progress. By the time Vreth returns to the edge of town the following morning, Fenwood and the remaining smugglers are organized. He Ruin's cash is inventoried and crated, and the wardens have had a full night to establish custody. The handoff is efficient. Vreth moves through his checklist the same way he always does, and I move through mine. And within 40 minutes the wagon is loaded, and the prisoners are secured, and everything I've been building toward is on its way to a formal proceeding in the Eastern Territories. Fenwood doesn't look at me when they load him. I don't need him to. Vreth tucks the chain of custody papers into his travel case and latches it. Then he reaches back into the case and removes an envelope. "For you." He holds it out. "Received with the original transfer authorization. I was instructed to hold it until the primary assignment was complete." I take it. The paper is heavy, the good kind the courts use for formal correspondence. The seal on the back is pressed deep. Not the commission authority's mark. The royal seal. Direct from the High Court. I turn it over once and don't open it yet. The square is beginning its morning business around me. A few stalls opening. The familiar sounds of Brindle Hollow settling into the day. The bakery window across the square has its lamp lit. I break the seal. The letter is 2 pages in the court's formal hand. Dense, official language that I've been reading for decades and can move through quickly. The opening pages cover the case acknowledgement, commendation for scope of recovery, confirmation that the Eastern Network file has been upgraded based on my findings. Then the assignment. Permanent reassignment, effective upon case closure. Southern Territories, the Varieth border region. 4 days hard ride from the Eastern Court, 7 from the borderland valley where I'm standing. The post is indefinite, which is the court's language for open-ended. The work is significant. A complex trafficking ring that requires a long-term embedded presence. I read it twice. 7 days ride. Assuming I had leave, which embedded posts rarely allow for, it would take a journey and 2 weeks round trip to visit Elin and Maris. I'd be lucky to have the time to make that visit once a year. Leave would be few and far between, only for a day or two at a time. I look through bakery window. Maris, setting up for the morning the way she does every day. Hands moving through the same routine she's run for years. And upstairs, Elin, probably still asleep, curled around Pip with her unusual eyes closed and her pointed ears uncovered against the pillow. 7 days south. Indefinite posting. The paper crumples in my fist before I've decided to close my hand. I don't move from the square, the letter crushed in my palm and the morning going about itself around me. And I think about 80 years of assignments, each one leading to the next, each one pulling me somewhere new and away from whatever I'd left behind. I was good at leaving. I'd made it into a discipline. The lamp in the window is warm against the morning gray, and I can see the shape of Maris moving behind the counter through the window. I open my hand, revealing the crumpled seal. Vreth has one foot in the stirrup when I cross to him. "Do you have a response I can pass on?" he asks. He's already looking at the road ahead, the practiced disinterest of a man who delivers messages for a living and has learned not to attach to their contents. I wrinkle my nose at the crumpled paper in my hand, then I drop it at his horse's feet. He looks down at it, then at me. "Tell the court I'm available for commissions in this region," I say. "I'll respond to any summons within the jurisdiction." I point to the ground under my feet. "The southern posting isn't possible." Vreth's expression doesn't change. "I don't have authority to negotiate terms." "I'm not asking you to negotiate. I'm asking you to pass a message." He frowns at the crumpled letter on the ground for a moment longer. Then he picks it up, not handing it back to me, just removing it from the road and tucks it into his case. "I'll pass the message," he says. "What they do with it is beyond my assignment." "Understood." He mounts fully and turns his horse east. Within 2 minutes, he's gone, and the valley road is empty, and I'm standing just outside Brindle Hollow with nothing in my hands. I go back to the square and stand there. The court's response could go several directions. Formal refusal, which means I comply or I don't. And if I don't, I'm rogue, stripped of seal and rank, operating without sanction. That's not a comfortable position. I've seen what happens to hunters who break commission. The courts don't pursue aggressively, but they don't forget either, and doors close in ways that take years to feel. Or they could find someone else for the southern post and leave me to the borderland work. Possible. The territory is active, and I know it better than most. Less likely, but not impossible. Or they could do nothing yet, and let the silence build until I comply, or make a formal break. I've just stepped off the edge of a very long professional commitment on behalf of a woman who isn't aware I've done it, and a small girl who is currently, in all probability, negotiating with her mother about whether to wash her hair this morning. I wait in the empty square, and wait for the panic that should logically follow a decision this significant. It doesn't arrive. What arrives instead is the memory of crouching at a stone wall in a ruined courtyard above Elin's pearly eyes, watching her put one finger to her lips and trust me to handle it. The memory of Maris in the bakery doorway at first light, flour on her hands, running a routine she built from nothing over 3 years of being completely alone. I walked out of this town once and filed her away under things that didn't fit into the shape of my life. It was the most expensive mistake I've made in over a century, and I understood the cost of it about 48 hours after I'd paid it. I just didn't know who to give the money back to. I know now. The choice the courts are going to receive from me is the choice I've already made. The one I made crouching beside Elin's bed in the lamplight, watching her sleep with Pip under her chin. The one I made standing in Maris's kitchen while she told me she'd planned the road out 3 separate times and never taken it. The one I made last night watching Maris carry a sleeping child out of the forest with Pip tucked against her heart. The courts gave me 80 years of assignments. The assignments were good work, and I don't regret them. But they sent me to Brindle Hollow to close a case, and I've closed it. And what's left when the work is done is the thing I'm standing in front of right now. I study the bakery across the square. The lamp is still on. Through the front shop window I can see movement. Maris working, unhurried, the morning routine that starts before dawn and runs until the bread is sold. She doesn't know about the letter yet. She doesn't know I've just told the courts no. She doesn't know that I'm standing here, stripped of any professional justification for staying, with nothing left between me and this town except the fact that I want to be here. I walk to the bakery door.
Chapter 39. Maris. The morning rush is just settling when Cadrin comes through the door. I'm behind the counter wrapping an order, and I see him the moment he steps inside. He's not in his travelling cloak, just the shirt and the dark vest he wears when he's not working, the longer blade absent from his hip. He looks like a man who has put something down and hasn't decided yet what to pick up next. I can't read his face, that's what stops me. I've learned to read Cadrin Veltheros reasonably well. The slight tightening around his eyes when he's tracking something. The particular stillness of him when he's decided on a course of action. The way the controlled exterior slips by degrees when he's with Elin. But what's on his face right now is none of those things. It's open in a way that gives me nothing to work with and everything to worry about. I hand the order across the counter without looking at it and move to Elin. She's on her stool at far edge of the counter with an empty bowl and a wooden spoon, feeding Pip with the focus of someone managing an important schedule. She doesn't look up when I put my arm around her shoulders. She's explaining to Pip why she needs to finish her breakfast. Cadrin crosses the room and stops in front of us. He tilts his head toward the space behind the counter, away from the remaining customers. I ease Ailin forward on her stool so she has room to do her work, and I follow him around the counter's far end. From here I can see Ailyn clearly, and she can see me, but the nearest customer is 6 feet away and looking at the display shelf. He turns to face me. Before he can say anything, I put my hand up. Let me go first. I cross my arms, because whatever you're about to tell me, I want to say this before I hear it. I look into his bright, bright eyes. Thank you for watching over us since you arrived, for what you did at the ruins. I pause. I don't know what Fenwood would have done if you hadn't gotten to Ailyn first, and I don't want to know. What I do know is that you went in alone with a knife at your daughter's throat and you got her out. My voice trembles at the memory. That doesn't go away. Whatever comes next, that doesn't go away. He's watching me without moving. And Ailyn. I glance at her. She's switched from feeding Pip to explaining something to the bowl, which is a new development in the relationship. She drew you into our family before either of us knew what to do with that. You earned that. You didn't ask for it, and you could have kept your distance, but you didn't. I uncross my arms and press my palms flat on the counter beside me. She trusts you. I trust you. So whatever news you're carrying, I need you to know that what you've done here matters. It matters to me, and it matters to her, and nothing you say in the next 30 seconds changes that. I stop talking. Ailyn, across the counter, holds Pip up and announces that she has finished her breakfast. Then she sets the doll down and picks the wooden spoon back up and starts feeding her again from the beginning. Cadrin looks at her for a moment, then looks back at me. His expression, which I still can't fully read, does something around the edges. Not a smile exactly. Something quieter than that, and more certain. Are you finished? He asks. I'm finished, I say. He reaches over and brushes a strand of hair back from my face. His fingertips graze my neck on the way back, and the warmth that moves through me is immediate and completely inconvenient, given that there are customers 6 feet away. He takes my hands in both of his. His palms are warm and dry and certain, and he holds them firmly. He looks at Ailyn first. She has abandoned the spoon in favour of explaining something to Pip using hand gestures. He watches her for a moment, then looks at me. I've made a decision, he says. My lungs stop doing their job. I keep my face composed, and I think distantly that he had the right idea the first time. Leaving without a word, before dawn, no note. As hard as it was to wake up to an empty bed and understand what that meant, it was easier than this. This is looking at his face and knowing what's coming and feeling the whole shape of it before he says a word. He watched Ailyn with soup the other night. He said goodnight to her and crouched beside the bed and let her pat his cheek. And now he's going to tell me. The case is closed, he says. I've received my orders from the court. There it is. I let him hold my hands, and I don't pull them back, and I don't let my face do anything I'll regret. Orders, I say. Permanent reassignment to the Southern Territories. His eyes are steady, but my heart isn't. Effective immediately. My stomach drops clean through the floor. Then the corner of his mouth moves. It's small and brief and contained, but it's there. A coy lift, the first genuinely unguarded amusement I've ever seen on his face. My heart, which had been falling, does something entirely different. You're not leaving, I say. He shakes his head. No. I stare at him. You just told me you have orders. I do. He looks down at our joined hands. I told the courier to pass a message to the court that I'm available for commissions in this region. He pauses. That the southern posting isn't possible. They could strip your rank. They could. That doesn't concern you. It concerns me less than the alternative. He lifts his eyes back to mine. I've been pulling myself apart since I got here. Duty against everything else. Back and forth. Every day. I'd settle on one side, and something would pull me back to the other. He turns my hands over in his. Then Fenwood took Ailyn, and then I read the orders telling me to go somewhere I'd never see either of you again. He shakes his head slightly. After that, it wasn't difficult. I don't have a speech for this. I've been bracing for something else entirely, and what I'm holding instead is this. His hands around mine, his eyes steady, the decision already made, and behind him. I let go of everything I've been holding since the morning he walked into my bakery. The anger and the hurt and the careful management of how much I let myself want this. All of it releases at once, and I step forward and put my arms around his neck. He's taller than I remember accounting for, which means I have to reach and he has to bend, and he does both without comment. His arms come around me, and he pulls me in close, and the solid weight of him is real and present and not going anywhere. He presses his lips to my forehead. His chin rests at the top of my head. His hands are warm through the back of my apron. You're sure? I say into his shoulder. I've been sure. His voice is low and even. I just needed the courts to make it easy. Across the counter, Ailyn makes a sound of great satisfaction. Pip has apparently finished her second breakfast. I hear the wooden spoon set down with finality. I stay where I am for a moment longer. Then I step back and look at him, and he looks at me, and neither of us says anything because there isn't anything left to say that would improve on what's already settled between us. There's a flower delivery coming on Friday, I say finally. Brenner will need help with the heavy sacks. The corner of his mouth moves again. I can manage flour sacks. Good. I squeeze his hands once before releasing them. Stay for the lunch crowd then. He does.
Chapter 40. Kadrin. 4 months later. The flour sacks weigh more than they look. I've learned this over months of carrying them through the back door before dawn, and I've stopped being surprised by it. I set them on the baking table, one at a time, and straighten up with the satisfaction of a task completed before the rest of the town has opened its eyes. Maris is already at the work table, her braid pinned up beneath a bandana with 3 strands escaping at her temple, her apron and hands white with flour to the wrist. She doesn't look up from what she's kneading. She knows the sound of me coming through the back door. "Thank you," she says. I lean down and press my lips to the tip of her nose. She wrinkles it, but doesn't pull away. I pull out the chair at the table and sit, and then I yawn. The full, jaw-cracking kind that comes from a full night's circuit of the town's perimeter. Maris glances over her shoulder. "How was it?" "Quiet." I press the back of my hand against my mouth. "Same as last week. Same as the week before." She turns the dough and folds it with automatic precision. "You think it'll stay that way?" "For a while." I lean back in the chair. There's no incentive to rebuild what Fenwood had, not with the courts watching the roots and a dark elf living above the bakery. The last part comes out more dryly than I intend. Maris makes a sound that is definitely a suppressed laugh. "A dark elf protecting the town," she says. "Hestara actually used those words at the market last week. Protecting." I heard. She said it to Brenner like it was her idea. It was inevitable that it would become her idea. I watch Maris work the dough. How long before it's been her idea all along? 2 more weeks. She doesn't hesitate. 3 at the most. We're both quiet for a moment with the easy quiet that has replaced the other kind. The hearth fire pops once. Outside, the square is dark and still, the pre-dawn hour that belongs to bakers and night watchmen, and apparently dark elves who've traded bounty commissions for Brindle Hollow's morning streets. The courts responded to my message 6 weeks after Vreth delivered it. 2 paragraphs, terse, official, the language of an institution that doesn't like precedent, but sometimes makes exceptions for assets it wants to keep accessible. I'm permitted to remain in the region. Local commission work is sanctioned. The southern post has been filled by someone else. The letter didn't say whether that was an accommodation or an acknowledgement that I'd made myself useful enough here to warrant the compromise, and I didn't ask. I filed it next to the case documents in the pouch and went downstairs to help Maris move the heavy display shelf she'd been wanting repositioned for a month. I cool my fingers around her hip now, easy and unhurried, and press my lips to her cheek. She leans into it briefly without breaking the rhythm of her hands. "You should sleep," she says, "before Elin's up. That's my next stop." She glances at me sideways, flour dust on her cheekbone. "Go. She'll have you sorting pebbles by color before the bread's out of the oven if you're down here when she wakes up." "She reorganized the system last week." I stand. "There are now 5 categories." "I know. She explained it to me for 40 minutes. She turns back to the dough. "Sleep, Kadrin." I squeeze her hip and cross toward the interior stairs. At the foot of them, I stop and look back at the kitchen. Maris at the work table, the lamp on the shelf, the flour sacks on the table where I put them, the bread pans lined up and ready. The smell of the hearth and the yeast and the early morning warmth of a bakery kitchen that's been running since before the rest of the world woke up. I've stood watch in 100 different places over 80 years. Cold outposts, hostile ground, border towns where nobody trusted anyone, and everyone was right not to. None of them looked like this. I go upstairs. The sun is fully up when I wake. The room is bright at the edges of the curtain, and Maris' side of the bed is long cold. She's been downstairs for hours, which is ordinary and has stopped feeling like absence. I lie still for a moment and listen to the house. The muffled sounds of the bakery below, a customer's voice, the creak of the front door on its hinges. Then Elin's voice, outside, high and carrying. I dress and go to the window. She's in the square below, Pip under one arm, engaged in what appears to be a complex negotiation with 2 children roughly her size. One of them is the miller's grandson, who I've seen following Elin around the fountain twice this week. The other is a girl with red braids who lives above the cooperage. The 3 of them are circling something on the cobblestones, a game with rules I can't determine from this angle, and Elin is explaining the rules to the other 2 with the authority of someone who invented them and expects compliance. Her skin catches the mid-morning light. The gray is more pronounced now than when I arrived. Her temples, her forearms, the line of her jaw all reading clearly as dark elf blood. Her ears are uncovered, the points visible above her dark curls. She's shed the scarf entirely over the past 2 months, a gradual process that happened so naturally that I'm not certain anyone marked the exact day it stopped appearing. The miller's grandson says something. Elin corrects him. He accepts the correction, and they resume the game. I watch until the round ends, and Elin begins explaining the next stage. Then I go downstairs. The bakery is in its late morning rhythm, a few customers lingering, the display shelf down to the last loaves of the day. Maris passes me behind the counter without ceremony and puts a heel loaf in my hand, which is how she indicates I should eat something. I eat it standing while I wrap 2 parcels for the woman at the counter, who thanks me with an easy manner. She doesn't call me by name yet. She calls me the tall one, which Maris finds funnier than I do. The afternoon takes me out along the old forest paths. Fenwood's roots are quiet. They've been quiet for 3 months, and I expect they'll stay that way. The Eastern Courts put 3 additional hunters on the territory after the case closed, and word travels in criminal circles as fast as it travels anywhere. The ruins sit empty and weathered on their ridge. The courtyard cleared. The crate's gone. I walk the perimeter and find nothing worth noting. I'm back in town before the market closes. The bench outside the bakery is where I find them. Maris has her legs stretched out and her crochet project in her lap, something in blue-gray wool that's grown considerably since I last saw it. Elin is on the stoop with the wooden horse, and Pip, the 2 of them conducting what sounds like a formal summit. The afternoon light is gold across the square, the long slant of it that comes in the last hour before sunset. I sit beside Maris and put my arm around her shoulders. She leans into it without looking up from her work. "Anything?" she asks. "Nothing." I watch Elin introduce the horse to a new scenario involving the fountain. Quiet. Good. She works the hook through a loop. "Ellen made a friend today. The Cooperage girl. I saw them from the window. She invited her to come play tomorrow." She glances at Elin. Elin spent 20 minutes explaining the rules of whatever game they were playing. "I noticed." I watch my daughter gesture emphatically with the wooden horse. "She gets that from you." Maris makes a sound of protest and keeps crocheting. The square settles around us into the end of the afternoon. Stall holders closing up, the fountain catching the last of the gold light, a dog crossing the cobblestones on its own business. Ordinary. Unchanged and changing. Both at once. "I've been thinking," Maris says. "About what?" She turns the work in her hands and doesn't quite look at me. "Ellen's going to keep looking more like you. Every month." She glances at the square. "It would be easier for her, eventually, if she had someone else around who looked like her." I study the side of her face. She's watching Elin with the expression she wears when she's already decided something and is presenting it as an open question. "A sibling," I say. "Not immediately." She pulls a loop through. "Elin first, but eventually." She does glance at me now, briefly. "If that's something you'd want." I look at Elin, who has placed Pip on the horse's back and is now conducting some kind of procession across the stoop. The gray of her skin is warm in the afternoon light. Her ears catch the sun. "Yes," I say. "That's something I'd want." Maris nods once, satisfied, and goes back to her crochet. We sit while the sun drops behind the roofline, and the square goes to early shadow. Elin's procession continues. The wool in Maris's lap grows by steady increments. My arm stays around her shoulders, and she stays where she is, and the bench is solid beneath us, and the bakery door at our backs is warm from the day's ovens. 80 years of arriving and leaving, and arriving somewhere else. Dozens of towns that looked like this one, and none of them that felt like it. My eyes take in the square, at my daughter on the stoop, at the woman beside me who built something worth staying for, without knowing I was going to stay. This is the last place I'm going to leave.